Black and white, come on, baby. Love, come on, baby. Black and white, come on, baby. Love, come on, baby. It's black and white. Just let me go, it's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Just let me go, it's only right. For all I know, it's only matter. It's calico, it's black and white. White, white, white. Black and white. Yeah. Black and white. Oh. 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 It's black and white. It's black and white.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Simracersworld TV, or welcome back, I should say, to the wonderful Simracersworld TV and the final round of the championship in the Virtual Belcar eSeries. The 24 hours of Zolder. Thank you very much to Jack Werrell and Hassa Roma for taking us through the first 6 hours. But unfortunately for you lot, you stuck with me and Edward May for the next 6 hours, or Edward's actually with you for 12, the poor thing. But to be honest, Edward, it looks like it's been a great start to this race so far. But other than that, how are you doing?
Honestly, don't say poor thing. I'm really looking forward to these 12 hours. This is going to be, if anyone's going to be poor, it's going to be you lot for not being able to, especially you, Chaz, because I think you're only in for this 6 hours. I'm going to get the full 12 hours, or as much as I can do, of this, well, brilliant racing we've been on display. We've seen, I managed to catch a little bit of the start earlier, and there's been frenetic racing that seems to be carrying on well on into this sunset that we can see here at the circuit Zolder.
Yeah, it does certainly seem to be some beautiful conditions. What we'll do there, everybody, is we'll just turn the music down slightly, just so we've got it as a little bit of a background for a moment. But we'll go through some positions, shall we, and just show you what we've got. So, here is, very loudly, your championship leader at the moment and current race leader, Fabrice Cornelis for SimTag Racing. And these guys, they've been the ones to try and catch up with all season. They've been so quick in this Radical. They really are the ones to beat, and they're putting in another dominant performance here, showing us how it can be done. Behind them at the moment is SimRC Club Sport. They've got Lucas Dolzer at the wheel, and then we've got Jelle Verstraeten in third with the most roll-off-the-tongue team name I've ever heard in my life, which is GHK eRacing by T2 Racing. We will have, just bear with me, I will update the live timing. I understand that it may not be on the same link as before. Apologies for that. I was doing some testing between the two broadcasts, so let me just get that back on Virtual Belcar for you. And you should have live timing now, everybody. For anyone that doesn't have the link yet, I'll chuck that in the in there for you. And there we go. Right then, we'll continue to go through, but as you see then, the GHK eRacing by T2 Racing was on there in third place, doing a good job so far. And Edward, if you could take us through the top three in the GT Cup class, please, mate.
I certainly can. It's ASK Volante Racing at the moment. That is Michael Pedersen in the car at the moment, and there's been quite a few chopping and changes for positions, and just behind them there is, I believe, the Pro Assist Sim Racing car, the number 23 entrant. They've spent a little bit of time up there earlier on in the race, but I think now it's been a chopping, changing really all throughout. It's these top three of as well the Ringol by SimTag EMG in third place in class, with actually the G-Dive Racing Exima car that were at one point leading this race, but has now found themselves down in fourth position. So Matthias de Tige there is sitting down in second place in class, the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. Looking very nice livery there, the nice white and yellow. Beautiful car, and beautiful sound as well from these Porsche Cups, it's got to be said. Just behind as well is the G-Drive Racing Exivia car. No, it's not. It's the Bingo by SimTag EMG car. You can see that SimTag car, nice and orange. Lovely livery. We've had some brilliant liveries on display here, Chaz, and I think we can see even more beautiful liveries down in the GT4 class. Yes,
we do indeed. Leading that one at the moment is Hans Polmans in the gorgeous, much biased here on Simracersworld TV, Flemish SimSports GT4 Porsche Cayman. Doing a great job there. Torque Freak Racing by Carrot are pretty much on the brink of taking the championship in the number 31 machine. This is Ben Kuipers behind the wheel, and we've got Laurent Kirschmakers behind the wheel of the Edge Esports car. And yes, I understand that the volumes are turned down a bit, guys, but honestly, with how loud iRacing can be, we have to make sure that we're not getting drowned out by these cars here, because it does go up a lot. I'll turn it up another few for you. Nearly doubled the audio, so you can at least get that. We'll go on board just to see. There you go, that's how the balance is at the moment. Great sound from these Porsches as well, to be honest. Absolutely loving that. In the TCR class, we've got Kevin van der Slik leading that in the G-Drive car, and at the end of the day, it's got to always be a G-Drive car that's leading this class. Hendrik de Grave is currently in second place in that class for Flemish SimSports TCR. Then we have Sven Kalbert for Dynamics Simulators Red in third position, and it really shows at the moment, doesn't it, Edward, the amount of spread that we've got in this field from where the cars are in relation to each other.
Yeah, it really does. I'm just having a look at these TCR cars. These are certainly cars that I'm sure you're very familiar with, Chaz. Of course, you broadcast the Simracersworld TCR series, and I'm a bit familiar because I used to race in that series, and watching back the broadcast of you chatting around, talking about my failures, that was when I decided, you know what, I'm going to move over to do commentating, and I took over actually your old BSR MX-5s. So now we're finally get back together and get back to track. As we see Steve Clayser have a bit of an off there, unfortunately for him. I'm not sure exactly if that was one that he's got a bit of contact on the front of his car. Not looking too pretty. Was he hit, or was that just a bit of a mistake snagging on the brakes?
I think, I'm just going to have a quick look here then. We'll see, he may have had a little bit of a contact. Oh, he's got one of the Porsches in front of him, the number 900 machine. Doesn't see him go down the inside. Goes one way, then the other, manages to save it. Good little job to keep that from going in the barrier. Oh, we've got a bit more shenanigans in the 908, and that's the 31. The 31, that was Ben Kuipers, championship leader in that class. What happened here, boys? So this was beforehand. This is the Disopit Racing Team. He's had a real moment there. And then Didier Dexter's. Oh, wow, boys. Into the final corner. Didier gets on the grass, on the brakes, just trying to avoid them. And then the 31 can't really go anywhere. Wow, I tell you what. We've got straight back into this, Edward, and it's kicking off already, mate. It's amazing.
This is brilliant. I mean, it's not brilliant, of course, to see any cars getting damaged in their races, maybe getting a bit compromised, but it just shows that even 6 hours into the race, these drivers here in the Virtual Belcar series, they never give an inch, do they? They always want to keep fighting. They treat it like it's, well, a 24-hour sprint race is, well, what they like to say in endurance racing, and that's certainly the case here with all the thrills and spills that have been on display just for the first 10 minutes back on the broadcast.
Indeed, and it's great to be back as well, everybody. Edward and I will be with you until the 12-hour mark of the race, which will be at 2 a.m. local time, in the UK anyway. Say local time, like that's local to everyone. So let's have a look at the closest cars on track. So Hans Polmans is currently only 1.5 seconds ahead of Ben Kuipers. You can see him in the background. A bit further back, Jeroen Vatler is 4.2 seconds off Senna Lansens. And in the TCR class, although actually no, it's one of the Porsches making its way through. It's the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup car, who has got ahead of Kevin van der Wielen. There he is, in the Decipit car. He's now 3.8 seconds ahead and getting away. Now the race lead at the moment, Fabrice Cornelis, nearly 4 minutes clear. Fabis asking if it's going to rain. I like the trolling, mate. Good stuff. But no, I really hope it would rain in iRacing. One day. Is there a tracking system, Brent asks? No, there is not, I'm afraid, but there is a live timing link which we've just posted up there. At the moment, there's just a lot of numbers showing all the differences, and, well, the gap back between the top 5 is 14 minutes from this car. Just shows you once again, doesn't it, at this point, Edward, just how good Fabrice Cornelis and his teammates are.
It's just, yes, there's definitely a reason why they are leading the championship, and that's because, well, it's on display right now, the 14-minute lead they have. They're just managing the traffic well. They could have thought about diving it there, but Fabrice just thought, no, I'm going to wait because I've got this advantage, and he decided to get past on the acceleration, which is what you need to do in endurance racing. It's not just about out-and-out lap times, it's not about just going the fastest you can go. It's about managing the traffic, and I've seen this time and time again when I've been covering top split VLNs before, where you see some drivers that are very, very quick, but they just cannot manage the traffic, whereas Fabrice Cornelis and obviously his Simtag Racing teammates seem to have the whole package here.
Yeah, I mean, in the very first Virtual Belcar event that we did, we had a fantastic race meeting here where we had a Formula 3 race that led up to this. It was like having a full race day package with support racing. It was so much fun to have. And even when we did that, just the Virtual Belcar event, which was a 2.4 hour race, this little radical was absolutely flying, and while it is a bit damaged and beaten at the moment, as most of the cars out there will be, they've just had it all along, and they're showing at the moment, obviously only a quarter of the way through the race, which is scary enough, but they are certainly showing that that's what they've got, and they're going to continue that way. Ben Kuipers now, by the way, is right in earshot of the car in front, which is Hans Polmans, who I've been commentating on in the Simracersworld Formula 3 Championship. And it's looking at the moment like he could be losing this class lead here. What do you reckon?
Well, he's getting into the slipstream now, and we're seeing that Ben Kuipers, the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot driver, is doing a very good job at the moment, managing the traffic. I think it's as well the reason why this gap has shrunk down, because you can see that there is a GT3 Cup car just in front, so they've been having to carve their way through this GT4 field, and as a result, that's kind of bunched up the field a little bit, as it can sometimes do. There's only two ways it can go, really, when there's traffic. The gaps will never stay the same. They'll either get increased or decreased. There's no two ways about it. You can see Ben Kuipers gets a very good run there through the chicane and is now trying to see his sights, but you can see there's a little bit of a back mark up in front that they'll both have to navigate. You can see up in front the Flemish Simsports GT4 getting out of the way, but there's a Porsche Cup car just parked itself right in the middle of the road, almost perpendicular. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but did very well to hold onto the brakes, let the cars go around it.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure what car that was.
I'll have a quick look and see what I can find. I think it might have been Senna Lansons. Oh, no. Oh, there's a massive hit. That was Senna Lansons making the hit. Oh, that was huge. Is it Martin Deckens? Let's have a look. It will be, yeah, in the Dynamics Racing Optica machine. What's gone on here? Oh, it's got Sketchy in front as well. That's the 900 car and the 110 as well. And this just... Test your patience, boys. Test your patience. If anything, the Porsche should have got out of it. The GT4 car. Let's have a look here. This is afterwards, sorry. Apologies. This is after it. You can see him just in front. He's seen that it's not happening, so just back out of it. Just back out of it, mate. There's no need to do it. And then there's the second contact. And even more goes on. That's a real nightmare. What happens to Deckens after this? Because he has another incident. He's still sat in the middle of the road. There's Senna Lansons. Oh, Senna just sees him a bit too late.
Caught in two minds.
Yeah. And then, oh, there's Senna. Nearly gets hit by the Sim RC car. Oh, reversing back on. Oh, Senna, that's poor, mate. That's really poor. And then the rejoin onto the apex. Senna Lansons needs to get lanced by the look of it, mate. That was, I mean, it's not often that I'll say that someone did a bad job. I'll usually give them the benefit of the doubt, but that was below par, wasn't it? We've had another car go off.
Still going.
Philip Vliegen for CCTS Esports Endurance. He's now in the trees in the background. See what happened to him. He's got a TCR car behind him. He's just gone in too hot. Way too hot. Off he goes, and it's just going to rotate on the gravel, is it? Oh, you want to be turning left a bit harder than that, mate. Oh, now he's going to have to try and reverse across the road. It's
in the wall.
Yeah. It's getting a bit sketchy already here, Edward. I don't know if
I was going to try and give some of these guys the benefit of the doubt and say maybe they're a bit fatigued and try and get it that way. Maybe that was the reason why we saw the Lansons there, just as you mentioned, needing to get lanced. I think maybe that was just down to fatigue and tiredness, but I'm playing devil's advocate here. It's just, it's not what you want to be doing 6 hours into a 24-hour endurance race.
No, indeed. Not even 6 minutes. You wouldn't want to be doing that sort of stuff. But this at the moment, Bart de Vos has now got to think about the Scuderia Sim Racing number 14 car, which is 2.4 seconds back. There it is. That's going to be for position, which for some reason I've got it in the Porsche Cup class on here. But I'll get that changed for you, everybody. Please do bear with me. But still, we've got so much going on all the way up and down this order, haven't we, mate? It's just to jump in now straight in the deep end for us two. It's a bit of a scary prospect, but we'll get there, won't we?
Yeah, we'll roll with the punches, and well, it's certainly brilliant to see. You can actually notice that it is very close between Jeroen Vatler and Bart de Vos. As you mentioned, these two have been battling for most of the race. It seems really. I was watching the last couple of hours before coming on for the broadcast, and these two have been basically kept each other in this second gap from that time until now. So this is brilliant. You can see actually that Bart de Vos having a little bit of internet connection issues there, blinking in and out. That's when iRacing is not sure where the car is on track due to a bit of disconnection through the server, so it just doesn't put the car out on track at all. And that's worrying, especially when you're trying to pass the car in front that's not appearing and blinking in and out of existence, because you never know if it's going to appear inside you. That I think we actually saw something happen like that earlier on in this race, which caused an incident. I'm not entirely sure which it was, but I'm sure Hasse, when he comes back, may remember it for us. But that was still very sketchy, and you don't want to be having that at any point in a race. That's been what's actually taken me out of a race before with my internet, before it got improved, before I got a new router. My actual Petit Le Mans was abrupt very shortly because I just cut out of existence, reappeared at turn 3, but there was an LMP2 car already there, and that just sent me out of the race, and my teammates, unfortunately.
Yeah, it can be very very fickle, can't it, sometimes, and regardless of how long a race is, it can just strike at any time. It's not easy at all, to be honest, and I do feel for you, mate, because I think a lot of us have been there before and been in that painful scenario. It's not nice to be in that situation, but it's part of motorsport, isn't it? Whether it's real or sim racing, it can happen. No one's immune. I think that's the phrase I've been using a lot recently, but nobody is immune at all, are they?
Even the very best, you just got to look in Formula 1 and know that Malaysia, I think it was 2015, that paid end to Lewis Hamilton, who's going around setting records left, right and centre, so even the best can fall victim to it. And that's the thing as well with sim racing, is that while you might not get mechanical issues in terms of the actual simulated car, you do get hardware issues. So sometimes your brakes don't work, sometimes your throttle can get stuck on, all sorts of things that can happen in a real race car can unfortunately happen in the sim racing world as well.
They can, and one of those things has happened to Kamil Yagizoglu in the Porsche, who's just gone off circuit. Let's have a quick look at what happened to him. It's just going to be a bit too hot into turn one, I reckon. We've seen a lot of cars do it. Yeah, you can just see he got out of shape on the brakes. He then stamped back on them. Unfortunately, it's a little excursion into a Paris-Dakar exhibition for him. Nice that they put the shark mouth on the front of that Porsche. I really do like that. Interesting little thing to have. Thies Vandenberg, by the way, went off the circuit as well in the Dynamics Belcar green Audi. Eds, that's the wonders of a front-wheel drive car, isn't it? With a bit of weight transfer behind it.
Oh yeah, I've had that happen many a times, especially when we were actually practicing for a round at Zolder when we were trying to go through there. Actually, it was in an earlier Belcar racing where the cars would get shot up into space over the anti-cut, the sausage curbs at that chicane. So thankfully iRacing has fixed that and got that sorted out for us, and you can just see the worst that can happen to you is exactly what happened there. Just a little bit of weight transfer on the rear of the car, penduluming round. Bart
de Vos has been overtaken by Jeroen Vatlet for that position in their class. Let's have a look how Jeroen did it. Out the chicane, so it wasn't long after we actually looked away from it, to be fair. Out of the chicane, over the crest, around the outside. He's going to then be on the inside for the next chicane, the Villeneuve chicane, and it was nicely done. And that chicane, no matter how many times I look at it from even an onboard camera or an external camera, it just gets narrower and narrower, doesn't it?
Yeah, you feel like you have to really cut it to get it, but then you worry that, oh, did I cut it too much? Did I not cut it enough? That's the thing that always plagues these drivers' minds, and I'm sure that we've seen a few drivers picking up slowdowns up this at that corner especially, and you've seen now that Yellow the Strut and their GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing car coming out into third place themselves, and obviously the SimRC Club Sport cars have been swapping places, a lot on strategy, but it's also occasionally on track all race long. So we're going to be keeping eyes out on that battle for you for the top three in class and also overall.
Getting potential news here, sorry Edward, that the 900 car has been disqualified, and that is the Test Racing GT4 by Sickers BE. That's Peter Lemkens, and yes, it seems like that car is completely out of the race. So the ban hammer has ensued, and they are out by the look of it. Here's Ruben van Buell in the pit lane, and yep, it's confirmed. The 900 car has been slapped on the wrist very hard, and now that in the pit lane is our race leader, Fabrice Cornelis, with a very, very battered Radical. What has happened here?
I'm not entirely sure. Oh, it's just a mistake. It just gets a little bit of a wheel onto the grass when turning in. A very uncharacteristic mistake there from the SimTag Racing team. Fabrice Cornelis just trying to push the limits of the track too much. He's a racer and he tries to get the optimum line going far out as left as he dares. You're going to see on board exactly what happened. Just a little bit of a dip. Actually, I don't think it was onto the grass. I think it might have just been onto the painted white line there, so it's not very grippy at all. Just seemed to snag his car around and send him rearwards into the tyre barrier. Thankfully, he didn't seem too hampered by that and is now back out on track, but he has taken one of his two fast repairs and gets out of shape on pit exit. Did very well to hold it. Just, I think, locked up the brakes and managed to hold the slide, keep out of the wall. His car still looks perfectly fine now, but you don't know if he took a fast repair earlier on or if he still has one in the bank.
No, I think that'll be a fast repair, that. For how quickly that got sorted, and with the bodywork being sorted as well, that'll definitely be a fast repair, that one. He's lucky. He's lucky they've kept that, and the headlights have just come on, which we will see from all the cars now, which is a definite indication that this is getting darker and darker here, Edward, and it's only going to accelerate with how dark it gets. And this race is just going to look more and more interesting as it goes on. This is your current championship leader in the Porsche Cup class, the Bingoal by SimTag EMG car, and they've been quite untouchable really in terms of the Porsche class, and well, I think, if I'm honest, they just need to keep their heads at this point, but it's a long way to go still. There really is, and we're going to be saying that, I think, through our whole stint, to be honest, aren't we, Edward? So we'll have to apologise in advance to everybody, but there is a long way to go for all of these drivers. Only a quarter of the way through the race so far, and you know how quickly things can change, don't you?
Exactly. This is the bit of the race where I was going to say earlier on in this stream that we're going to see the drivers maybe take things a little bit easier, try and manage the race now that we're getting into the night stints. That's when the drivers tend to manage not only the fuel but also the tyres, manage their pace, keep eyes on the gaps in front of them and behind. But it doesn't really seem like that, has it, Chaz? Because time and time again we've seen cars getting involved in scuffles left, right and centre, and plenty of on-track fighting for position that we've seen, especially in that GT4 fight.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, in something like this, even if cars are in different classes to you, you sometimes have to be a little bit, get your words out, Chaz, you have to be a little bit fearless about trying to get round them, and sometimes just go for it and not worry about the traffic. And don't forget as well, I've just come from doing 6 hours on a pure GT3 race in the SimGrid 24 Hours of Spa. I did the first 6 hours of that race, and even then, with traffic all in the same class, that's on a Assetto Corsa Competizione, with all those cars being in the same class, even those guys were having massive issues getting past each other because, you know, they're all very similar in pace. It just comes down to the drivers. But I think in this race, around a circuit as tight as Zolder, to do 24 hours around here, if you're in one of the radicals, I mean, we'll go on board with Fabrice Cornelis, although he's not really near any traffic, but you'll see what I mean. He's pushing hard, though. He really is pushing that radical to its limit. But you'll see as the race goes on, and these drivers have to try and negotiate through all the slower cars, it's sometimes more difficult being in one of the faster machines, isn't it?
It certainly is. I've tried my hand at driving an LMP2 car once for some IMSA races and immediately decided, nope, I'm not going to do that because it takes a lot of mental strength to drive a top level car in the top class, the fastest class, because you need to be fully committed. You cannot do a little half-ass into a corner. You need to go full commitment. As we see Hendrik de Grave, I think that might be a hardware issue because he went around the corner fine, but then just kept continuing to turn right. So, unfortunately for Hendrik de Grave there, the Flemish Simsports DCR car has been involved in a heavy incident. And again, another bonk into the wall for good measure, but they were second place in class. So that's big dramas in the TCR division.
We'll go on board. And the thing is that that's really strange because a lot of the time, if you do have a hardware failure, the wheel will stick in one place. But look, it's wobbling. It's still moving around. You see what I mean? Like it wasn't stuck in one position, like completely. It was still wobbling as if there was feedback going through it.
It might be a potential graphical stutter or something. Maybe his screen froze and he was just turning around for the corner.
Potentially.
And then obviously not knowing what was coming up because his screen was frozen.
Yeah,
so
screen freeze. Anton Dupin's just confirmed it's screen freeze. We've had a bit of a tap there for Van der Slick, sorry. That's why it's not come up right. There's been issues with the overlay picking up his name because it's down as Van der Silk, not Van der Slick. So that'll be why then. Sorry, mate. But wow, that was a bit of a scary moment for him as well. To be honest, it's not easy to get these bits of traffic right. I mean, we've been there, both sides, haven't we, mate? It's scary sometimes, very scary.
Just seeing the replay again. Is this?
No. This is back to live now. We had 2 replays running, and then we're back to live. As something I probably should avoid doing, to be honest. But you know, here we are though. But it's great to be at Zolder for an event like this. I mean, you've seen all of the endurance races that go on these larger circuits like Daytona, Le Mans, and even places like Sebring. You know, having it on a smaller circuit like this at Zolder, where everything feels like it's all happening in such a small space. It's great because it gives you that claustrophobic feeling of, oh goodness me, there's a lot of drivers that are around me. There's a lot of trees, there's a lot of barriers. You can't make mistakes here, and I love that. It's not a forgiving circuit at all, is it?
Yeah, you really can't. I remember I think the last time I drove this circuit in the endurance setting was actually last year, I think, for I think it was Jimmy Broadbent doing his charity 24 Hours of Zolder. I was driving the GT1 Aston Martin, and yeah, as you mentioned, it's one that you can't really make mistakes on, even though we actually had, I think, 5 fast repairs for each of the cars. our team still didn't quite manage to make it through the entire race with a clean car. We still had to take, I think, the last few hours on a battered car because we'd used up all the safe fast repairs earlier on.
Oh, heck. Well, it's easy to do, mate. You know, you
Very
can
easy,
sometimes think that, oh, we'll be all right. You know,
Just go on.
Yeah, crack on, stuff it. If we put it in a wall, we put it in a wall. But that's me. That's the Audi leading their class. That's Kevin van der Slick, number 17 for G-Drive Racing Exemia. Just flashing his lights there. Maybe not the happiest person in the world with the Porsche that has gone through to lap him. But Hans Polmans leads the Porsche GT4 class in the Flemish Sim Sports machine. In the Porsche Cup class, it's still Simtag EMG Bingle by Simtag EMG. And Fabrice Cornelis, another Simtag car at the front. And it looks like a little bit of damage again, but I think these radicals, they're susceptible to damage on the curbs, aren't they, a little bit around here?
Yeah, they sit very, very low to the ground. When you go on board, you can just see how low they go as we see Jorn van der Akker coming into the pits. The track assist by JMV Services. Car not looking too damaged. We do see occasionally the rear wings being a bit bent out of shape, but I think that one's been carrying that damage from quite early on in the race, so he feels that that does not quite hamper his speed enough to warrant a fast repairs. We see Tim Jacobs as well coming into the pits, and this is the period where we might see tyre changes coming on. We can see a driver change coming on, so Dries Rochart is now taking over the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport entry, and we can see that they will be expected to take tyres as well.
They will indeed. And can you believe we've already been at this for half an hour? It's unbelievable. Brian Crowell's good mate of mine. He'll be on the stream as soon as he's out of that car. Trust me. Brian likes to follow my commentary adventures all over the shop. And I can't believe that I'm doing, within a month, I've done 3 24-hour races. That's quite scary, isn't it? It's just, I must be insane.
Takes one to know one, HS. Takes one to know one.
It does, mate. It does. Yes.
Oh, how close he's wanting to get now. Oh, just getting past, I think, the back marker traffic there. So that was not a fight for position, but that was still very close between the two TCRs. Sketchy moment for the driver in 4th place in TCR that needs to now get out of the way of the Radical and sending its way through. Again, another Radical with a rather bent up looking back end. That's Bobby Janssens there, just coming on through the fast racing team. Nice little colour scheme he's got going there, the nice shiny gold, and then the nice matte white and black. Beautiful, beautiful livery there.
Yeah, it is gorgeous with that metallic gold. Certainly does look good. And I mean, I always do this. Me and Jack Werrell are humongous fans of just going through all of the different spec maps and liveries and things. Same with Haase as well. And I think spec maps on a car like that, that's been done really nicely, that has been done really nicely. The matte black and the matte white as well. The chrome really highlights it. But I'm going to stop now because I've been painting too much Warhammer for the last few weeks, so I'm getting so used to paint schemes and highlights and bits. Speaking of, there's a very shiny Talk Freak Racing by Carrot Porsche. They're now 3.3 seconds off the class leader, having another little bit of a blink there. We've seen a couple of cars have it, but to be honest, considering how international this race is, it's not surprising, is it, that we'll get a few blinks here and there. It's to be expected.
Yeah, definitely is, as we see them now coming out of the final chicane, trying to get up into the slipstream there to get onto the Flemish Sim Sports GT4. So that's not the car we see at the front of the screen. There's another car in front of that. That's being driven by Hans Polmans, who's leading this class. Ben Kuipers, though, very good job at the moment to stay in 2nd place. You can just see as well, we've gone from being in the Radicals to the GT4s. It seems almost pedestrian. You can just see going past is one of the Radicals. It looks almost pedestrian when you go on board with the GT4. But I can assure you, having driven the car before, especially this Porsche variant, where it does seem to be a little bit loosey-goosey, it feels like you're on the ragged edge almost constantly. You can just hear now, oh, there goes a Porsche Cup. Just seems to be so slow, but I can assure you it definitely isn't, and I'm sure you'll agree, Chaz.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I drove this car when it came out, and it's a right barrel of laughs. You've got to be properly on edge to make sure you get it right, but it's certainly not slow by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, if you went in one of these and then went up against like the Pontiac Slowstis, for example, on iRacing, then you'd soon understand how quick the cars around this are right now. And here comes the number 13 G-Drive Racing Exemia car, Steve Clays, looking for a better result here. There's been certain teams in this championship that just haven't had it their own way in a lot of the rounds in this championship. G-Drive have had mixed fortunes in these Porsches. And even now, here you go, watch this. We'll go on board with Steve Clays, wait for the Radical. Watch this on the brakes. It's just going to be so much later that it just appears. Absolutely appears. I love it. Absolutely love it. And then Cinnabit boys, off he goes. That's just mad. And out of all the examples as well, your race leader showing us how it's done there. We've got Jen Goosens in the pit lane. But nobody going off track for a few laps, touch wood. But, well, we know how quickly that can turn around here, Ed. But, I mean, looking through the field, we've not seen every single car so far. Here's the BMS Motorsports machine, which once the metallic spec map works, it's a very good looking car, that is. Is there any cars that you seem to have a liking for?
I was about to try and highlight the BMS cars, both the Porsche and, of course, this lovely, lovely TCR car. I just love the nice sort of colour scheme, the nice grey, then sort of really stands out at you with the nice green highlights. Really fits the shape of the car, and the BMS boys have done a brilliant job on that paint scheme as well. Obviously, as we always keep mentioning, the Flemish Simsports GT4, the Talk Freak Racing cars done a very good job. But also, I believe I think it was the Edge eSports car, I think was one that was looking rather nice. That was being driven by Bart de Vos at the moment. I'll see if we can find it.
This one here.
Did you see? Yeah.
Yes.
Very nice little colour scheme on this one.
Big fan. Big fan of that. And I'm actually gutted at the moment. I mean, here's the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Radical. A lot of the Radicals are just black and red and yellow. Nothing wrong with that, but they're just, you know, there's the BMS Porsche just in front of it. But there's a team called Stasis, that Hasser and I have been an absolute... We've just been fanboying over it so much all season. It's a completely white Radical with all of these like bright, colourful paint splatters all over it, like the big paint splatters that take up almost a quarter of the car each. And they've all been completely chrome. There's red, yellow, green and blue and pink and orange on it. And it's not racing this time around. They've just been involved in so many incidents all season. But if any of you aren't watching that, well, are watching that haven't seen it before, sorry, please do go back and look after this broadcast, or obviously tomorrow, to look for that car, because honestly, Hasser and I fell in love with the thing, and you can see why when you see that car. The Sim RC Club Sport machine, this is quite a nice car as well. It's not so pretty at the moment, and Hasser apparently has mentioned that car 5 times already tonight, and I'm not surprised. This is another nice livery here, the Sim RC machine. A little bit worse for wear, but still, it's Clays. Oh, okay, so it's Clays, not Clays. Apologies. But yes, this is a prime example of what you can do with just basic yellow and black looking machine. It works, really does. And to be honest, these guys have been very fast as well. Patrick Young has been one of the stars of this machine, and they almost won. I think they almost won at Spa as well earlier in the year, but they just came so close, but it just didn't happen in the end.
You can see though the mobile roadblock of the Porsche trying to get past the other Porsche, the GT Cup, getting past the GT4. I mean, Patrick Young really had to get onto the brakes coming over the crest. I was worried there was going to be a sketchy moment there, but Patrick Young managed to navigate the traffic just about to perfection there, and has to navigate more traffic here because he's coming into the final chicane, gets past the Flemish Audi there, and now has to get his sights set. And you can just see, oh, I thought it was getting a little bit sketchy there over the exit curve. Thought he was going to get sent into orbit. No, held it nice and good, and now passes just so breezily, easily. He seems to just use his straight line speed, his acceleration, this Radical. It's a light, nimble little thing. Sits very low to the ground now. I don't know if I'd be ever wanted to pilot one of these absolute monsters of a machine around the Zolder circuit as we follow on board now. Just seeing how quick he's able to go through these corners, using all of the downforce to great effect. Sends it to this corner, which when you come to it, you do think you need to be slower than you actually can go around there. That's perfection. You see it. See you later. See you in about 2 laps. Goes right past him.
It's unbelievable, really is. And to be honest, these cars, while you'd probably think on the outside it looks planted and it looks absolutely just on rails everywhere, but it's just, they snap so easily. They just get away from it very, very easily. It's just crazy. In Le Mans as well, yeah, Thomas Smets has just mentioned this as well. This team at Le Mans were fantastic. They really were. It was a bonkers little race that we had there in the Virtual Belcar eSeries. But I wanted to bring your attention as well to one of Jack Werrell's favourite liveries on the grid, and that's the Pro Assist Sim Racing Porsche. This has got a gorgeous livery on it. Ruben van Buell driving this machine at the moment. The white, yellow and black with the big Belgian tricolour on top as well. Gorgeous looking machine, and it's what we'd call a realistic livery. Now, you and I haven't really discussed these before, Edward, but Obviously, in sim racing, you do get wackier liveries than you would have in real life, just because of the effort you have to go to wrap it and then re-wrap it if you damage it. But that Porsche right there is what we'd call a realistic livery, because you'd probably see that on a real car, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you definitely would, and that's something that I really like to see. Obviously, the realistic-looking cars out on the grid could do with a bit more of, I think, a touch-up. Could do a little bit more of the rear of it if I was going to be a massive critique. But you can just see how well it does manage to look. It's very simplistic, but sometimes that's key when making a good livery. As you can see there, I think there's a little bit of spec map work as well, potentially on the sponsorship on the side of the car, I think, but I could be wrong on that one.
Yeah, I think the whole thing's just slightly matte. I think that's it. Some of them, you know, it's hard to get a spec map right. I mean, I've done a lot of it in my very own series in the British Boring Car Championship for each team, and trust me, when you're trying to do it on every single car, make sure that every sponsor is glossy and you've got a matte section and a chrome section. Number boards are glossy as well. It's such a pain to get right. If you put the hard work into it, then it's good and it works. And I've just been reminded, I thought it was this one as well. I was going to ask Anton, because Anton knows everything. Let's face it, this is a real livery. This is based on the real livery of the car that Pro Assist run. Glenn Van Parijs races it in real life in Belcar. I didn't know whether it was this or whether it was one of the other ones. I think it might have been the Bengal one I was getting it confused with, because they both got the Belgian tricolour on it. But this is the real one. So thank you, Anton, for the confirmation.
Beautiful, beautiful livery. You can see why they would run it in real life as well. I'm sure that gets quite a few camera shots on it, just from how good it looks as well, with the Belgian tricolour on the top being car used, of course, in the Belcar itself. Beautiful, beautiful livery. As we come back now to Jon van der Akker, still a little bit out of shape on the rear, and you can see again coming up to another roadblock of a GT Cup car, trying to pass a TCR this time. I think that was the two. Is that the two G-Drive cars? Yeah, that was the G-Drive Porsche getting past the G-Drive TCR. That we did actually see the two of them have a bit of a coming together, I think, earlier on in the race, where I think the G-Drive Porsche got checked up a little bit by TCR in front, whereas the G-Drive TCR behind wasn't quite able to anticipate that, and then sent the poor Porsche just spinning around off into the gravel.
Easily done. We've seen teams make contact before. It's it's definitely something that's easier said than done, and it's a bit of a scary thing to have happen. But if I'm honest, I'm very impressed with how everyone's been getting on at the moment. There's been a bit of argy-bargy here and there, a few issues, but to be honest, you're going to get that, aren't you, in a field as big as this, with as many cars as this, around a circuit as small as this. So they're doing a really, really good job. Jelle Verstraeten at the moment, third place for GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. They've had two, the T2 cars, there's been a pair of them out in the radicals this season. There is not one here, I'm afraid, but this number 66 has been the one that's been getting on a little bit better than the other so far this season, and I think they're going to be very happy if they can hold on to this podium to the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big achievement in whatever class you're driving in to get a podium, and all of these drivers here out on track have been really giving it their all. We've been seeing just from the first, coming up to almost the 7-hour mark here. It's been flying by, but you can see that they've all been really going for it. But this car itself has done a very good job. You can see how it's having to manage traffic, how to get through and on board. I do love how the helmet of actually Jelle Verstraeten matches up quite well actually with the actual livery on the car. It's another little touch that I'm very happy to see. Oh. Just look at how much he just sends it through that chicane. It's just really using the downforce, but because you have to slow down as much as you have to do to get through that chicane, you lose a lot of the grip from the downforce because you're not getting the air forced over the top force underneath as well the car to really get you hunkered down. So Yale's just having to do that balancing act every single time he comes to that corner and does it very well. It's got to be said, just seeing them carving through the traffic as well. I'm going to keep saying this, but it boggles the mind just how fast these radicals are, especially when you just see how small they are, just shooting on by you.
Oh, apologies. My microphone was just muted on stream then for a second. I think that's me getting mixed up with when it was muted and when it wasn't. But the BSR, I was just about to say, that you mentioned earlier, with how quick these radicals are, they were actually doing a radical series for a while as like a winter series, and I had a go thinking, yeah, I'll take part in this series and see what I can do. This car is so much more difficult to drive than you can imagine. It is so twitchy and it is so all over the place. When you get all over it, it's frightening. Really, it's frightening. And yes, guys, apologies for the broadcast mic going quiet there. I've got a button just so it mutes on the stream, so sometimes I can still see that I'm speaking in Discord, but I've actually got the broadcast full screen in front of me rather than having the audio monitored there. So I'll keep an eye on it for you. But apologies for that. It's me trying to get used to a stream deck and a new headset, I suppose. But is what it is. But still, Verstraeten is doing a good job of making his way through this traffic at the moment, and you can see just how much that light is dying down, so it's only going to get more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, especially as we are coming up to, I think we're a quarter of an hour away from the 7-hour mark, and you can just see, it's a good view actually seeing on board with Yellow Verstraeten here, because you can just see how small he is compared to the might of the big Audis, the big TCR cars that you just have to go past there. It's really, you don't notice it a lot when you're seeing the cars out on track in the camera views, but when you're in the car, you do get acutely aware of just how small you are compared to some of the other cars around you. This time you can just see them getting down the inside of a Porsche Cup car and then just blitzing off into the distance. It's just beautiful onboard shots all around here.
Yeah, it's great, and look at that. It's just the speed differential. I love it. It just makes it even more exciting, you know. I don't know if anybody, well, I'm sure most people, if they are a fan of this series and a fan of Zolder, I think if you haven't seen the video of the gentleman that takes the 1998 Arrows Formula 1 car to a track day at Zolder, then you haven't lived, because he has an absolute wonderful time in that thing. He's just flying past everything. There's even an onboard from a an old classic mini race car that's out on track. He's going down the back straight just down to the first chicane, and to have an Arrows Formula 1 car fly past you at full whack must have been amazing. Bart Levens has just had an issue going into the chicane. That's not the first and not the last time we're going to see that, is it, Edward?
Yeah, he seemed to lose it, then got a little bit of a helping hand, I think, at the final part there. He still seemed to get a little bit of an extra nudge, but I think he managed to get through just about all right, did Bart, so didn't seem to suffer too much damage there as he come back to yellow, trying to cross the line and passing yet another TCR car on his way.
Well, what we'll do is we'll just have a quick rundown then of the overall order. We'll go through the top 5 in each class. Fabrice Cornelis leads the race overall for SimTag Racing. We'll give you the team names on the left as well. Then it's SimRC Club Sport in second position in the number 3 machine. Jelle Verstraeten, who we've been looking at for the last few laps, for the GHK E-Racing by T2. Go on, through the middle. There you. No, he doesn't. Good lad. Nice and safe. Don't listen to Chaz. Don't listen to Chaz. Robbie Janssens for Fast Racing Team, currently in 4th in the number 7. There he goes. With Traxxas by JNV Services in 5th in the Radicals class. Then it's Colin Carisani, or Carisani. Brilliant name, to be fair, if I could get it right. Elon Bockhork is 2nd for ASK Valenti Racing in the Porsche class, with Ruben van Buel in 3rd for Pro Assist Sim Racing. We then have G-Drive Racing Exemia, number 15, Pim Bao, in 4th position. Andries Rohart, who we saw getting into the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car a little bit earlier. And Edward, if you could take us through the TCR and GT4 classes, please. But obviously in the reverse order, because I'm an idiot.
Yeah, of course, GT4 first up, and it's Hans Polman's there, the Flemish Team Sports GT4 car livery that pretty much all of us here at SimRacersworld love to see, leading the class in GT4. Just behind, though, is the other livery that we love to see, Torque Freak Racing car, That's Ben Kuipers in the Talk Creek Racing by Carrot entrant. Look how close he's getting as well. This is a battle that we're going to probably come to straight away as soon as we've done the rundown. And then just behind them, Euro and Valter, who for me is still showing as a GT Cup. But on the stream, it's showing as a GT4, so that's all that matters for you guys. Joe and Valter, Scuderia Sim Racing entrant there, the number 14 car. And then just behind them is Bart de Vos in the Edge Esports car, currently in 4th place. And then just behind them, Sen Lassen's the GTE ABK Racing. And lovely livery there that I think we need to shine a little bit of a light on as well at some point during this race, because you can just see how the gloss comes up there from the little red trim on the bonnet there. Oh, that's absolutely beautiful job there.
Tasty. Very tasty
but
indeed.
We're getting sidetracked now. We need to go to the TCRs. And we have Flemish Simsport TCR leading the way. That's Hendrik de Grave up in front, the 102 car. Just behind them, though, is the 17 car, Dry Racing Exemia 17. That is being driven by Ben Thanes there, the Belgian driver himself, in 2nd place. Just behind them is Janos Zisnor, if I can pronounce that.
I usually go for Shiner on that one. I'm sorry to him if I get it wrong.
It's one of those two, hopefully, or we could be both wrong. Let's see. But it's the Simtag Racing driver, 3rd place in class. A nice standard little livery there, red and white, always a good combination. We have the red, white, and black car though. Jeremy Hessel's in 4th place. The Dynamic Simulators red entrant there, the number 11 TCR. A little bit bumped up on the bonnet by the seams of things, but still seems to be going rather strongly in 4th place. And then 5th position, Jens Goossens, Radeon Motorsport by QSR. Lovely livery there, white and green. If you know me, you know my favourite colour is a nice bright green like that, so he's getting in my good books for that one. But I think, Chaz, that's all of the grid done. We can focus now on some nice liveries here. Get back to Hans Polman's, that Flemish Simsport GT4, because you can see just behind him, Ben Kuipers is going to be filling up his rear view mirrors with his bright shiny headlights and his bright shiny blue GT4 car.
And I'd love a battle box that knows exactly what we want to look at, because there you go. We'll go with that. You can see the battle box in the bottom right of your screen. 15th place overall, 1st place in class that we're going to be fighting for here then, between these pair. And these GT4s, like Edward was saying before, they are fast. They really are. But they look slow in comparison. Ready for it? There goes a Radical. Bye, mate. That's ironically the fast racing team that's just gone past as well. Down the inside into the Villeneuve chicane, and that upsets the Flemish car. So here comes Talk Freak Racing. There you go. You get a big backside in your face. Put a round thing in your face, you get stung, don't you? That's wow. That was very close there. Loving that. This could change this battle completely here, and we've said, haven't we, all along in any endurance race that we've covered here on Simracersworld TV, how important traffic is. And this is one of the moments that really shows you now, not just for the cars that are trying to catch traffic and get through it. It's Ben Thanes has just had an issue. What's happened to Ben? We've had a couple of cars with some issues here, so we're just going to have a look back and run through some of them. Is it just the weight transfer again, front wheel drive? Oh, it's bouncing around. Yep, and there it goes. Nice avoidance by the Pro Assist car. Thies Vandenberg had issues as well. Oh, he's been pushed off there by one of the Radicals. And again, by one of the Radicals into the wall. That's an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Willem Meyer had a real issue in the BMS Porsche. Sorry, mate. That's a nice big drift there. Oh, it flicks the other way. And I think he got a tap off the Audi there, maybe. That's a real shame. Let's just have a quick... Let's go to Blimpy Boy. Just see if we can tell. No, we'll go to Chopper. Is there a tap from the Audi? No, there isn't.
Oh.
Just a bit, only just not. That was very sketchy there. And he gets going again. But yeah, Ben Thanes really had to wait around there to try and get back on circuit. And it shows as well that that BMS car, he's not really had a very good time, have they? They're down in 28th overall, behind 5th in class in the TCRs. So they've got a lot of work to do. If they're going to even catch the last place car in their class, they've got to catch up 28 minutes to this car. Steve Clays are almost half an hour behind, mate.
Yeah, I believe, though, at one stage of the race, I think they were in the top 3, that BMS Porsche. But just sadly, I think they caught into a massive collision there with, I think there was a stationary or spinning around GT4 car just coming out of turn 4, I think. And they just got absolutely just sent. It was very unfortunate. They managed to nurse it back to the pit lane, but they were not having a good time with things. We see Steve Clay's locking up a little bit into the Villeneuve chicane, but manages to just about get the car on the straight and narrow. But good job as well for the GG Racing car that we have been mentioning. Has been the wars a little bit, been very unfortunate this time out, but it's glad to see them all getting back on track and not giving up. That's the other thing I like to mention as well, that the Virtual Belcar, there seems to be a good spirit in this little community, a good spirit overall in from all of the drivers, that even when they do come into hardships, even when they do get involved in incidents, they still want to get it through and bring it home to the flag, because they know that this is the final round of the championship. And it's good to finish no matter where you do, but even better, of course, if you can finish on a high.
Yeah, it's all about these comeback drives, isn't it? You see it a lot in endurance racing where teams try their very best to get back from an early incident. We've got Ben Kuipers, by the way, still chasing down Hans Polmans. So this Talk Freak Racing and Flemish Simsports racing battle still going on at the moment. And to be honest, I think that there's a bit of a stalemate here, because when these guys try and get through traffic, or try and get out of the way of traffic at least, they've got to really think, right, how can I get out of the way of this car, not hinder them, but also not hinder my own race? Because sometimes you'll see sometimes that they'll wait for a certain point to try and get out of the way, and then follow the faster car through past the car that they're battling in their own class, if that makes sense. It's a bit of an odd one to have, isn't it?
Yeah, as well, a lot of times you can see them sometimes sending the cars around their outside when they're trying to get through on the inside to cover off from the cars behind, and that's not what you really want to be doing. You want to be making sure that you don't really fight the other cars going into any of the braking zones, especially the faster ones, because that's when your race can be ended very much in tears. So we'll see exactly how that's going to play out as we see when Kuipers trying to get this turn one hooked up, because he does seem to have good pace, but I'm just not sure if he's going to be wanting to send any moves, or if he's going to be playing the smart game and maybe potentially saving a bit of fuel, maybe saving a bit of tyres when following behind the 103. But you can just see going through turn 2 and 3 now how much closer Ben is getting to Hans Polmans there up in front. Get a good run as well through turn 4. This could be his chance, as long as he doesn't get out onto the grass, onto the gravel. He just about gets there, but is looking now left and right, trying to put him off potentially into the braking zone. You're going to see here, this is a really crucial point to get right, which he just about does, but so does the Flemish Simsports GT4 car. So they're just keeping, as you mentioned, in this tight stalemate, and neither one of them really wanting to pull the trigger. So I'm guessing it might be more about race management for Ben Kuipers.
Yeah, I suppose so. The thing is, though, you could try and get past at this point and send the message and be like, look, we're fast. Just talk about sending messages. Fabrice Cornelis has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:22.16. And the last lap by Patrick Young in second place was a 1:24.2. So that's 2.1 seconds quicker. Obviously traffic, yeah, that's traffic involved as well. But still, wow, that's a hell of a time by Fabrice Cornelis, and his rival here stuck right. It's like being in sort of middle of a city with loads of skyscrapers around you in a radical like that, isn't it? With this Porsche and the Audi. He's like, get out of the way, I need to crack on. I've got a race to try and win. At the moment, it's not looking like it's going to go that way. We've got cars around in the background just trying to go through, navigate into the pits. That was Jelle Verstraeten just coming in. And, well, the BMS car...
So that's third position.
It was, yes, third overall, that. Jelle Verstraeten just coming in the pits. This is still the closest battle on track, by the way. Kuipers and Polmans are still just going to be stuck together for quite a while, I think. We may have to keep an eye on it. But if I'm honest, I'm still amazed that after nearly 7 hours of racing, we've been here for nearly an hour already, to be honest, Edward. That's pretty amazing in itself. The fact that after 7 hours of racing, there's only 0.4 of a second between two cars in the same class for the lead of said class as well. That's bonkers, isn't it?
That certainly is. You can just see coming through the Villeneuve chicane, like, it gets really quite over the curves. You would have thought that potentially that could be a slowdown, but it doesn't seem to be at the moment. So good job from him. But the gap is starting to increase a little. Oh, apologies there. I had a bit of a burp coming on that I didn't want to horrify you all with. Didn't want to unleash the beast on you all, so I had to try and quickly stifle that. We can see Ben Kuipers does seem to drop back a little bit through certain areas of the track, and then catch right back up. So I'm guessing this is just down to gap and pace management from Ben, trying to look after his tyres, trying to save a bit of fuel perhaps. and then try and get the move done potentially in the pit lane battle. So we'll keep an eye and see when these drivers are coming into the pits and see if Ben Kuiper's strategy is going to pay off in the end.
Just have to be so careful though, don't you? Because all it could take is one little bit of a risk when you're letting some traffic go past you, and it can completely upset your race, or even take you out of the battle for a lead. And these guys need to think about the championship overall, don't they? There's implications. That's the thing. I mean, I was saying this earlier as well when I was on the Assetto Corsa Competizione broadcast for the Sim Grid. It's not just a one-off event. There's a championship to think about here as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as it stands in GT4, I think the Torque Freak Racing car is pretty much safe. They've got 100 points. And the nearest car is, of course, the car that's leading this race, the Flame Simracersworld GT4 car. But I think, actually, because it's the final round, there are, I think they give points every 6 hours, and then I think points at the 12 hours. And I think points at the 24, if I'm right in thinking. Obviously, you can correct me on that.
So, yeah. I know I've had to come for another race to do this one, so I don't think everyone could sort of what would it be like? Count on me. The G, the Annick Van Blair is saying, can you tell me in the lifetime in the third column which says G with the green and orange numbers, what does that mean? That's positions gained, but at the moment, because I've joined partway through the race, it loaded all the cars in a certain order and jumbled them up. So at this point, that means nothing, I'm afraid. That just does not mean anything. So you can ignore that one. That's how many positions they gained from when I joined the server. So what it does is, whenever it joins the server, it's whatever order they crossed the line in that time round, and then it quickly sorts them into race order. So if anything, it was just an indication of what the traffic was like when I joined the server about 2.5 hours ago. But yeah, there's a lot of columns on that timing screen that may not mean much to any spectators. A lot of the time it's just to help us, really, isn't it, Edward? Just in case we need to pick out some finer details.
Yeah, we can somehow make out the mess of numbers, especially all of the numbers on the right. You can see them changing and swapping if you're on the live time and all these different things. The ones to look out for mainly is the one that says int, and you can see the close interval between Hans Pollens and Ben Kuipers when it's in this little orange colour. That shows that they are within a second of each other, how close they are, and you can see the battle starting to form on track, because they're getting closer and closer, Chaz, but they just don't seem to be wanting to really tussle for it, which I suppose is the smart thing to be doing this stage in a 24-hour race. But it's all about, I think, the mind games coming into effect between the two drivers, as we see now 907 Stage 1 Racing Belcar car trying to make its way through, causing a little bit of dramas there in the traffic. That's dropped back the Torque Freak Racing car a little bit, making him lose out. And then we can see Fabrice Cornelis making his way through there now. So all of the radicals just wanting to break through. And now you can see, I think, is that the SimRC car? No, I think that is... who is that coming into the pits? Is that our race leader?
No, it's Stage 1 Racing Belcar that's just come in.
So yes, that's Roy Mask making his way into the pits. Bottom of the radicals, but still going strong, which is what we like to see. I think further behind as well, we've seen Steve Clays coming into the pits as well. Yeah, the Drew Drive Porsche, what we've been saying, has been involved in the wars a little bit now, coming into the pits. Doesn't seem to be too damaged, so we won't be expecting any fast repairs to be coming, but potentially a bit of a tyre change. I'm not entirely sure what the track temperature is at the moment, Chaz, but I'm sure you can let us know that.
Yes, we do have a weather button somewhere. I'll find it one day. Here you go, on the right-hand side.
Wait.
Temperature at the moment is 18 degrees air temperature, 20 degrees track temperature, and the sim is set to be July the 1st, 2020. The in-sim time is 10:15 at night. So basically, it's like summertime, basically. And it means that it'll go darker a little bit later, which means we'll have less running at night than we would if the race was being run now. But one of the beauties of iRacing in recent times, after they've sorted the UI, is that you can set the exact dates in terms of sim time. Now, I've been using that in a series that I run, which has differing conditions for each round of the championship, and we are using the real dates as well. So when it gets into a race meeting that's later on in the day, you do get the sun setting very quickly, around 4 p.m. in the UK, because it's all at British circuits. So it's great that it can simulate that much, isn't it? I mean, since iRacing brought in the dynamic sky and the changing weather conditions like that, it's just been a joy, hasn't it? It's one of the things it was missing for so long, But I mean, look at the lighting now, how that Radical lights up the back of the G-Drive Audi. It looks phenomenal.
It's absolutely beautiful, and you just need to have watched the British touring car round actually last time out at Snetterton to see how much of a difference it makes with the races being done this late in the year when the track starts to get a bit darker, when the sun starts to set, and it's really a beautiful part. I wish more races in motorsport were done in around about this sort of little sunset, little twilight zone where you can just see the light cascading off of all of these cars, off this nice shiny Bingo Simtag GT3 Porsche Cup car. Lovely, lovely little orange livery and a nice little bit of sheen as well on the side of the car as you can see it come through. Nice, a little bit of spec map usage done there as we see him lock up a little bit there into the Villeneuve chicane, but nothing too dramatic there for the Simtag EMG GT3 car.
Yeah, it's easy to get carried away when you're in amongst the traffic, isn't it? We're going to continue to say that all the way through. We'll go on board with the number 63 machine right now. Great to be back on board with this car, though. I do love these Porsche Cup cars. They're a real handful to drive. I remember when they first came to iRacing.
Sorry, just got a car across. There's a fastest lap, 21.9. So we're now into the 21s for Reece Cornelis, the Simtag Racing driver. Sorry to cut across you there, Chaz, but I just noticed that, and that was a storming lap time by the Simtag car there. I think he's getting a bit lighter on fuel, so we might expect to see him potentially coming into the pits sometime soon.
Well, the track's getting darker, and the car is getting lighter, if anything. He's absolutely on it. Bram Rennie is saying the Spa 24 had a very long night race time. Was that the real life one or the sim racing one, mate? I think he means the sim racing one, based on what Thomas Schmetzer said in response. They did use the real dates for it, so that will be why. They had to sort of reflect that as best they can, and that's the thing, you know, we can simulate it as well as possible with things like iRacing, a set of Corsa Competizione, R-Factor. I'm not going to get into the whole which sim's better than the other because I'm sick of that. I'm sick of talking about that on streams and endurance races. But they all good. They are all good for the real thing. And yeah, of course they had a long night race time because it was later in the year. You know, it felt like they were racing forever in the dark. It's the real event, and it just shows you how much of a difference the time of year makes. And as Edward mentioned a moment ago, the British Touring Car Championship at Snetterton recently was just great to watch. Really was great to watch.
Brilliant.
The cameras may sporadically change a little bit because I just want to test out here what the sim does when you click focus on crashes, because it does look around quite a bit. This is Thies van den Berg, and it does change cars quite often, doesn't it? Jens Goossens down the inside. It picked up where a crash was going to happen. Tell you that. That was one of the Audis there, just trying to avoid them. Back with Ruben van Buell though. We're going to take this manually right now, everybody. Apologies for the sporadicness. We're not going to let the cameras do their own thing. But 7 hours into this race now, Edward, just over an hour since we joined in. And, well, it's been an action-packed first hour indeed, hasn't it, mate?
It certainly has. And I was about to actually mention when you were talking about the Spa 24, was that I wish they did the thing that they were initially saying they would have done, which was because when they had to delay it due to the current global climate and everything going on, I think they initially said it was going to be the 25 hours of Spa due to the daylight savings being added for the extra hour.
Oh, yeah.
But I think in the end, they did actually go down to the 24-hour format. I think there might have been a few teams that spoke out a little bit against that, but that would have been an absolute spectacle to have seen a 25-hour endurance race, and I think for the first time ever, a 25 Spa-hour race.
I was going to say, because the Citroën 2CVs hold the record for the longest ever motor race when they went to 25 hours. I think it was at Snetterton a few years ago. We've had an issue for Hans Blankart in the Radical. Oh, just a bit too much right foot. And that, just look, watch, we're going to go back to slow-mo for a second. Watch how little this car comes off the ground when it unsettles it here. It's the tiniest little hop, but that's all it takes to unsettle a Radical. There, that's literally it. And it's around. What an absolute pig. What an absolute pig.
Because it's so low down to the ground, it just bottoms out from the smallest little bumps, doesn't it, Chaz? It's just, I would never be able to drive that car because I'd be just spinning around at almost every opportunity, just like Willem Meyer just did there in the GT3 Cup car. So unfortunately, the BMS is having its evening go from bad to worse. Managed to get around nicely, though, spin itself around, get back pointing in the right direction, and get out without causing too much dramas for anyone else. But yeah, that's another car that I wouldn't be able to drive. I think the only one I could potentially drive is the TCR. But as you know, Chaz, from commentating my exploits in that car, it wouldn't be very good.
It'd be a laugh, I'll tell you that. It'd be a laugh, mate. We've got cars going off all over the place here. Thomas Schmetzer said they've had a yearly 25-hour race in the Fun Cup. It was the Fun Cup that did the 25. I apologise, Thomas, as that's a big moment for Thies Vandenberg. Into the wall, and we've seen that Audi go around a lot there, haven't we, mate?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of cars going around there, to be honest. We've just seen, of course, the Radical have a bit of a spin. That was the Stage 1 racing car. And then we've just seen, again, the Dynamics TCR having a similar issue. Just seems to jump a little bit too much over the anti-cuts, and that's probably the reason why the anti-cuts are there, to penalise you from cutting too much and sending you right around. So that's very good to see that the track is punishing, as well as, of course, our race stewards are putting out decent punishments as well, making sure that drivers are staying clean and careful. And something that's been clean and careful has been this battle for the class lead. Ben Kuiper's getting up behind Hans Polmans, but not really making anything done, making any daring manoeuvres. He's just keeping this gap in around about the second mark, just making sure that you can capitalise if there are any mistakes. But it doesn't seem that the Flemish Simsports GT4 driver up in front is capable of making mistakes. Hans Polmans has been absolutely on it, it's got to be said, since we've come on about an hour ago.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stalemate, but I think it's just going to take something to give. Oh, Kemal Yagizoglu's gone off. What's happened to his Porsche? Maybe... Oh, he's had a few little offs here, actually. There's been something go on. He's been off the circuit, on the circuit. A bit too much gravel. Flicks it one way, then the other. He's going to... okay, so this is what's going to happen. He's going to go off the circuit at this end. Then he's going to go off the circuit at the other end. And that's why. We've had an issue, though, for Colin Carasani, who has stopped the car. Oh, into the wall goes Camille. What a nightmare. What's happened to Carasani? I think he might be coming through at some point soon, because he's in the bingo car. That's him there. What's happened to him? Has he had a moment after this? Into the chicane. We'll stay with him. He has just gone in too hot, and it's gone around. Please don't hit him. Nice avoidance. Oh. Nice avoidance by the other pair there. That could have been a nasty accident, that one, couldn't it?
Fabrice Cornelis has just set the fastest lap again at 21.75. This man is absolutely on a mission. It's got to be said, oh, I thought he was going to get a moment there, but he seems to be able to cut the chicane when no other Radical seems to be able to. He just seems to keep his wheels straight, I think, which is the thing to do. Just going over that little bump on the exit, on that right-hand curb, seems to do it very nicely, and he's absolutely charging. It's got to be said, this could be another fastest lap as long as he's not held up by this TCR car, which I think sadly he might be getting done. Yeah, he's going to have to go down to the inside, so unfortunately Fabrice may be hampered a little bit, but still, just see how much he's sending it through there. He's absolutely on the ragged edge. You would have forgiven him for thinking this was a 10-minute race by the fact he's just sending it through every single corner, as we see a bit of a lock-up further in front from one of the Radicals. I think that is that the...
I think that's the Fast Racing Team machine.
Fast Racing, yeah. So
either that,
Fast Racing.
or it could even be... It's actually, no, it's the car that they're ahead of in terms of position. It's the SimRC machine. That's second place in the race. Look at the speed difference between Fabrice Cornelis and Patrick Young. You just can't do anything about him. Cannot do anything about him. Down the inside goes Fabrice. Whoa, he has to get out of the way there. I think they both went round the slower car. Oh, that was very scary. We might have to go back a little bit on this and just have a look. Yeah, we are going to be here for a moment, but bear with us just so we can have a quick look at this.
You just see the speed difference now. See how much he gains through the first corner.
Scary stuff. But here we go then, everybody. This is how it looks from the outside. We didn't quite see the SimRC car on the left-hand side, but he'll come back into shot all of a sudden. I think they went one either side and then closed up because the SimRC car wanted to go to the right. Here you go. Yeah, he did. Whoa! They both got out of it as well, so great awareness. Really good awareness. But wow, scary stuff.
Absolutely spooky on, well, October the 31st, the night of many spooks, and that was certainly one of them.
It was indeed. Happy Halloween, everyone.
Happy Halloween, yeah. Managed to make sure he didn't have any brown trouser moments there and managed to keep his car just about on the straight and narrow. And well, what a drive that this SimTag Racing has done. They've already managed to get, I think, a few laps now onto the SimRC. I'm not actually sure how many laps ahead they are. I'd say, I'd have a guess at maybe 3 at this point in the race, but I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to be totally honest with you. But, well, Fabrice Cornelis really handling. But all of the Simtag racing drivers have been putting in a brilliant show of things to get this gap to where it is at the moment. And just look at it. He's every single apex he's hooking up. He doesn't seem get my words out, Ed. Doesn't seem to be making any mistakes whatsoever. It always just seems to be cars getting a little bit out of shape. But look at this train in front. Going to follow on board with him now just to see how he navigates here. Just going to the inside. Oh, a tight squeeze. He's going to fit through. Yeah, just like using the small stature of his Radical to good effect there. Slotting down the inside now comes through Villeneuve chicane. Gets a good job through there. Now going to look down to the inside of this Dynamics Porsche. Good job carving his way through there. Again, he's going to look left. Is he going to look right? No, he's going to have to wait behind there because, again, it's the Porsche roadblock. The GT3 Cup cars always seem to just block off. Oh, that was close under the brakes, though, as you heard Chaz have a bit of a hold of breath there. Just look at it, though. He just carves through almost effortlessly. This is brilliant to watch and a brilliant onboard lap from this Simtag racing car. Just carving through. How many cars is that in one lap? About 13 by the looks of things. That was brilliant.
That was insane. We do have to change what car we're on board with, though. A little bit more sedate here, but we're on board with Hendrik de Grave. And he is chasing that pesky orange and white G-Drive Racing Exemia Audi in front of him there of Ben Thayens. And it's just... This is just nice and chill in comparison. The thing is that these guys are still pushing so hard to get these Audis around. It's pretty bonkers. And here we go, there's a Radical ready. Or is it? No, it's one of the Porsches. There he goes. But this battle for the TCR lead, this is another enticing one, similar to the battle in the GT4 lead, which is still going on as well. Only 1.3 seconds, and it's 1.3 seconds in the Porsches as well. That gap can just yo-yo so much, can't it?
It really can. You can see the onboard, how much speed he's getting up to. Just about 200 Ks before he has to slam onto the brakes, get into the corner, but misses it up just absolutely. Has a bit of a moment there, clatters over the curbs. So I'm not sure if he's picked up any damage as a result, but he's certainly picked up a slowdown that he's going to be trying to serve now on the run-in through. I think he probably actually served it because he was so hampered on exit. So Hendrik de Grave losing out a little bit in this battle, and that's just because he's trying to fight his car so much, trying to catch up to the G-Drive Racing Exemia 17 car. But as a result, when you are pushing, when you are trying to catch up, these mistakes can slowly start to creep in, and that's something you really want to be avoiding in a 24-hour race, is mistakes.
That's it. It's all about the consistency. It is all about the consistency. And actually, it was Ben had took the lead on the previous lap. I thought it was de Grave catching up, but no, Ben Thayens retook the lead in class in that previous lap there. So that is why the gap is opening up. But still, Hendrik is going to be pushing as hard as he can to try and close that gap up. Once again, across the line goes the RS3. And, I mean, I know that the RS3 TCR car was brought in because of, obviously we all know iRacing is very American and has a lot of ties over there with IMSA. And because this car took part in the Michelin Pilot Challenge with IMSA, that's why we do have it on the service. But I think everybody is crying out for another TCR car, please, at some point soon, iRacing. So with the touring car leagues we have, we can make it so they're not just one make series anymore, and we can have some proper touring car racing on the go, because we've seen other sims with TCR cars and touring cars, and the racing's just epic, isn't it? It really does simulate real life. And I think with how iRacing is as well, it'd be a joy, especially if they're tanks like the Audi TCRs are. You can have a good bit of contact in these and get away with it, can't you?
You really can. I'm not sure if I don't think we are using new damage model, but even with a new damage model on these TCRs, you can really just give a bit of rubbing and racing, which is what these touring cars are kind of built for. They're built for close quarters, door-to-door and wheel-to-wheel, well, racing, almost combat, you could call it, when you see these touring cars really going at it, hammer and tongs. And you can see Hendrik Grave. They've done a really good job, it's got to be said, though, iRacing on this TCR car. When it first came out, it was an absolute joy to drive, and it still is. They did, I think, it might have been this season or last season, make a bit of a change to the tyre parameters, which did upset the balance a little bit, but iRacing did manage to listen to the community, managed to give back, and managed to keep the car at the same state it is, while still giving that extra nuanced tyre sort of model that they've been putting out. So brilliant job to them, and brilliant job for all the drivers here, especially in the TCR class, because I'm sure you and I know very well that it's definitely, while it is a front-wheel drive touring car, it does take a different driving style, and one that everyone can drive it, but it takes a lot of skill to drive it fast, I think.
Yeah, you've got to have a lot of patience to drive this car quickly. That's the thing. It's really far from easy to get this thing absolutely on the edge, because, well, without tipping it over anyway. And I think as the night comes in as well, it's going to be harder to do, because these guys all have to think about all of the traffic that's going to be overtaking them. They are essentially the bottom class, not by any of their own fault. Doesn't mean they're any worse. It's just obviously the car itself just doesn't hand itself to being as quick as these radicals. We've got Pimbao in the pit lane in the number 15 Porsche. He's been just in the box for about 20 seconds now. This is still going on though here, Edward, and I'll call you Ed. Sorry, mate. But my middle name's Edward as well, so we can sort of share that little thing going on. But Polman's he's just holding that gap at the minute, but part of me just thinks that Kuipers is the quicker of the two. It's just that the traffic is just hindering him a little bit more than Polman's. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, you just saw on board, Kuipers really gained a lot through that chicane, and again, you're going to see through here. He does seem to be stronger through these tight twisty bits, but it also could be potentially down to setup. Maybe on these longer flowing corners, as we see Ben Kuipers has to get out, and again you see, as you mentioned, he loses out a lot in traffic, whereas here, you can see the Radical's going to be well past into the braking zone. So up in front, Hans Polman can take the normal braking racing line and not lose out hardly at all. So it's been very unfortunate for Ben. You've got to be feeling for the guy, but he knows in his heart of hearts that he has the pace, and as long as he bides his time, as long as he manages this, I think it's going to be a question of, well, when, not if, he's going to be able to get past and into the lead of this race.
Yeah, you just need to pick up the right opportunity, don't you? Try and take advantage of every single thing that you can, and a lot of the time, we've seen this in sim racing in general, that you do get, even in real motorsport actually, I'll extend it to that sometimes races can be won by traffic and other cars having an influence on your race, not just the pace of you and your drivers. There's so many more elements involved in sim racing and endurance racing, where you've got all of the different drivers, you've got the different levels of pace, you've got the different setups, you've got the different conditions. It's amazing. Mark Fletcher has just joined us in the YouTube chat. Great to see you, Mark. Hope you well, mate. Hope you're having yourself a good day and a good evening. And, well, me and Ed are certainly having a good time here. It's pretty crazy. I'm just amazed that we can go racing in such a convincing way. And, I mean, we've just literally Thomas Schmetz. I swear he can read my mind. He says this is pretty similar with the real-life race in terms of how it is to look at and how it is to watch. And I mean, look at it now, how pretty iRacing has become. When they did that day-night transition, they really worked off their backsides off in terms of getting all the lighting right, the reflections of the car got a revamp, and the depth of field, and we love it. We really do. I'm going to go on about it a lot, so please do forgive me. But just from going from ACC to this before, it really does become almost a real spectacle. I mean, I've been speaking to David Addison a lot over lockdown, been commentating with him as well, and you know, he holds his hands up and says that when you see the graphics of these things, you see how realistic you look. He says that it's easy to look at it and think, I'm watching a real race, I'm watching the real thing, and he says it's been very impressive, and I think we all agree. Brian Crowles, by the way, hello, he's in the YouTube chat. I told you he'd be there. Good to see you, Brian. I hope you're well, mate. But yes, to be honest, we've had a really good first hour, and well, it's hour and 20 minutes now. I've probably been talking for 20 minutes straight. I've not really even realised it, to be honest, Ed. But it's just great to be here doing this on Simracersworld TV, and to be joining up, obviously, with Belcar and all of their partners with Skylim events as well. It's just it's a hell of a partnership to be a part of, isn't it?
It certainly is. And you've been mentioning that you've been having talks with David Addison about the difference between real-life motorsport and, of course, the sim racing. I was actually having a talk with Andy McEwen, who does British GT commentary and also
Yes.
UK TCR commentating, and he was actually talking to me a little bit on the. I think he was actually part of me with the BSR last week, because of course Jack Oliphant was unavailable. He's been moving house. Wishing him all the best. He's also a member, of course, of the Simracersworld TV family. So big shout out to him. Hope his house moving is going well. We were talking actually and saying that it does really shine a good light, especially with all of this. James Baldwin coming through into British GT, world's fastest gamer, shows that sim racing is just as difficult and just as demanding and requires the same sort of skill set as real life racing does. And it's brilliant to see that the transition is coming through. And as you mentioned as well, it was almost like you were watching a real race. Try to say that 3 times fast. But what I always think is that while the cars and the tracks may be virtual, the one thing that is real is the racing. Because what would you call as a real race? I'd call this definitely a real race.
Well, that's it. I was talking before to the guys in the Assetto Corsa Competizione broadcast that we have had that phrase coined by Jimmy Broadbent as well, obviously, that the cars and the actual circuits may not be real, but the racing is, and there's real emotion behind it. There's real people that are doing it all, and they have to they turn the wheels, they press the pedals, they press all the buttons, they do everything that you would normally need to do. The only thing you don't get is the actual physical G-force sensation from these cars, and this is what gives me a lot more respect even for the guys that do this in real life. I've done a couple of 24-hour races on iRacing, and it's so tiring, it is unbelievable. When you're trying to stay up at night, and there's some drivers in a team like myself where I would stay up for the whole thing if I could. I want to always be there and know what's going on with our car and what's going on the team. Others, they have other things going on. They have to take a step away from it sometimes. They want to go get a bit of sleep, whatever they want to do, get back up a little bit later. It is so tiring to do it all as a 24-hour race if you put a lot of effort into it. And these teams are all doing that, and they're not even halfway through yet. They've been racing for nearly 7.5 hours. It's just bonkers. And to think that the real drivers do that, they've got the travel to the circuit included as well. They've got to keep their physical fitness up as well to be able to deal with all these forces. They've got to stay a certain weight because of the car and any weight limits or any sort of weight minimums, things like that. To add all that on top and all the physical demand that there is, the contracts with sponsors, the financial obligations, it's just a massive thing. And I know the sim racing side has some of that as well, but that's why I love it, because it still replicates it in such a way. But it still gives you that extra respect for the guys that do it in the real world.
It really, really does. Of course, it's not just, the people driving the cars, but it's all of the mechanics, all of the drivers, all of the people that do the setup work. Because in our team, I've got a few people that are part of Real Life Motorsport. There's one that works at Brackley and another one that works all around the place, working in pit crews, both in the Le Mans, both Spa 24, done all sorts recently. So they've been putting a lot of effort, but they also put a lot of effort into the sim racing team that I'm a part of as well. And they put tons of hours in driving the cars around, making loads of tweaks to the setup, planning out strategy. The amount of planning that can go into an endurance race, especially the 24 hours of Spa that happened, 24 hours of Spa, and also the 24 hours of Le Mans that have happened recently in iRacing. There's so much effort that goes into it, and it really pays dividends, because by doing so, you get good results. And it's just brilliant to see that it translates so well, both from the sim and into real life.
Nicely said, mate. Nicely said. It's now just about to become another... Well, we've had a bit of a different battle going on here with the... I'm just trying to figure this out, actually. Let's have a look.
How to see with the light going out which cars are where.
The two leaders in GT4 have pitted. 0.3 of a second different between their pit stop times, but the gap is now up to nearly 7 seconds from Torque Freak Racing ahead to Flemish Simsports GT4. So we've had George Gruber take over in this machine. Hans Pullmans has stayed in the Flemish car, but that gap has been blown wide open.
Yeah, it certainly has. I'm not entirely sure if there's been an incident happen on pit exit or what has happened. Maybe there was an incident even before that going on into pit entry. I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but we're going to be trying to keep an eye on exactly as what's happened there, because I'm just completely at sea, if I'm honest, as to what's happened. I know that obviously Ben Kuipers has handed over to George Gruber, but aside from that, not a clue.
Yeah, it can happen so quickly and go right under our radar as well. So hopefully we do see the difference at some point and get it sorted. Kevin Lemons has just come into the pit lane for Scuderia Sim Racing at number 14. We've got SimRC Club Sport in the pit lane as well in the Radicals. Looks like we've had a little issue for Dieter Ertz. Maybe just a little off here at the chicane. Onto the brakes he goes. Brake disc low. Yeah, just a little excursion straight on. He'll take the slowdown for that any day of the week. I'm sure he'd rather do that than have an accident. We've got O'Neill Muth just having an issue here. Onto the brakes, the BMS Porsche again. Lively race, they've done the same thing. A little bit straight on, he thinks, all right, stuff it. Straight over the chicane, boom, there you go.
Yeah, it might be the shortest way through there, but I can assure you that it's probably not the fastest, as I think that the BMS Porsche almost certainly instantly found out when they were going over the gravel. So good job to keep it straight, good job to avoid any of the walls, and it's a good thing that there's quite a lot of runoff here at this Zolder circuit, and then at other points it's very, very tight and very twisty. So you've got well, you can't really pick where you have an incident. You've just got to hope the incident doesn't happen when the walls are right either side of you.
Yeah, it's one of the scary, scary circuits that you've got to try and convince yourself that you can push the car at. If you have one little moment partway through a race, it's so easy to think, oh no, I can't do that again. I can't do that again. You know, it's too scary. But you have to just try and push it again and again. Mark Fletcher asking, who does Fabrice race for? I will show you, mate. Just you keep watching his name there on the left. Ready? There you go. Simtag Racing leading the race at the moment in the number 2 Radical. And he's got, what, 6 minutes over René Osterkamp at the moment in second place. Nice comfortable margin to have, but the thing is, all it takes now is one incident that causes them, what, like 10 minutes of repairs, and that lead is gone and almost doubled back the other way.
Yeah, it does, and that's why motorsport, especially endurance racing, is a cruel, cruel business. As you can see, oh, little bit sketchy there through the final chicane, but he held it nice and well. That seems to be the order of the day, really, is that these top drivers can get a little bit sketchy, a little bit loosey-goosey, but they managed to get through just about nice and cleanly. So it shows they got a lot of confidence in the car, a lot of control as well. They've got their cars how they want it, and as you mentioned, it's all about being able to push, having the confidence to go flat out, drive at 100%, because if they're anything like me, I know that when I'm driving at, say, 90%, or even like 95%, I always seem to make more mistakes. I always seem to just be able to, by lifting that little bit off of the throttle, by going a little bit too soft, I start making more mistakes because I'm not taking the usual lines. I'm not driving the car the same I've been doing in all of my practice laps. So it's all about driving at 100% lap after lap, which is why I love endurance racing, because it's not just a demanding of you, yourself, your body, but also your mind. You need to be conscious of the fact that you are throwing this car around, and will be throwing the car around for, in fact, you and your teammates will be throwing the car around for 24 hours of the race. So you're going to be absolutely have to be on your A game, which all of these drivers seemingly have been. All of these drivers, especially in the podium positions in class, have been absolutely on it. It's got to be said, and you can just see lifting off a little bit, maybe a bit of fuel saving behind traffic René Osterkamp's doing. So he's also got the race management down to a T as well. Oh,
hello.
massive snap on there for the Simracersworld Club Sport car, but still hold it very, very nicely. I was very scared for him there. Then we're going to get a replay of it here. No, this is a replay of Yellow Straten here coming through the final chicane.
That's
odd. A weird one.
Yeah, that something went wrong hardware-wise. Maybe screen there just completely went off. Let's watch that again from on board. Watch this. So he turns in, gets on the power, straightens up. Yeah, something went very wrong there with hardware-wise. Phil Verheijen's had an issue as well in his Audi for the Composer Racing. Onto the brakes, nothing happens. Straight on he goes, and back on the circuit again. Nice livery on that car as well, to be fair. We've had Davy Supliers have an issue, but this is only 1.7 seconds off the circuit, so maybe the same for him. Straight on. Yeah. And we've seen this a lot more now as the circuit cools even further. I'll bring the weather up just to show you. Still 20 degrees Celsius, actually, track temperature. I suppose the cars are keeping it warm, aren't they, as they go around and put rubber into it. But I'll tell you what, it seems like it's getting trickier and trickier. The air temperature is still 18 degrees, so it's nice and warm in the evening here in Belgium at Zolder. But now it's getting very, very dark, and this is going to be one of the focusing parts of the race here. As the twilight has gone, And we are well and truly into the night race now here, Ed. What do you reckon is going to be the main challenge for these guys, other than visibility? Do you think there's going to be anything else we need to consider?
And, well, as the track, of course, as you mentioned, cools down, I think the coldest iRacing can go down to is 18 degrees. So we're at the coldest air temperature possible, and we're slowly approaching the coldest track temps. I think it's going to be more about tyre warm-up coming out of the pits. When you get a fresh set of boots on your car, they might come out of the tyre blankets, but they still will not be up to optimum temperature. So we've seen time and time again a few cars struggling a little bit on that left-hander through the pit exit. So that could be something to watch out for. But also, as it starts to get a little bit dark throughout the night, it's when the fatigue will start to set in for some of the drivers that are on the graveyard shift. Obviously, I'm in the graveyard shift in the comms box, going through from, well, 8 in the afternoon UK time till 8 in the morning. So I'm sure that if I'll be feeling tired, these drivers will certainly be feeling it as well. It's all about being able to keep aware and not let any of those little mistakes creep through, because I think we're at the point now, Chaz, where we could start to see a few drivers make little tiny mistakes now.
Yeah, again, the fatigue setting in nearly at the halfway point, but still, well, 4.5 hours away from that. Just an update as well, everybody. Ed and I will be taking just a couple of minutes break every 2 hours. So in about 25 minutes time, we'll just be taking a couple of minutes break, but we'll leave you with some wonderful onboard shots and let you at least enjoy some immersion from the cars around the circuit. But us commentators, we are real people. We are real people, so we do need just a little bit of a drink here and there, just a quick stretch of the legs as such. But it is a real joy to be here again on Simracersworld TV. My name is Chaz Draycott. I'm doing the cameras and obviously commentary for this race as well. And Edward May joining me alongside for one of your... you've not done that many events on Simracersworld TV, but even still, the quality's been good, mate. So we've been very impressed. Don't let that go unsaid. But what have you made of trying to... I mean, I know that obviously as you've broken through into commentary, you've commentated for a couple of different companies as time's gone on. It's just always good to be in a comms box, though, isn't it? What have you made of it?
It always is. Yeah, I've obviously done commentary actually for only one other group, and that's obviously the people over at Year One TV. They've done right by me, so I'm very happy to commentate for them. But also, I've been happy to commentate with you boys here at Simracersworld TV. Obviously, big shout out, of course, has got to go to Mr. Simracersworld himself, Ian Roots, who's off on holiday at the moment. It's his honeymoon weekend, so we'll be wishing both himself and obviously Mrs. Roots all the very best. I think it's their first anniversary as well, so congratulations, yes, of course. Indeed. To the pair of them. We hope that they're enjoying it, and I hope that if Ian's getting a free moment, he can have a little bit of watch of the stream if he can, but I'm sure that he's enjoying himself no matter what, so very thanks to him. But yeah, it's good to be in the comms box. I think I've only done 2 commentary gigs here with you boys at Simracersworld TV. I've done the GT Pro thing, yes, and I think for I'm trying to remember who. I think it might have been Jack Werrell who was unable to make it.
Whack Gerald, as we know him.
Yeah, Whack Gerald. And then I actually commentated over a race with Jack Werrell in it, and that was the Sunday Simracer Coin GT3 racing. And that was brilliant to be a part of, because I again had Hasarama in the booth with me, and I will be having him in, I think, about 4 hours' time, or 4.5 hours' time. And it's been very enjoyable, I must say. And of course, you can see the action on track has certainly... Oh, McLaren talk us through what just happened there, guys.
Wow. Make Barton was... well, making someone absolutely... I'm not even going to finish the sentence. Actually, has he just blipped out? Yeah, that was a little bit of a blip in the internet there. I didn't know whether he went back to the pits or not. I'll go on board to see how this happened. So, he goes off circuit, just loses the back end on the way in, and look how close he gets to this radical. Like, you can't even see the radical, but... wow, that was a very scary moment there. We'll show you again, try and get a view from the chopper. He does get very close to the fast racing team radical as he comes back across. That's a very, very frightening moment. Jens Goossens also had a moment here. Also into that chicane. As it's getting darker, you've got to think, oh no, it was as he was avoiding it, wasn't it? We saw that. And then Mick Barton went off the circuit again for just another couple of seconds as he recovered. Janos Jaina was, I believe he was 3rd in TCR before. Now dropped down to 4th for Simtag Racing. He's had an incident as well. What's gone on here? Oh, back end again. That Audi, it's just like a pendulum, isn't it? It's like the front end grips and the rear just doesn't. They've got it set up that much to point the front end in.
It certainly is. It's also partly down, I think, just to how you want to have these front-wheel drive TCRs set up, is that you want to have that good front-end bite, because the big thing in this car is really the understeer, the understeer of this car, because it's weighted so much towards the front. You need to be able to try and mitigate that as much as possible, and I think that might have been just the rear penduluming around, unfortunately. But we do see that's Brent Verheyen there, the GHK eRacing by T2 Racing car, number 66 in the pit lane. Obviously, if you flipped upside down, it'd be 99. That was what my dad always used to say, because that was what he used to drive in karting, was the number 66. So he's got a big thumbs up from me as Brent and the GHK eRacing by T2 car. Lovely livery as well, as we were mentioning. It's a nice little livery there with coming through pit lane, so you can see that the cold tyres are starting to go into effect, and they were a bit close there on pit exit to, I think there was a car on the outside, was it?
I was a bit more excited by the Lando Norris helmet that he's got on at the moment. Very
yes.
Loving that. Absolutely loving a bit of Lando. And I don't know if anybody's seen his lid for the race at Imola this weekend, but it certainly is tasty. Ben Thayens has had a bit of an issue here. What's going on with Ben? Senna Lansons has gone off as well. Senna's been asking for trouble a little bit. Oh, hello. Just doesn't really leave him the room on the exit there, does Senna? I'll have to have another look on that from the chopper just to see, because I could be being a bit unfair on Senna. So Senna goes down the inside, which is all fair. But, yeah, it just doesn't leave the room on the exit, I'm afraid, there. Bit of a naughty
I suppose
one.
he was trying to con Ben Thanes backing out of it, but, I mean, it hasn't really hampered Ben too much, because he is still leading the TCR class. We're seeing Steve Clace as well to get out of the way. His car's looking very much worse for wear, is Steve, so it's unfortunate. I don't know if he has any fast... I think, well, I'm sure that he probably, if he had fast repairs left, would have used them by now. So, unfortunately, the number 13, as you mentioned, the bad luck is not really working out for him at the moment. So maybe the G-Drive Racing Xenia 13 car might want to think about changing their number.
Yeah, to be honest, I spoke to... I'm trying to remember it now. I'm trying to remember one of their drivers' names as well. There's so many drivers for me to remember, so please do forgive me, everybody. I will try and get through them all as best I can. Here we go. I've got an entry list now, so I'm just going to quickly have a look down. Malvin Julian Amance, it was. He was saying a while ago that he's absolutely sick of the bad luck that number 13 has brought with it, and I don't blame him, because it's just not worked for them, unfortunately, this season. So next time round, if this championship does occur again, I'm sure they'll be going for a different one.
Just drove straight through.
Yeah, maybe.
He just drove straight through the pit lane, so I think he might have had a drive-through penalty or something.
Yeah, maybe for the incident points he picked up by going off. It's upset their total and put them through, I'm afraid. Looking now at Senna Lansons for GTE ABK Racing, the number 19 car. They're only a second behind Kevin Lemons in the car ahead, which is the Scuderia Sim Racing number 14 car. And it's again another battle in the GT4s that's just closed up bit by bit. Obviously the lead battle earlier on just got blown wide open because of the pit stops, which was a real shame. Nobody wants that to happen to their rivals, especially if you're trying to sort of make it a good race for everybody to watch as well. And that's the thing with a lot of these drivers. They're all very conscious that they want to make it a good race to watch as well, not just be a part of.
Yeah, definitely. I'm having a look as well. I think I can see there could be potential in the... Well, obviously not yet, but I think there's a gap of about 7 seconds between Brent Verheyen, the GHK e-racing car, and the Fast Racing team. That's in the that's for the bottom step of the podium, actually, I think, for the Radicals. I'm not sure if my relative is exactly accurate, but I think there is a gap of about 7 seconds, so I'll be keeping an eye on that for you all just to see where that will be coming down to. But this livery we're seeing now on Senna Lansons, this is probably going to be my pick for the my pick for the top livery of this evening, and I know me and Chaz will probably try and hash it out which one we prefer throughout the evening, which one's going to be the best livery on display. As we know, Chaz, if you've ever watched him commentate, he does like to try and have a stamp on whatever his favourite livery is. But we can see now, coming up to a few back markers, just trying to make his way through Not
Nope.
quite able to work out for him, though. He was getting close, a little bit of a snap-on, but now he has to worry about all of the radicals sending their way through. So this is the difficult balancing act you have to do when you're in one of these middle classes, just trying to not only worry about the race in front of you, but also worry about the slower cars, both in front of you and behind you, trying to get your way. So it's go, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. One of the worst situations you can be in a class like this is when one of the cars in a faster class is catching up to you, and you are also catching one of the classes that you're faster than as well, and you get that real sort of concertina effect, which nobody wants. Nobody wants at all. Make Barton has just had an incident of his own again here in the Porsche. So the Sky Limit race team having a nightmare down into the first chicane. Oh, it locks it up on the brakes, goes one way then the other. He hits the G-Drive car really hard. The number 15 does a perfect pirouette, and Make Barton gets going again. That's what the smoke was on the exit of that chicane. We'll go on board and see how this went from in here. Oh, it's just that grass just upsets it. He should have really tried to pinch it over to the right-hand side, maybe. Just put it into the wall, or, you know, you've got to try and think about whether you're going to damage your own car, whether you're going to hit someone else's. The 15 won't be happy about that one, though, will they? Especially after just having a drive-through, which is the only reason they were in that position on circuit.
No,
and they're back in.
Pim Bao, that was the 15.
Oh, yeah, not
so
13,
that was the 15
sorry.
that got caught up in that incident. It was the 13 that initially came to it. So Pim Bao is taking it into the pit lane, probably getting some repairs done, or has that put them over the incident limit? We're going to be seeing if they're going to peel off into their pit box. They seem to be moving down to the right, so I'm guessing they're going to be coming into... No, they're not. They've got a drive-through, so that 4X has put them over the limit and gave them a drive-through penalty. Unfortunate calamity there for the 15 car, the G-Drive Exemia car, that was sitting quite high. They're still, I think, where they were, 4th place in class, but it's not what they would have wanted to have had, especially because they've picked up damage in addition to that drive through the pits that have really put them down the order. So Pim Bao's got a bit of work to do, but they seem to have had good pace so far this race, so I'm sure that they can make it back up at least by the end of the race when we get back up into the sunlight.
Yeah, they certainly are a quick team, but it's just a shame, you know, an incident that was completely not your fault. Not only does it give you damage, but to rub salt in the wounds, it also gives you a drive-through. That's an absolute pain in the backside to have. Marvin is in the YouTube chat. Good to see you, mate. Really hope you're well, buddy. Great to see. Always good to see some friends in the chat from all over the sim racing world. And we've had a stop and go penalty for the number 69 team. That is the Sky Limit race team. They're in the pits right now. Thank you, Ronald Moons, for the updates as ever. Great info to get from the guys behind the scenes. But this is the bit now where some of these drivers will be away, potentially trying to get a bit of an early night just to get some sleep so they can get back in the car in the early hours. It's going to be... oh, right, and Marvin's just awoken for his night stint, so there you go. There's a perfect example. Thank you very much, Marvin. And to be honest, I think every team has probably got a driver that they would rather put in for a night stint, haven't they? Some of them just seem to go really well at night because they can focus once it goes dark. And I think that, as I mentioned before, now that iRacing has the day-night cycle, it just adds an extra element to it, because when we used to do the Daytona 24 hours a couple of years ago, it was just dark all the way throughout, even if it was complete daylight outside. It was it messes with your head a little bit, but now they have a direct reflection of it.
It certainly does, yeah. I know that. I mean, it helped me, to be honest, because when we were doing the Spa 24 a few years ago, when we didn't have this day-night transition, it kept me awake a lot through the night because I'm still a student. My team were like, "Oh, well, you're a student. You don't need a sleep schedule." And to be fair, they're right, because I was always put myself down for doing these night stints. It's why I'm so comfortable, of course, doing this night commentating stint. I've carried it forward till now, and it did help me a lot to keep awake, just by having the sun going through on the sim. So it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to affect the drivers going through into the night. We've already seen a few mistakes being made, and you can see Mike Barton now into the pits as well as Stephen DeWolf. That TCR is looking a little bit worse for wear, but these TCRs are sturdy, strong tanks of machines, as you keep mentioning. I call them bricks with engines because they provide just a massive punch through the air for a lot of slipstreaming. That's why we see a lot of close battles in the TCRs. I'm sure you're very much aware, Chaz.
Yeah, I do like the TCR. Big fan of it, as you know, obviously commentating on the Simracersworld TCR series last season, which was a wonderfully organised championship, very competitive, a lot of fun, some amazing racing that we saw there as well. And that's the thing with Simracersworld, you know, they've organised a lot of great championships. Bart Delman, in particular, with his team organising the Simracersworld, the Sim Stickers Simracersworld Formula 3 series. Now, if I try to explain to you the format for that series, you wouldn't believe that they do it in Formula 3 cars. It's so exciting. They have nearly 40 cars in the whole evening. They have, basically, everyone goes into one qualifying session, a private qualifying session, so you're all on your own on track to just set a few laps, and the odd numbered positions on the grid, so 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, all the way down to, I think, where would it be? Just trying to think. They basically have 15 or 16 cars in each heat. So 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th and so on go into heat 1. 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, 12th and so on go into heat 2. And the top 8 from each heat goes through. So if you finish first in heat 1, then you'll start the feature race on pole. Second in race 1, you'll start at 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th and so on. Heat 2 is the same. 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th and so on the grid as you finish in that. And then they have a consolation race where the top 8 go through from that, but they make up the last 8 spots on the grid, so they have 24 cars in the final. And it is just so frantic and so exciting, because there's just a black and white definite way of you are getting through or you are not getting through. And to have that in Formula 3 cars is just phenomenal. It's so enjoyable. It really is. And to be honest, I just hope to God that they continue that again, and I'm pretty sure they will do. We've just finished season 2 of that, and it has been an absolute joy to commentate that. Can you tell I like it, Ed?
Chaz, honestly, they should hire you for some sort of advertising, because you've really sold that to me, and I want to be a part of this. I want to be a part of, in whatever respect it be it with you in the comments box. Of course, you'll probably want to have it all to yourself, but even if I'm on track, because that sounds like a brilliant series to be racing, and I'm sure all of the people here in the chats everywhere and all the people watching will be very much looking forward to that. We might be even seeing a few more drivers from this race here moving over into the realm of Formula 3s.
Yeah, well, I mean, Thomas Schmetz has just said they used that in Euro NASCAR as well during lockdown. I can imagine in those cars as well, that was amazing. It really does work well, that's the thing. And, I mean, there could be a lot of things where that format's been used before that I just hadn't seen it. But, yeah, to get that in Formula 3 cars where you cannot risk contact, you know, you cannot risk having that damage, it just adds such an element of franticness to the racing. I love it. And Chris Roberts in the chat as well, and Ben Hoffman both race in the Simracersworld Formula 3 series. So good to see you, gents. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Chris Roberts said, I thought my ears were burning, and they were indeed, mate. But he says, are you sure you defo got the job for next season? You never know. Mark Fletcher also, I must give a little bit of a spoiler here, so I'll warn you. Mark Fletcher joined in the championship for the very final round of the season as a guest driver, and he won the feature race. He aimed to just get into the feature race, and yeah, he ended up winning the whole thing against the likes of the newly crowned champion Adrian Falcon, against the likes of Bart Delman, Arthur Fry. Some of the lads in that series were so quick, and Adrian Falcon, his worst finish all season was 3rd place in the feature races, which is just an awesome showing of dominance, really, as Ben Hoffman tries to figure out how to use a keyboard again. Have you been drinking, mate? But this nighttime racing now, I want to go on board with a couple of cars just to see how it is. But it's just, Zolder's such a scary circuit in the daytime, isn't it? But to have it at night, where you've got those walls closing in, that's a real daunting prospect.
It is really, really one of those tracks, as you mentioned. It's a bit spooky, being on Halloween, a nice spooky time of year, and a very spooky track to fit alongside it. So we're glad to have the Virtual Belcar here for the 24 hours of Zolder, and it's been a brilliant evening's racing so far, Chaz. We can see that Josh Gruber trying to catch back up to the Simracersworld GT4 and having a look at the gap now, but actually the gap has increased. The gap is now 12.5 seconds. We saw it was about 7 seconds earlier on when we came to this battle, and it just seems that Hans Polmans has just been really on it since he's gotten into the car and managed to get out that gap. So the Flemish Simsworld's GT4 car putting in a brilliant charge. George Gruber, though, not too much of a slouch himself because he has increased the gap further behind to Kevin Lemens. I think the gap there is 1 minute and 50, so that's just about over a lap's difference between the two of them. And I think sooner or later he might be coming around to lap him again potentially. So you see him getting nice over the chicane there. One of my favourite corners, one of my favourite sections on that track because you can really just commit fully there, just send it on through. And this is the bit where you always get a little bit nervous, especially when you're in a GT4 car, because the TCRs and the GT4s aren't miles away in terms of pace. You can get quite close to each other's lap times, especially in the TCR if you can get it absolutely nailed down. You just see, a little bit loose there. These Porsches are kind of a bit loose when you think of how they're GT4 cars. You wouldn't expect them to be as sort of shaky, shall we say, as they are, but they certainly are a bit of a handful. They need a lot of control to get right, which he's just about done, George, getting past one of the TCRs as we've just seen. And now we've just completed a lap on board with George Gruber there in the GT4. And what I would like, Chaz, is if we get a little on board with one of the GT3 Cup cars, one of the Porsches, because watching an onboard, I think a few days ago now, of one of these GT3 Porsche Cup cars doing a German rally, and oh my word, it was an absolute sound to behold, seeing the onboard through the sort of nice wet German tarmac. It was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I know the footage that you are referring to. It's pretty mega, to be honest, and it was absolutely gorgeous. Really was gorgeous. I will have to disappoint you very very quickly if you want that on board with one of the Porsches, because what we're going to do is go on board for a moment with the SimRC Club Sport machine, and we're going to interview one of the drivers from this car who has just thankfully volunteered to come and have a chat. Patrick Young joins us in the chat. Patrick, how are you doing, mate? Nearly 8 hours in. Feel like it's going okay?
Yeah. It's pretty much okay. I think P2, you can't complain about that. Of course, the gap to P1 is quite huge, but yeah, the gap to P3 is also pretty healthy. So
yeah, it's really opened up at the front, hasn't it, so far? But I mean, what were you guys expecting going into this race? Because I mean, we've seen in previous rounds that you were able to lead the race overall, but did you think that that Fabrice could open up the gap just like that?
yeah, of course. To be honest, where we are right now, it's what we expected, and I mean the night shift pretty much started now. With René and Rudolf will drive through the night, and I don't want to jinx Fabrice or us, but let's see who's still standing in the morning, and then we.
Nice and menacing. I like that. We were talking before about the circuit itself. Obviously, you don't usually. Zolder's not everybody's first pick for a 24-hour race because it's obviously a lot smaller than a lot of other circuits where you see these 24-hour races like Daytona or Circuit de la Sarthe. But what do you make of having an endurance race like this around this track?
It's pretty tough, to be honest. I already told my teammate Lucas I would pick a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring any day, any second. Not Zolder. But to be honest, it's quite challenging. It makes quite fun.
Yeah.
At least where I am right now, the chicanes pretty tough in the radical. You touch a curb and your car is bent. Lucas had a little issue earlier where he needed to stop a little bit earlier, so I don't know, 15 minutes I guess, where I needed to be in the car a little bit earlier because of that, and he only touched like a flyby the curb, and then he had a little bit of contact with a Porsche, and yeah, the car was bent.
Right.
So yeah, it's quite challenging. The track is, especially in the dark. I was driving when it was getting really dark, and I was happy when the lights came on from the car.
Yeah.
because I didn't see nothing in the back part of the track after the first chicane. I didn't see nothing, no braking points, nothing.
Yeah, that twilight zone does get quite scary around there, doesn't it, at that part of the circuit. You talk about how fragile these cars are and how much it takes to make a mistake. I mean, we even saw it from Fabrice earlier going into, I think, turn 3. Just he called it 1 millimetre of grass, and the whole car just went around him. Me and Edward barely thought he hit the grass. We thought it was literally just a painted white line, and it can spit this car around and cause damage to the rear end, because they're going that fast that you're pretty much always going to hit a wall around here, aren't you, if you go off?
Yeah, pretty much Monaco with a little bit more grass.
Yeah,
so
I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot, to be fair. It's a good comparison. Very good comparison. But just talk to me about your sort of strategy going forward now then. Is it just, I mean, you say you've got Rene and Rudolph in the car overnight. Is it just try and keep out of trouble? Is that the main aim?
As always in a 24-hour race, you don't want to be in trouble.
Very true.
We just stick to our boot, do what we can, stay out of trouble, maybe do the extra lap to have a little bit less stress in the end. We were quite good in the early stage of the race. With that, I think, spared 15 minutes, but because of the little incident Lucas had, we lost that advantage already. Because at the moment, stint plan is a little bit, it will work, but before the little incident, it looked a little bit better.
Well, fingers crossed it continues to go well for you there, Patrick. I mean, you guys have done a great job so far. Like you said, you've opened up that gap to 3rd place, so you just need to stay out of trouble and keep going. And before we let you go, mate, do you want to give a shout out to anybody while we've got you?
Of course, to my teammates who are watching Ballermann 6 at the moment, because they can. They had also a tough race today with multi-class racing, LMP2, GTE, GT3, all that stuff. So shout out to my teammates, shout out to Asha Racing, our sponsor, shout out to ATVO, Simon Großmann and his team. Simon also driving for us here in this race. Thank you for joining. Thank you, René, for joining. Without you two, this wouldn't be as easy as it looks like right now.
Brilliant stuff. Well, great to speak to you, Patrick. Thank you very much for joining us, mate, and we'll speak to you again very soon.
Thank you for streaming.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Cheers, mate. You too. See ya. Patrick Young there, top bloke. And, well, I mean, we just said it then, didn't we, that their team going very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're doing a brilliant job. 2nd place is definitely nothing to be sniffed at, but it's just unfortunate they haven't really been able to dominate the race that they've, I guess they were hoping for. They obviously, as we heard Patrick say, he expected them to be in this position, but I'm almost certain he would have loved to have been right at the front there with Cohen Klopman, but still, brilliant job for him. You can see how well they've been able to manage the race, because further back behind them, they've got a 6-minute gap to Brent Verheyen further down the order, so brilliant job from Rene at the moment. It's just a matter of holding on for that and managing the race throughout the moment, as we have 4 hours until we're at the halfway stage of this race, Chaz, so it's going rather quickly.
It is indeed. It certainly is. It's pretty bonkers, isn't it, how fast it could fly by without us even realising it. To be fair, I'm just trying to have a quick look at one of the cars that we can go on board with here and just see who is potentially one of the best for it. In the Porsche Cup class at the moment, the 2 closest cars are Ruben van Buel and Oscar Wilkins. There's only 32 seconds between those guys, so we'll go on board with the ASK Volanti Racing Porsche. Here it is. Absolutely gorgeous machine. One of my very favourites on the grid as well. The number 26 car. We'll go on board with them for a few minutes, as Ed and I are just going to take a few minutes break just to quickly grab a drink, just to stretch our legs a bit. And we'll be back with you in about, give it 5 minutes time, guys. I'll be back with you in just a minute. Cheers. thank you very much for your patience there, everybody. Us commentators are humans. Well, I speak for myself only. I'm not sure about Ed, but we do need a break every so often just to make it through. But Oscar Wilkins, who were riding on board with there in the Porsche, and I mean, I say we had a break. I was still there at my desk watching. It's just great to see these cars going around here at night, isn't it, mate?
Certainly is. And yeah, most commentators are human. You said you're not sure about me. I don't think I'm sure myself, if I'm honest. But you can see that Zolder there is just getting quite close there to one of the cars exiting pit lane. Doing a good job, though, keeping each other nice and socially distant, as is, of course, the thing to do these days. So they're practicing their distancing very, very well, as you can see on track. In fact, a lot of the cars are actually being quite good at this on track. There doesn't seem to be too many close battling packs at the moment, but you can see that I'm not going to be very good at pronouncing this, but that is Messier Milnek. Hopefully that is correct. We like that. We're going to go with that. We're going to see if that works.
I'd go with Masiej Mlinek, but you know what?
Probably right.
We're probably both a million miles off knowing those commentators. Speaking of commentators, I just want to thank Volanti Racing and Annick Van Blair in the chat, because they've both been commentating in the chat for us while we were away. One of the first comments from Volanti Racing was, "What a livery!" So it's definitely picked up my commentary style, and definitely people know me a bit too well by this point. I'm getting a little bit scared, to be honest, but it's great. Absolutely great. Annick saying that they did their best, and you did, guys, and we massively appreciate it here at Simracersworld TV. But we're here now for another 2 hours before another break, Edward, and that is going to take us to midnight, which is scary in itself. And let me just have a look here, because Ronald Moons has sent us more race information, and the stop and go for the 69 again for causing a collision. So a bit of a slap on the wrists here for Mick Barton, and I'm just going to try and see if we can find said incident. We've had a few little excursions. Oh, he's gone off there. And around at the chicane. That was one of the spins. We'll have a little bit of a catch-up here, shall we? Steve Clays had a little bit of a moment with Mick Barton as well. And that's the second G-Drive car they've hit at that chicane over the last sort of 20 minutes, half an hour. Steve Clays
that was probably the one that caused the penalty, I think, because that was causing a collision.
The Steve Clays had his own issue into the chicane. That's in too hot, surely. Yep, it's gone around. Scary moment. I also love how the smoke dissipates on iRacing now as well. Oh, and another hit from the 69 just for good measure. Steve Clays then had another issue. Is this just because he was reversing? Oh yeah, no. It was a different thing. Hans Blankart is the other car to have an issue in the 907 Radical. Just on the throttle. Oh, check up in front. Look at that. Look how quickly those Radicals can brake. Wow. Watch how quickly this just stops on a dime and spins in reaction. That's how on edge those cars are, mate. It's frightening.
He snagged the rear brakes and pitched him right round like a record. Unfortunately, that's not the one you want to be doing, though. So that's put him down a little bit further back, but he's still staying where he is. I'm not seeing where he is. He's about 1.5 minutes back from Matthias Mars. Probably lost about, I'd say, 20 seconds or so from that little bit of contact, and that's handed him an extra amount of front end damage, which is not what you really want to be having, especially on these Radicals where you're needing all of the downforce from the front of the car, the splitter, to carry it over the nice little sort of low down, almost wedge shape of these Radicals. A lovely car, but a bit of a twitchy one, as we've seen time and time again from these drivers in this class. Just finding the cars can be unsettled rather easily, even though it does sometimes look like they're perfectly fine one moment and then absolutely killing you the next.
They're like Formula.
Through the veil.
Sorry, I was just going to say
you can go.
They're like the Formula 3 cars in that way. Sorry, I'll indicate next time, mate. They're like Formula 3 cars. You know, they feel like they're on rails, like you're in a scale electric car. And then all of a sudden it hates you, and then it just spins you around like nothing you've ever seen before. It's just bonkers.
Yeah, it's a very English thing that we just did. Oh no, after you. We're very, very British here, even though we're obviously for the Belcar. We need to try and get on top of that as we see absolute send that was through the phone chicane. Very good using their brakes and their lightweight to good effect there as Hans doing a good job again. You're going to see him just sending it down the inside. Brilliant to watch.
Oh, that sound effect.
Carves it through. It's lovely. I'm here all week. I can give Ed May sound effects and you don't need the sounds at all.
Absolutely love it. Oh, I'm not sure if you've ever seen the video of Nicky Team providing the sounds for the Audi R8 V10 at Spa-Francorchamps, but if anybody else knows the video, they will know exactly what I'm on about. But yeah, I think you'll rival him for that there. Back on board with a really good score in Scrabble as we go around turn 2, long turn 3. There's some smoke and bits there in front of us. What's happened there? Stephen de Wolf has been off track. So has George Gruber, and so has Phil Verheyen. Let's do a bit of Sherlock Holmes. Here is George Gruber. That car looks out of shape. Oh, just on the gravel. Nicely recovered. Luckily for him, iRacing's gravel is just like grass. This is Phil Verheyen having his own issue. Oh, he's just going to clip the grass. I think that may have been the dust and gravel that we saw on the cameras a few moments ago. But we'll have an hour look at what Stephen de Wolf had, because he's gone off circuit for 9 seconds in one of the other Audis here, Ed.
And at the same bit of the track, it seems. Just, yeah, getting out over onto the grass and gravel. So it seems that it's all of those 3 incidents probably contributed to all of that smoke and dust and bits that we picked up on earlier. So unfortunately, these cars have been a little bit out of shape. Managed to get back on track, but it's very difficult, especially on the new Tom World, when once you get out onto the grass, the cars do have a bit of a tendency just to tramline and just go straight on. So you need to really balance the throttle and just get the car turning as much as you possibly can. It's very difficult. Trust me, I know I've spent more time probably on the grass than I have on track when I've been racing and not commentating. Just sending it through the Villeneuve chicane. I always get a little bit nervous whenever I see cars trying to make moves through there, because it really tightens up. And as you mentioned earlier, Chaz, it seems that every time we look at that corner, it gets tighter and tighter. So brilliant job from Matthias Mass there to get on through safely. That's the main thing, but also not slowing himself down too much by doing so.
Oh, apologies, everybody. I've done it again here, Ed. I was speaking to you.
Have you done it again, Chaz?
I was speaking to you, but not the people at home. I'm sorry, everybody. I was just saying they'll do nearly 1,000 laps here at Zolder with the pace that they're at, because this is their 337th lap now for the car in 5th place, and they're only a third of the way through the race. It is frightening.
Absolutely terrifying. You could just see the pace that he has. He really just sends it over sort of the curbs on that bit, and you worry that he's going to bite on him. It's going to just like kill him and spin him around, but no, he's managed to hold firm. So brilliant job again from Matthias Mass. Good job to handle this. Well, we keep calling it a beast. It is definitely a little beast of a car. Tiny little radical, very lightweight, but just the amount of power, the amount of acceleration of this just absolutely boggles the mind. It seems to just almost defy belief when you see a car this small going as quickly as it does. You see a great display of it there as it just shoots across the line or past the camera there. Brilliant stuff. And you can only just about see the headlights as well shining through. So it's almost, when you get the front on shot, it's hard to see the rest of the car. You just see 2 headlights and then it just blitzes past all the others.
I've just been confirmed by Anik van Blair. Chaz and buttons, a mixture that doesn't go well together. And you're very, very right. Trust me. I try and think that I'm this technical guru and I know all these things about setting up this overlay and doing a stream and so on, but honestly, I wing it. I really do wing it. But to be honest, it's just... the amount of laps they're going to be doing here. I just can't believe the pace. Obviously, they're doing, what, 1 minute 21s, 22s in the radicals, some of them 23s. That's their best as well. They're doing 124s and 26s at the minute. And then you've got to look at the Porsches. They're all doing 131s to 133s, 138s and 39s in the GT4 class. And then in the TCRs, they're doing about 141s. Yeah, 139, 141. So some quick times all over, really. I'll give you all the best times at the top, though, for each class, just so you can get a bit of a demonstration there. But you were saying before, weren't you, Ed, about the difference in pace between the GT4 cars and the TCR cars? They're quite closely matched in comparison, aren't they?
Yeah, and when you compare the pair of them, there's only what? There's about 2.2 seconds, I think, that separate the fastest TCR lap and the fastest GT4 lap, so they're quite close together. But I've also had a little bit of a look at the difference between the fastest radical times just in class, and it was the Simtag Sim Racing car with that 21.71, and then the next fastest time is the 22.6. That's by Matthias Mass, the driver, or the team. Sorry, I'm not sure if it was Matthias Mass that set that time, but it was the Traxxas by JMV Services car that put that in. So it was almost a second difference between the fastest lap time by the leaders and then the fastest lap time out of anyone else. So that just shows how much of a dominant performance that this Simtag Racing team has been putting on for us here on Simracersworld TV when bringing you coverage of the Virtual Belcar Zolder 24.
Yeah, it's just incredible pace difference, and usually when it comes to the fastest laps, you don't really see that much variation. It's just in the sort of lap by lap times where we see it change a little bit. But at the moment, the number 5 is doing all right, to be fair. Not a bad job at all. They've got Jury Crispane ahead of them for Fast Racing Team, and it's a shame to see some of the rear wings and the bodywork on these radicals bent up a little bit, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah, but I've actually had a bit of a look down, and I think it's time to have a look down at the number 12 GT3 Cup car, because we do have a driver here in the interview waiting room, Chaz, and I think I'll hand him over to you, because it is Tim Jacobs here, Chaz. But I won't hand over to Chaz. It's going to be me here, so I'll try and I'll talk to you, Tim. It's been a good race from you so far. You're currently sitting up quite well at the moment. Where are you at the moment? You're the number... Sorry.
We're in fifth position, yeah.
Fifth position, yeah, at the moment. So not too bad for you. But you have been in and about the walls a little bit. So just tell us a bit how your race has gone as we're coming into the night stint.
Well, actually, it hasn't been going as well as we expected it to go. As you saw earlier, we had a early pit stop where we switched drivers with Yves Vangenekten. Apparently he had an issue with his steering wheel where his shifter paddle wasn't working, so we were stuck in fourth gear and had to swap drivers halfway through a stint. Reese Rohard got into the car, then we switched back to Yves. Apparently he mended, he's apparently not a technical guru like Chaz, because apparently he mended his steering wheel with like a stick of gum or something. And the paddle just failed again, so all of a sudden he had to come in. I wasn't even seated properly, and like, you have to take over the wheel, and yeah, we took it from there. Was a little bit unlucky. I made a braking error, had to come in for a fast repair, so that was unfortunate. And then we got hit from behind. We racked up some off tracks, and yeah, we got hit and had to do a drive-through penalty. But all in all, we're like 2 pit stops ahead of the Porsches in front, and we're still right up there. So let's see what happens. It's still 15 hours to go, so who knows? It's going to be exciting.
There's plenty of time to go, as you mentioned, Tim. And having a look at your relative pace, you seem to not be too far off the mark. You're putting in very good times as it stands. You're one of, I think you are actually having a look now, I think the 3rd fastest of the GT3 Cups out on track. So do you think you could potentially fight your way up through the field and get yourselves into a podium position? I think I can see you're just about 50 or so seconds behind the G-Drive Racing Exemia car, number 15. Do you reckon when it comes to the Sunrise, we'll be seeing you further up the order?
Well, that's what we're gonna try, but we're trying to see the things in the bigger picture. We're thinking about the championship. It's gonna be impossible to like catch Bingo, obviously, because they're their lead was so big. But we definitely want to lock at least a third place in the overall championship, and I don't think that's impossible. We're currently tied there with the G Drive number 13, but Steve had his issues as well. So we'll see what happens. It's a long race, and I don't think it's necessary to start pushing. The guys in front, they can also be involved in like a minor incident, which they don't always have control of. I saw the G Drive 15 get hit by the Sky Limit car who locked up in the first chicane. So sometimes it's just out of your hands, and we're just gonna try to stay out of trouble and see where we end up. Keep a safe pace, and who knows? Might go well, might go bad. You'll never know, I guess.
It might do, and you mentioned that it's all about staying out of trouble. This is all the circuit. How have you found it personally, driving around this circuit and managing to keep yourself, also your drivers, with cool heads while navigating this very difficult and demanding circuit?
Yeah, it's a demanding circuit, and sometimes other cars do things that aren't very expected, or you don't expect them to take certain lines. But that's why, yeah, I'd rather lose 2 seconds staying behind the car than try and do a risky overtake. Like I said, it's a 24-hour race, and I think everyone with this slightest bit of experience in endurance racing knows that, yeah, it's about finishing and not about putting in the fastest lap. I'm sure Fabrice disagrees with me, but yeah, he's a class of his own. So yeah.
He certainly is. Well, thank you very much, Tim. But before we say goodbye to you, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to here on Simracersworld TV?
Oh, well, yeah, sure. Everyone who's cheering for the team, I guess, and especially you guys for taking your precious time to do a wonderful broadcast. I'm watching my screen and enjoying the broadcast comment on the side when I'm not driving. So good job to you guys, and hope to see you guys around in another series soon. Who knows?
Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you.
All right, you guys have a good night. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was Tim Jacobs there, the driver in the number 12 car, currently sitting in 5th place in class, is the Vapor Shot RDR Motorsport car. Doing a good job, and we've just been hearing from them. They're planning on trying to get further up the order. They are still safe in terms of their championship fight. Their nearest rival for 3rd position is, of course, as he mentioned, place driving the G Drive Racing Xemia 13 car. So they're going to try and manage that gap and try and get their way through. You can see that Rob Cheeson is having a replay. And Chaz, exactly what can you see here?
Well, Rob Tyson just went straight on at turn 1. Another little lock-up here, which we're seeing more often. Mick Barton has been making a bit of an idiot of himself at the moment. He's having another incident here. We saw him have one down here earlier into the chicane. He's gone straight on again into there. He's having a nightmare getting that right tonight. Oh, he pulls forward, and that is the 15 of Rob Tyson. So that's on the same lap. So he's had a real nightmare of a lap there. He gets back going again, and that was him going off. I don't know who he's flashing the lights at there, because that was his fault. Kevin Lemons has also gone off circuit in the number 14 Porsche. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Flipping out, he thought he was in a Dukes of Hazzard film. Absolutely chucked it off.
Just about to mention Dukes of Hazzard. He was getting on to us. Is he going to rejoin safely? Oh, I was worried for a moment he was going to go for it, but no, he's been playing smart. But then he has another moment. Oh, you hate to see it, but now he finally gets on the straight and narrow, Chaz. Finally.
Not sure what happened. Oh, Didier Dexter's car is having all sorts of issues here. What has gone on with that Audi? Is that a potential puncture? It's wobbling around a lot. Now, iRacing does simulate punctures of late if you get a tyre down to 0 health, but we'll go on board, see if we can pick anything out. He's in first gear. There's just nothing. Engine's gone. The engine's completely gone. Now, what I want to do is we'll go back a little bit further in this, and I'll go back on board with Didier as soon as possible. This is before it went wrong. So there's no sort of sign of him having an incident or anything like that. Oh, the engine's gone.
Oh.
The engine's just blown. That's bonkers. I mean, that could potentially be from damage earlier, because the car, as you can see, has an issue on the front end. There's damage, but
overheating potentially on the radiator.
Yeah, we know that sometimes with damage these things can get affected over the long run, but it's a very long time since I've seen an engine blow up like that seems so sporadic as well. So they're sat in the pits, and annoyingly as well, that's the Circuit Zolder team by SimTag as well. So it's like the home team essentially out of all of them. But just shows you, doesn't it, Ed? This circuit does not favour anybody.
Yeah, I've only seen that happen once, and that was when I was in the car actually driving the old LMP2. It was at Le Mans, and I think I had a bit of a moment, or the only thing I can attribute to it was that I had a bit of a moment over the final chicane, or the fourth chicane, and just coming back to earth with a bit of a crunch, thinking, oh, that'll be fine. And then 3 laps later, when I was going onto the Mulsanne, just when I was at the highest speed point, the engine just gave up because it was just too hot. It was just, yeah, so that could have been what happened, unfortunately, to, as you mentioned, the Circuit Zolder car. So hopefully they can get that repaired. Hopefully they have fast repairs still remaining. If not, it could be a long, long evening trying to get that repaired and get him back out on track.
Could be indeed. And again, it's just the unforgiving nature of motorsport. Whether it be sim racing or real racing, it can happen to the nicest guys out there. As we'll have a quick look at our class leaders in GT4. Hans Polmans for Flemish Sim Sports GT4. Doing a great job in that 103 car at the moment. They have 42 seconds now over George Gruber in the Talk Freak Racing machine. Budwin Kuster, fantastic driver this season for me. One of my absolute favourites out there. Number 63 Porsche, Bingle by SimTag EMG, is leading the way for those guys. And of course at the very top of the field, Koen Klopman, known as Afterburner, with his YouTube channel, has taken over in the SimTag Racing Radical, and in the TCRs, Ben Thanes in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine. And again, another driver all season that's just been up there time after time at this point, Ed.
Yeah, and actually on track, you can see, I'm having a look at the gap difference, and I think there's 1 minute 36 between himself and the driver in second place. Oh no, that isn't. That's not the driver for second place. That's I think a Porsche GT3 car behind them actually. So we're going to be expecting them to come through. That is Matthew Sufi, the BMS Motorsport car. It's going to be trying to fight its way through the field. You can see it just in front of us actually in the shot. So they're on the same lap now. It just shows though that what an unfortunate evening the BMS Motorsport GT3 car has been having. They've been a very, very nice liveried car, one that I've been saying I absolutely love the look of, but unfortunately looks aren't everything, and that's just going to show with their current on-track position.
Yeah, I think with the difference in pace, it's going to be interesting to see how that BMS car does to catch back up again. But I mean, we've seen it before now, haven't we? That they've been having a bit of an inconsistent run, to say the least. But hopefully they keep it on the straight and narrow now and do make that place back up as quickly. And I mean, it's a shame for a car to be out of sync so much, and you know, behind cars in terms of overall position, where they've dropped down behind. I mean, they were behind a lot of the TCLs. Oh, we've got smoke.
A lot of smoke there. I don't know what's happened there.
That is Kevin De Winter and Stephen De Wolf have just had some sort of issue together. Let's have a look. Stephen De Wolf, actually this is down into turn 1 in the Dynamics Belcar green machine, and it's so hard to see the apex there at turn 1. That's always going to happen. Let's see what happens to Kevin De Winter. This will probably be down, yep, into the first chicane. He's in the Audi. Oh no, sorry, he's in the Radical. Spins around in front of the other two cars and just about gets away with it. And that literally just happened as we got there in that Porsche as well, so we missed the action a little bit. There is Stephen De Wolf. And, well, no damage obviously from that little off earlier, which is good, because if you can have an accident and not get damaged by it, then you're absolutely winning, aren't you?
Yeah, especially in these 24-hour races, any bit of damage you pick up early on, if you're not able to get it repaired, that's going to have massive effects throughout the rest of your race. So that's why you need to be really careful in these early phases to not pick up damage, because that just magnifies itself throughout the rest of your race. And I've always found when I'm driving in endurance races, even though you can be quick, you never ever see a car winning the race that's sort of got its rear wing bent, or sort of maybe its front splitter out of shape, or even bits of the car even missing. You always see the car that crosses the line first is usually the one that's in the best shape in the grid. So it sort of fits into that adage, to finish first you must finish, but you need to also have a clean car by the end of it.
Very true. Very true. You do have to get there in the end, don't you? At the end of the day, you can make a right meal of it and still try and grab some sort of result if you recover well enough. But that's the main thing for a team, isn't it? If you have an accident in a long race like this and you just can't quite recover, then that's the main bit that they're gonna remember. If you have an incident and then come back from it, and further down the line you're right up there fighting for a potential winning class or even a win overall again, then that's the bit that people are going to remember. You know, you put in an epic performance like that. Steve Clays has gone off again in the 13 Porsche. What is going on here? The G-Drive cars are falling apart in the dark here, aren't they? Maybe it's the orange it's putting them off. Oh, that was a snap on the brakes, and oh, bang, into the wall. It looks like it's just rolling there, doesn't it? It doesn't look like he's trying to... Doesn't look like it's pushing along under its own pace. Let's go back on board and have a look.
Just gets a snap going into the corner, and a hefty hit.
Just
yeah, it's not making any noise. Then it gets underway and sort of chuggles along a little bit, but still, his steering is out of angle as well. You can see him just holding it a couple of degrees, maybe like 5 or 10 degrees to the left when going down the straightaway, so that might have upset the suspension balance a little bit of the car. And Steve Clays, if he has a fast repair, I'm almost certainly he'll be wanting to take it now. But this G-Drive Racing 13 car has been in the result. You can see the steering angle goes out of shape because going into that corner again, he has another moment. Does well to be avoided by the other cars going through, but this car is definitely not looking pretty.
No, I stuck with it because I saw that after the original spin, he did have another issue, and that's a real shame for them. Really is. Hopefully they can recover from it, but they're going to be driving wounded for a little bit. They've got Make Barton now only 15 seconds behind in overall position in the Sky Limit Race Team Porsche, number 69. Nice. But as things go at the moment, it's started to spread out again a little bit. Janos Jaina is only 21 seconds behind Hendrik de Grave in the TCR class. That is for second place. Everywhere else, though, other than Steve Clays and Make Barton that we just mentioned there, it's about half a minute between everybody at minimum. The rest of them are minutes at a time. And I mean, from even if you look at Budwin Kuster, the next car ahead, the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Radical, is 29 minutes ahead. Now, obviously, I know they're in different classes, but that just shows you the difference in pace, doesn't it? As Ben Thayens, well, he's on a real mission at the moment. He's only 4/10 off the team's fastest lap of the race at this stage here. So this Audi is on an absolute mission here, Ed.
He really is. He's absolutely going for it, and that's what we love to see. We love to see cars really just sending it through and just going hell for leather. It's brilliant. You can just see him getting the apex nicely, getting on the throttle as early as you can, which is what you want to be doing. Getting a bit onto the grass, that's not what you want to be doing, because especially in these front-wheel drive cars, as soon as you dip a wheel out onto the grass, onto the gravel, the car just gets pulled off further off the track. So once you make one mistake, it can kind of just amplify itself more. So you need to really be absolutely on it, as Ben, it's got to be said, is on this G-Drive Racing Exemia car, number 17, doing a brilliant job out there. And it's good to see at least one of the G-Drive cars having a bit of fortune go its way, because, well, Rob Cheeson, the 15 car, G-Drive Racing 15, sitting 4th place, not doing too bad in GT3s, but in the Cup GT3s, but Steve Clays not doing the best job of that 13 car. Keep saying it's been plagued by issue after issue, and it's, as we've been seeing earlier, it's had yet more. So unfortunately, their race has kind of gone from bad to worse. But at least the G-Drive camp have got something to cheer about here with the TCRs.
They have indeed. They've got about 2.5 minutes over Hendrik de Grave in second place in the Flemish SimSports TCR car. And G-Drive, as things stand, on their way to the title in the Virtual Belcar eSeries. And unsurprisingly as well, they've been the force to be reckoned with here. Into the pit lane comes the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport Porsche. That is Dries Rohart at the wheel of that one. We were speaking to Tim Jacobs from their team earlier. Great to have a chat with Tim. And Tim Greven gets into the car. And I've spent many a time in Discord servers with Tim Greven. He's a funny bloke and a very potent racing driver as well. He's certainly going to be quick. Didier Dexter's is also in the pits in the Audi, and it looks to me like that car is very battered and buckled at the moment. That's obviously the Circuit Zolder car. After blowing the engine earlier, they're going to be in there for quite a while. But Tim Greven, yeah, he's going to be behind the wheel now, and he's definitely one to watch here at this point, Ed. Not sure if you've had any experience with him before, but he's going to be certainly getting the most out of that Porsche. He's got to obviously go after Rob Tyson, who's just gone past down the straight. Gregory Vranks is at the wheel of the Pro Assist Sim Racing Porsche. Elon Bocco is at the wheel of the ASK Volante racing car. 47 seconds up the road in the lead. Budwin Kuster in the Bingle by Simtag EMG car. So we've got a decent spread in these Porsches, but to be honest, I mean, the driver lineups in these Porsche teams is, especially if you're another driver on the grid, is frightening. It really is.
Absolutely. Just have a look at their I ratings. Budwin Kuster, 5k I rating. And if you're new to iRacing and you're not entirely sure what that is, it sort of ranks the drivers based on their pace. So the higher the number, the faster you are. You usually start iRacing, and the average I rating, I think, is around about 1,200. So anything above that is usually what is considered to be good. And there are some drivers here, like Koen Klotman, actually, I think is the driver with the highest I rating I can see.
Yeah.
7.2k I rating. So these are some absolutely rapid guys. And in fact, there aren't that many drivers below 2k racing with us at the moment. So that just goes to show the strength of field here is absolutely brilliant to see. So these are some of the best sim racers here on the iRacing servers, and it's good to see such a good turnout as well. It's got to be said for the Virtual Belcar. It's been a brilliant series to be a part of, and brilliant to have it on board with us here at Simracersworld TV. And they've put on some brilliant, entertaining races, as you see Budwin Kuster just navigating the traffic to perfection and trying to increase the gap now, because it's about 50 seconds south and Elon Buckle.
Yeah, it's interesting, the whole I rating discussion, because obviously I know a lot of people that just race in leagues and that's it, and they'll do the odd official session, lose a bit of I rating, and then rage quit. I mean, there's people that are quicker than me. I'm 2.3k I rating, and I don't really do officials. I think the last official I did was over 2 years ago now, but they have people in leagues that are 900 I rating, and less than 1,000 that takes some effort to get it down that low, I must say. And there's people that could have 900 I rating that are quicker. Kemil Yagizoglu has got 1,500, and that's lower than a lot of people I know, but he's still out there putting in times that I could get nowhere near in that Porsche. Koen Klotman is a very interesting one for me. I followed Koen for a long time on YouTube. He's known as Afterburner on his YouTube channel. Afterburner, sorry. And he used to do crash compilations from official races that he'd been in. And I never had any idea that he was that quick. Like, I just thought, you know, he was just like me. You know, nothing special, just has the odd decent race now and again, but just likes making videos about some of the accidents that he sees. But he's built up a great reputation, put out some great content, but all this time he's been maintaining this amazingly quick performance that he's got. 7,200 I rating. That's just amazing. I mean, René Osterkamp in second place, he's got 6,600, but then Brent Verheyen's got 2,090. So, you know, you've got this big spread. Budwin Kuster, like I said, 5,000. Tim Greven, 6,100. Who else have we got? Maciej Mlinek, he's got 5,729. And Casper de Court, this team 32nd overall at the moment, the Graphite Racing TCR car. This guy's got 4,628. It's brilliant, you know. The spread, it also shows you as well that you can't go off I rating as a definite thing, because not everybody's done the same amount of races, and not everybody's been racing at the same time. As there you go. That's the performance of 6,174 I rating from Tim Greven. That's a real moment there, a bit of a wobble for him. What happened there? He just had a moment, got hit by the TCR. Oh, that's a real save, but bang in the side, and you can see, look, he's turning right, but the car isn't turning with him.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. It's not really one of the heaviest contacts we've seen all evening, but because it hit him in the worst possible place, right on that right-hand side, you can see he's having to stay so much more right than you would normally have to. 90 degrees just to get it through that corner. You can see when he gets onto the straight, just to display of the damage he has. Right, we're going to see here, he's going through a left-hand corner, but his wheel is still turning over to the right about... No, he's going straight on the wheel, but that's not what you want to be having. And you can see there's flashing behind, so there's a car behind him that wants to get past. You're going to see exactly who that's going to be. He's going to be staying over to the left, I would imagine. And down is inside. That sounds like a GT Cup car. Not a GT Cup, a GT4. And it is. That's the number 19 car of the GT ABK Racing car that I'm going to keep saying is probably my shout for the nicest livery this evening, Chaz. And I'm sure you've got your own favourites.
No, I agree. It's one of the very, very best out there, to be honest. The spec map looks good as well, but that's such a shame for Tim Greven, man. First time in the car as well this race, and that happens to him. He actually had a bit of a moment before that as well. Let's have a little look here. This is into turn 1 the lap before, so he's not a fan of turn 1. Is he going to have a moment here? Yeah, a bit too hot into there. That's a shame. He's got a bit of a some sort of strobing effect on the front of the car. Janos Scheiner's gone off the circuit a couple of times, though, not long after that in the Audi. Oh, it's gone one way, then the other, then it's off in the gravel. Nice avoidance there from the car behind. I think that was the Vapor Shop RDR car, was it? Oh, no, it wasn't, because it was Tim was having his own moment the other side of the lap. Let's have a look. As he gets, he does get back on. It's just the event viewer on our timing screen has given us a couple of different instances where he's been on and off track. There is Tim Greven on his way out. Colin Spork, by the way, love the name, says he's done the 12 hours of Kota with Maciej Malinek, and he said he had 2,000 less I rating than the second lowest guy, and he was on the pace of the 6k I rating guy, so that shows it didn't mean a lot. I love that, to be fair, and it is a good point, isn't it? And it's a shame that there's no more of a definite proof way to compare pace, but as with motorsport, you can always say, oh, this guy's better than this guy, but there's no black and white way other than lap times of showing it, is there?
Yeah, especially as well, because you've got to consider the I rating, what cars they were driving, what series they were racing in to get to that point. They could be a 5k I rating driver in a TCR, or they could be a 5k I rating driver. Oh, do you see one of the TCRs? That's the BMS Motorsport car getting very out of shape, collides with the GT Cup car, and then that spears them off into the wall, and their lovely, lovely BMS livery is looking definitely worse for wear. The front of the car smushed in like the face of a horribly, horribly bred dog. It's got to be said. Poor Oliver Butnick not having the best time there, so he's going to have to try and nurse his car back around, hope that he doesn't have his car overheating, because that seems like there's hefty radiator damage on the front of his RS3 LMS TCR. Really does. I'm really glad that iRacing have been putting in these new little touches. Every single build, they do extra little things just to increase the immersion. And it's brilliant to see that they are putting the effort in, and really, especially over lockdown, it's got to be said, when everyone was first put into lockdown, they were releasing so much more content, so much good quality of life things to really improve everyone's new experience to this service. And it's brought in a whole new range of people. I've known several people joining up recently that have been absolutely loving iRacing, and you can see why, because when you can do stuff like this, when you get all of this stuff to work for, all of these good leagues, all of these 24-hour races, nothing better, I don't think. Yeah.
I've done it again, guys. I'm sorry. Honestly, I really need to stop with this with this muting button, don't I? I basically mute it to the stream, so if I ever need to have a drink or anything, and this microphone's very sensitive on this headset. So I was just saying about the variation of the cars and the purpose-built race cars that you have of the Radicals, and then you obviously have the sort of converted, let's say, Porsche Cup cars, which these do start in life as a Porsche GT3, as the road car, and then they're converted. So Porsche build it as the road car, then convert it. They don't start from scratch as the race car. You've then got the GT4 machine. Obviously, again, similar to the road car, converted from the road car as well. And the Audi TCR, now that is a factory-built race car. That is built as is from scratch. But just the way they all behave, we've got different configurations, you know, front engine, rear engine, the prototype, a GT car, a sort of another GT car as such, and then a touring car, which is normally just an everyday saloon. The variation's beautiful, and the fact that all these cars work so well together on track and their own classes all provide great racing, it's a beautiful, beautiful little concoction, isn't it?
It really is, and if I'm honest, this is the first time I've actually seen the Radicals out on track in any league setting, and I'm certainly glad they are, because, well, exciting and always so brilliant just to see the little almost dinky little Radicals just absolutely blitzing by, especially when you see the big tanks of the RSD LMS TCR cars. Just seeing the Radical absolutely blitz past the slowest car out on track. It's absolutely brilliant seeing, yeah, as you mentioned, the difference between the cars is surprisingly staggering. Then you get, of course, the GT4s and the TCRs, where the difference isn't that large in terms of lap time. Obviously, the difference available to them, obviously, all of the assists, the way it's built, the drivetrain, everything like that. Definite differences between the pair of them, but lap times, they kind of equate to almost a similar thing, which is good to say. But you can see Tim Graven, ooh, every time I see them try and carve their way through the field, I get a little bit worried, but going well so far as the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car, not losing out really many places. I don't think they actually lost out any places following their incident earlier on. So they're just trying to get back out on track. They've got a fast repaired car, but I think they only have 2 over the course of the 24 hours, and I'm not sure if they used one earlier, but if they've definitely used at least one of them now, and they're going to be walking on eggshells now and trying to nurse their car home through and avoid any further, shall we say, fracas with other cars.
Indeed. They've just got to keep it, and as Nesterovich Racing has said in the chat as well, it's not only about lap times, it's about stability and racecraft. That's very, very true. And I am sorry about the mute button situation, guys. I do have it on my stream deck, but I've moved it from the right-hand side of me now to directly in front of me. It's underneath my screen, and the button glows completely bright red when I'm muted now, so we've got that sorted. As I've explained in the chat, for anyone that can't see the chat at the minute or just isn't watching it, I just have a mute button on the stream deck, just so you don't hear me clicking away. I've got a very loud mouse, and I've got a mechanical keyboard, so while I'm doing bits behind the scenes when I'm not speaking and Ed is doing his thing, I don't want you to be able to hear that, because this microphone headset is so sensitive, and everyone that uses XLR headsets will know the same thing, that they are very, very sensitive. We've got Radicals in the pit lane then. Fabrice Cornelis is coming. Brent Verheyen just on his way in as well now. Just creeping down the pit lane. It's just painful to be going this slow, and you've got a few obstacles in the Zolder pit lane as well, haven't you, to think about? It's not straightforward pit lane here, is it, Ed?
No, it certainly isn't. Chaz, I'm going to go back to that. What's wrong with... We want ASMR Chaz Draycott. We want to have a nice ASMR stream with you and hear your lovely dulcet tones when you're slurping away and munching away on your cereal bars. That'll be a stream I'm sure many people have paid to watch, but maybe for the wrong reason, shall we say, as we see now him swap over and Alex Cascatau taking over the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing car. I've actually not noticed it take tyres, but it seems to get the rear of the car pitched up first, so it does the rear tyres first and then the front tyres first.
Yeah, I've not noticed that before, actually. Regarding the ASMR thing, mate, I'll do anything if it makes me money. We'll have to see. But a bit of a moment there for one of the Audis. That was a bit of a scary little moment. That was actually the number 17 as well, the class leader, Ben Thayens, just having a bit of a wobble, but very interesting indeed. And yes, to be honest, everybody, you complain about my mute button and me muting myself by accident, but you didn't have to go through what Ed had to before when I quickly tried to nail some toast without you guys hearing it as well, and I literally just smacked it into my face until it was gone. So you would have liked that. That's a scary camera angle.
Brilliant.
That's a scary camera angle there, because you've got Ben Thayens coming around the final corner and cars entering the pits. Let me just go back on this again. Watch this. Meow in the background. It just looks like someone's having a huge... I'm joining you on the sound effects. It looks like someone's having a massive accident, doesn't it, in the background, just going straight on.
You do feel like your pulse race a little bit when you see it. We see the Sky Limit race team coming into the pits, but also so is the Flemish Simsports GT4, current class leaders in GT4. So doing a good job, but that's going to swap over, in fact, because I think Talk Freak have stayed out. Or did they pit it earlier? In fact, there could be a bit of a change in strategy, so we're going to see as well what's happening there. Are they going to be taking tyres, or are they just taking fuel? Going to be on board to see Robin DeVille if he's going to be put down. But I think, yeah, as you mentioned, they're up in the air, yes, so they are taking tyres. They've come back down now, and they will surely get on moving now. Well, they're not moving now, so is the fuel taking a lot longer in this car, do you reckon? Or are they taking a bit of damage repairs?
I think it'll be the fuel as well. I don't think the repairs will be doing anything. Now, they've got going, and the Talk Freak racing car has just pulled into the pit lane, so that's that just shows you how much that gap's opened up. It's quite crazy, really. What I do want to do, everybody, is let me just show you this. Oh, no. Never mind. Hang on. There you go. There is the spread of where all the cars are, and you can see most of them are on the southern part of the circuit at the moment. There's only a handful of them. That is based on position. We can do it on car number as well instead if you like, just so you can see your own car. If you want to have a look on the track map, we'll keep that up for a little bit. It's always nice to see where people are. The one that we're watching will be highlighted in a different, with a little coloured ring around it. I believe it's just a yellowy, sort of greeny ring at the moment. But coming out of the pit lane now is Alon Day. Should be called Alon Knight at the moment. But quite ironic, really, is it's a Sky Limit race team, isn't it? But Alon Day, the Israeli driver, back out on circuit now in the number 69 Porsche. He's going to be pushing hard on these opening laps. And I mean, these cars are sketchy on warm tyres, aren't they? But on cold tyres, they're very scary indeed.
Yeah, there's only one thing you can really say though when you see him coming out of the pits, and that's probably what his teammates would have said, which would be Alon Day getting on out of the pit lane and trying to carve his way through the field. That was a bit of a stretch, wasn't it? But 69 car, nice, doing a very nice job of it. It's got to be said, going through there, trying to get over the curbs, very nicely done. And now he's going to have to nurse his cold tyres, because when you come out of the pit lane, especially in these GT3 Cup cars, you can see a little bit sketchy on the brakes. His wheel having to fight it on in. They're not very pleasant cars to drive on cold rubber, I can tell you that much.
It certainly doesn't look like it either. It's very sketchy at points, but it's great that these drivers, you know, they won't hold back one bit. They'll push as hard as they can. By the way, Alex Cascatau is only 2.1 seconds ahead of Yuri Crispin here in these two radicals. Now, Yuri Crispin is very, very quick, and we've seen quite a few of these guys have really sort of lit up these radicals over the course of this race. Apparently there's just been a bit of a scary moment down the straight as well. Maybe I wasn't paying too much attention, sorry. But Thomas Smets there talking about driving in VW Fun Cup. If you can get me a go, mate, I'd absolutely love that. Hans Pullman's in the chat. Good to see you, Hans. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you are well. Well done on your drive so far, mate. Robin DeVille, Cruella's brother, has taken over in the Flemish SimSports GT4 machine. I'm sorry. But still, at least not half of it's white and half of it black. If anyone knows the joke, then you get it. But still, that car at the moment, while it is bouncing around the chicanes, it's looking like the most stable performer in that category, isn't it?
It really is. They've been sort of the class of this GT4 field for pretty much most of the race. It's got to be said. You can see them now navigating the traffic as well. You've just seen probably the reason why they're doing so well is because they're able just to let the cars by without losing out too much time there. We mentioned earlier when we saw that it was the Talk Freak racing car was right behind them, that it seemed that the Flemish SimSport car may not have had the overall pace at that point in the race, but they just were able to manage the traffic to a T, and it seems to have continued on at this point now because Robin DeVille has been taking a leaf out of his foot and really just doing a good job. It's got to be said. It's nothing really more you can say other than they've been putting a good performance, and it's being reflected in the fact that they're leading this race by about 52 seconds.
Sorry, mate. Thomas Smets is trying to get me a drive in Fun Cup. Sorry. I'd love a go, though, Thomas. Honestly, I'll actually speak to Steve about that, and hopefully when the world goes back to normal, or if it does, then we can try and sort that out. But yes, the gap at the moment now, like you say, around 52 seconds. They'll be over the moon with that. David Barraclough at the wheel of the second place car in that class. And it just comes back to the fact that we were on about before, where they may not be the fastest cars in the world or the fastest cars in this race, the fastest class as such, but they just fly. And their battling is so intense because the cars are a little bit slower. They're more about having momentum and continuing the momentum. And an interesting thing to look at here is the brakes. Look at the brake discs here as he brakes again. The rears glow that little bit more than the fronts, which just gives you an inkling as to what brake bias they run. And the fact that iRacing simulates that to that effect is brilliant, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. As you can see now, Julie Crispian coming into the pits. The Fast Racing team with the pit limiter coming into the pits, and you can see the Traxxas by J&V Services as well into the pits behind them. So I'm not sure if is this a battle on track. No, there a bit of a gap between the pair of them. You can just see using the tactic there on board. You can see him shifting up through the gears, first second. That's just while he's on the pit limit, just trying to get that little bit of extra speed, just to get up to the very top limit of pace you can carry through the pit lane without getting a penalty. So gaming the iRacing system a little bit. You wouldn't want to be doing that, of course, in your real race cars, because that would be doing the gearbox, well, certainly no good, it's got to be said. But you can see them now getting onto the jacks, taking the tyres done. See the front of the car being pitched down as the rear gets pitched up, doing the rear tyres first, getting those changed, and then you can see that it puts the front tyres up, or at least it should be doing those if it hasn't already.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Either
You
that
would,
or Matthias Mast is an absolute madman and he wants a lot more grip on the rear than he's got on the front, but we'll see. Interesting that it's still not done it, so this could be a very focused incident for him. To be fair, it's better than we saw in the Assetto Corsa Competizione race earlier, because somebody put used tyres on by mistake, and there is a moment for David Barraclough. Is he going to hit the wall? No, manages to keep it out. Interesting that the hazards button in the middle of the dashboard is probably one of the brightest buttons in there. It's like, oh, do you need roadside assistance? So there you go.
Might be doing if he gets beached in the gravel, but iRacing, luckily, I think, doesn't simulate that. So otherwise, we might be seeing a few cars out of this race by the amount of time we've been seeing the cars taking a bit of a trip down to the sandy beaches of Zolder and the nice sand traps there. But
can I just jump in on that? Sorry, with the whole gravel trap scenario, I was discussing it on stream with somebody a while ago, that I really do wish that there was that completely savage approach to gravel traps in a sim, where the gravel does beat you. And I mean, on the road side of things in iRacing, we don't really see enough automatic safety cars. You know, you could have a massive accident and 20 cars in the middle of the circuit and no safety car comes out, nothing happens. You can call it manually, but nothing happens. And I think it'd be great that if we did have gravel traps that beach the cars, that it'd bring the safety car out. Now, I know people will say, oh, but it happened too often. There should be some sort of, like, hardcore mode where you have, you know, cars getting beached in the gravel and you cannot tow to the pits within the first, like, 3 minutes or something of being in the pits. You have to wait to see if you can at least try and get out. And then a safety car will get called if it's deemed in a dangerous position. Or, you know, it beaches you and that's it, and you have to tow back to the pits. There's a couple of different ways you could go about it, but I think that if they did implement gravel traps that really do drag the car in and stop it, or even roll it over, you know, if you go in there as an incident, rather than just being able to drive over it at full whack, it'd make it a lot more challenging. And I think, to be fair, it'd probably calm people down a little bit and sort of dial out some mistakes. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea, but the iRacing safety car isn't really built for road racing. It's built around oval racing.
Yeah.
So I've had a bit of experience with that because I race in a GT3 league that has a random chance of a safety car coming in from, I think, the first 15 minutes, and then any point for the next, I think, I want to say about 60 minutes for the next hour, and then the last 15 minutes, there's no chance of safety car. So there's a random point where a safety car can come in, and it does throw up a lot of excellent surprises, but it's not really built around iRacing Road, as we have just seen, obviously, that incident with one of the GT3 cars. I'm not entirely sure which one that was, Chaz.
Class leader, Boudwin Kuster. He got a bit of a kiss there from Kevin Lemons in the Scuderia sim racing car. He got 3 wide with traffic and he just tried to get it stopped, and unfortunately it didn't happen. Alex Cascatau has just had an issue in the GHK E-Racing by T2 car. Oh, gets a smack in the rear from one of the TCRs. Well, you want to see something? You want to see something spooky on Halloween? Here you go. Into the pit lane. TCR absolutely smacks it in the back. That's a humongous hit. And this is the thing that we were on about before, isn't it? With traffic, it can just throw your race completely up in the air.
It was because I think that was caused because the TCR was wanting to come into the pits, and we kind of foreshadowed it almost earlier on when we were saying it was a little bit spooky seeing all of the cars just blitzing their way straight on at the final chicane because they were going into the pits. I don't think we realised that could have caused a horrible, horrible incident that's just plagued. Was it Alex Cascatow that was caught up in that?
I think we've just had an update as well. We've had 2 stop-and-go penalties, one for the 014, which is the Scuderia Sim Racing Porsche GT4 car, which are currently in 5th in class for causing that collision with Boudwin Kuster. And then, of course, we've just had one for the 110 Audi, Stephen DeWolf, in the Dynamics Belcar green machine for causing that incident there as well. And he wasn't even pitting, actually. I think he was just very late on the brakes because he didn't end up going in the pits from that one. It was lap 269 was the last time they pitted. This is lap 315 for them. Very interesting.
Well, maybe they were going for a drive-through for another unrelated incident, and now they're going to get another drive-through for that recent incident.
Very true. Very true. They may have got a drive-through for the fact that they got the incident points, and now they're getting it because of a manual review. So, unfortunately, not going Stephen DeWolf's way at the moment. He's a nice lad, though, is Stephen. He won't have meant it, but that doesn't really change to... doesn't change really much as to what's going on. So, he slowed down a little bit there because he knew that the car in front was probably not going to pit. Here's Kevin Lemon serving, said a drive-through. Was 5th in class. I think he's going to stop as well.
It's a stop and go.
No, he's taking tyres, though. Oh, yeah, it is a stop and go. Apologies, yeah. But I'm not sure if he's allowed to do that if he takes tyres.
I think it adds an extra 15 or 30 seconds, I think, to his pit stop time. I'm not 100% sure how it works, though, in iRacing, or if even, because obviously leagues have their own regulations and rules about it. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But I do think, do serve it with a stop and go penalty. Yeah, I think you do get extra time added.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on it now because the pit stops in these cars have been 40 seconds before now. It's just got to 40 seconds, and yeah, I'll probably add a little bit more on. Yannick Van Overloop, which sounds like a great name for a pilot, has just got in the car, and hopefully he doesn't loop this thing because that'd be a bit of a decent effort if you could do that. David Barraclough, by the way, this was the car that was chasing for the class lead earlier, and is now under threat from Maciej Mlinek in the Edge Esports car. So they're looking to get up into 2nd place in class at the moment. So good pace from these guys and good consistency because that Talk Freak racing car, while it is on the brink of winning the championship, they've sort of let themselves go a little bit here. And I think that Edge Esports could definitely be onto something.
Yeah, Maciej has been putting on a brilliant charge, it's got to be said, and you're going to be seeing him now catching up. The gap is about 4 seconds, but it does seem that potentially he's been able to either manage the traffic or has just been able to put on good old charger things. I'm going to be having a look at the lap times as he comes across the line. Up in front, David Barraclough did a 37.0. Maciej did a... Oh no, that was a... I'm having a look at the best time, sorry. I need to have a look at the last times.
I did that before.
Maciej did a 38.5, but David Barraclough did a 38.1. So they're kind of keeping roughly about the same. Barraclough just pulled the edge out a little bit that time on the Edge Esports car, and is now going to be trying to see if he can sustain the pressure, because as you mentioned, the gap has suddenly closed down, almost seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think the little mistake before from David may have set the tone for it. Maybe he's just trying to get away again. They were actually 0.7 of a second quicker than Robin DeVille, the leader in class last time around in the Flemish car, so they've not got it all their own way. Good to see the Circuit Zolder machine back out there. Didier Dexter's, the American driver, is in there. And Colin Spork is saying the P2 GT4 car spun 2 times in 3 laps and had a pit stop after a spin, so they've got new tyres. So they may be quicker now, despite the drop-off. But this is the Circuit Zolder by Simtag Audi, down in 34th place overall at the moment. And to be honest, the only car that isn't running at the moment is the Test Racing GT4 by Sickers BE, and that's because they got disqualified for causing incidents earlier. So the fact we've got all cars running other than that still is great. And even after an engine change for these guys, they're still out there and still pushing, which I love. And Anik has enlightened me. An overloop is actually a pipe which drains water from one place to another. Thank you very much, Anik. I do appreciate that. And this is one thing I love about checking the YouTube chat. You get some great info from time to time, don't you?
You certainly do. As you see, Didier Dexter's, as you mentioned, the Circuit Solar Sim tag. Brilliant, brilliant effort to get it back out on track, and good sort of, I don't know what you'd call it really, good spirit, I think, from this team, and well, all of the teams really, to keep going as we're 9 hours into this 24-hour race. And I think, as we are 9 hours into this race, I think we could give a little bit of a rundown of the top 5 in each class.
We can indeed. I'll very just quickly mention that Didier Dexters is one of the commercial directors of the real Circuit Zolder as well. So definitely trying to uphold the name there. But yes, we will go through. Fabrice Cornelis is back out on track, leading the way in class for Sim Tag Racing. Oh, apologies everybody, I didn't even mean to click then. That's what happens when your hand has a twitch. But let me just show you as well. We'll do this at the moment just so we can split them out class by class. This is the Radicals class. Rudolf Nagel is in second place overall for Sim RC Club Sport. Rudolf is very, very quick. We've sometimes named him Rudolf the red-faced racing driver when he has a bit of an accident. Alex Cascatau is in third for GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. Then we have Dennis Lukes, and it looks like he's doing quite well. Matthias Maas is in fifth place at the moment, and I can't think of a pun for that. Budwin Kuster leading the Porsche Cup class as ever by bin goal by Simtag EMG. Elon Bockhawk is in second in that class for ASK Volanti Racing. Then we have Gregory Vranks Pro Assist Sim Racing, that beautiful real-life livery on the 23 car. In third, Rob Tyson is in fourth. Somehow that number 15 Porsche, even with no bonnet, or at least the bonnet raised up, is still going after the damage it received. And Tim Greven is top 5 in class. And my wonderful colleague Edward May will take you through the GT4 and TCR classes.
Thank you very much for calling me wonderful, Chaz. I'll be using that serotonin boost to carry me through the night, but it is the Flemish SimSports GT4 car, the 103 machine, being piloted, of course, by Robin DeVille, building out a nice gap, a nice healthy gap to second place in class. David Barraclough, the moment in the Torque Freak Racing by Carrot car, having a good charge of things, but being caught slowly but surely by Maciej Mlinek here in the Edge Esports car. He's going to hope to edge out this second position from Dave Barraclough, but then further back, Dan Fietens in the pits. GTE ABK Racing at the moment, the number 19 machine, getting tyres put on the car, and again, my favourite livery I think this evening, and I'm sure Chaz will agree. And then we go back to the Track Velocity machine, nice striking yellow and white machine, 109 car, Martin Kerfs there piloting that. And then we can have a look down now to the TCR class, and it is, of course, Ben Thanes leading the way. This G-Drive Racing Exemia car has been doing a brilliant job all race, just like this Flemish SimSport GT4 car. They've been leading for most of this 9 hours gone in this race. And further down we have Hendrik de Grave in the Flemish SimSports TCR car, number 102 machine, doing a good job. And it's that Flemish SimSport livery that we keep mentioning is one of our favourites here. It's lovely, lovely usage of the spec map there. Brilliant job from them in second position. And then third place, Attila Sipos, the Simtag Racing driver, in third position. The number 40 car putting on a brilliant show of things as well. Currently sitting in third position. Further back though, Bram van Houten in Dynamic Simulators Red. We've seen them a bit in the wars of things, but they're going to try and carry on through unscathed to take home this fourth position, or potentially even better. We shall soon see as the night progresses on. And then finally, fifth position in the TCRs goes to Renzo Uhlenbruch in the Radeon Motorsports by QSR car. Another nice little livery on that machine, double 3-4, and you can just see, look at that, the white and green, one of my favourite colour combinations, and putting it to good use.
And you used to drive for Fury Simsport as well, didn't you? Which had,
I still do.
You'd still do, fair play. With plenty of green on that, so I know that'll suit you. But that sponsor and that livery, that looks phenomenal on that Audi. It's a shame that the lights didn't really light up the side of it for a second there, but Really does look very, very good indeed. But it's cars 2 and 3 at the moment that are P1 and 2 leading the way. Doing a great job. Look at this for Rhys Cornelis. I want to go on board with him again because it's just so exciting. Absolutely love doing this on board with him. Just, maybe I excited him a little bit much there. He just had a bit of a moment, but it's easy to do around here. You know, when you get into such a rhythm with these cars and you're absolutely on the limit everywhere, it's easy to just push it that extra bit too much as he catches up now to the Circuit Zolder machine and gets past it like it's not even there. But this is part of being in these radicals. He's weaving around a bit, sort of saying thank you for getting out of the way. Either that or why didn't you get out of the way quicker? I don't know. But just how quickly you get to a corner and then suddenly you're through it in this radical. Now, I know that in the past when I've seen people on TV go and drive a race car and, you know, they're the car TV show presenters, like Richard Hammond in the Formula 1 car years ago, the Renault, he says, like, my brain doesn't think quickly enough, and then we can sit here on a simulator and be like, well, you know, we can drive it in the sim and that's almost as close and the thinking time is simulated to be the same, but really it's not, is it? I mean, it's just the fact that these guys can drive it when you're at this level as well, with the thought processes that go through and the reaction times, it's just superhuman almost, isn't it?
I think as well, you also don't really have, you know, the threat of impending wall contact if you make it wrong. You don't have that looming sense of mortality when you are piloting these machines at, well, frankly, frightening speeds when you go through the corners using all of the downforce. So that could be another step as to why your thinking distance is not as good as it probably should be in the sim. And that's another thing as well, is the difference between real life and sim racing is that you also don't get quite the nuanced feelings in the car. You can't use that big sensor sitting on the seat. You can't use your big bottom to feel the bumps, feel the grip of the car.
How dare you?
Move away from you. You need to use it all through. Well, I'm speaking more for myself. I'm a skinny boy, but I've got it where it counts. Don't you worry, my friend. As you see.
Got that cake, as my mate Morgan would say.
Oh,
got that
absolutely.
cake.
Cakes for days.
Well, you heard it here first, everybody. Absolutely love it. This is what happens when you commentate late into the night. It is nearly 20 past 11 in the UK here right now. And I'm sure Boris Johnson is lying in bed with a big smile on his face, knowing that he's just put a massive national lockdown in place. But to be fair, this race is nearly 10 hours old now. 9 hours, 17 minutes, just coming up to the 18 minutes. And, well, there's so much more that could still happen here, because let's face it, in the time where this race has started, in the first 12 hours, it's already pretty much kicked off, let's face it. It could all happen all over again, because we're not even halfway through yet.
It certainly can, yeah. Obviously, everyone that's been enjoying my analogies of my Kate has got another 9 hours of that, so you're in for a fun old time. So I hope you're enjoying all of this here on Simracersworld TV. But for Rhys Cornelis, you can just see he's just carving his way through the field, cutting his way nicely. You can just see, look at how much he closes onto the other cars around him. It's keep saying that it's impressive, but it is impressive.
It is indeed. Speaking of impressive, Budwin Kuster's going to have to be impressive here, because he is now chasing down the ASK Volante Racing Porsche just ahead of him. This is the battle for their class lead. This is the number 63 and 26, as it was at Spa-Francorchamps, as it was at Le Mans. So these two teams go way back in this championship. And Carter McColeman has just beat me to it in the YouTube chat as well. He just mentioned it before we got there. But now with traffic involved, you're going to see that 26 Porsche just on the left there. Now he's got to wait for the Audi to get out of the way. That's the number 40 car. That's the SimTag machine. And that was Attila Sipos onto the brakes. You can just hear, can't you, the Porsche drivers, they're being so cautious on the brakes because they know how easily it can lock up.
Yeah, and especially as it gets into the night, I'm not sure if iRacing simulates this or not, but as it gets colder, you notice that brake temperatures might be cooling down quicker as well. Obviously, the air temperature being at 18 degrees means that the diffusion of heat is a lot faster than it would be, say, at around about the temperatures we were seeing earlier for, say, 25 to 30. We saw at least the on-track temperatures were there, so getting cooler and cooler. The track temperature's now gone down by a degree, down to 19 degrees, so as we are approaching, in fact we have now hit midnight in sim time, so this is going to be one of the coldest moments we can get here at the circuit at Zolder. And look at how much the gap is closing up. The traffic is playing its part definitely here as we come now out of the first chicane on the run up to the Villeneuve chicane. Look at how close the gap is getting down now. Lap after lap, this gap has been developing, and now we can see it starting to get battle zone now, and we're going to see some certain spice appearing out on track.
It's getting better and better. It really is. This is just... The thing is, when you're watching in your mirrors like this as well, this is pretty... it's a pretty scary moment when you're driving the car, but we get to watch and just keep watching back this whole time as well. It's pretty crazy. So we know exactly what that car's doing, and I'm sure as well that Elon Bockhawk is not just driving this car by looking forward, he's probably looking behind as well. But Boudwin Kuster now putting the pressure on, we'll go on board with him so you can see whether the move gets done first hand from on board with the bingo by SimTag EMG car. But this is part of the championship where they're really sending a message now, isn't it, Ed? You've got to do that to just prove that you're quicker than the cars that you're trying to battle in a championship.
Yeah, you really have to send the message, but you don't want to try it by going a bit too hot into these heavy braking zones, because just like a nice spicy curry, when you go in hot, coming out afterwards, it's going to be even worse. So you want to be making sure you can keep it nice and clean, and maybe be a bit more chill about things. You're at the 9-hour stage of a 24-hour race. It's not worth, obviously it's for an on-track position, but it isn't worth making any silly mistakes, any room for error. Well, you can't really have that at this stage, so it's all about making sure that you get the move done and make sure you get it done cleanly. You may need to rely a little bit on the driver you're trying to pass to make it happen, but I'm sure that at this stage there's big respect between the pair of them, and we will hopefully see some good clean racing.
Yeah, we always do hope that they make it a clean one, and I'm sure these guys will. You know, the quality of the drivers in this championship have just been amazing. It really has been one of the best series that I've had the opportunity to commentate on, and it doesn't ever really dip down. We see the odd car here and there that causes a couple of incidents, and you know, they get disqualified for it, so you know they get what's coming to them, and it's great stuff by the organisers to make sure that nobody really loses out to anyone that's causing a bit of trouble out there. And you do often see it in sim racing as well, especially because there is a big spread of talent. You know, not everybody's been through professional racing driver training to get to where they are. That you do sometimes get some people that kind of ruin it for one another, and some of the stewards may be a bit soft on it because, you know, it's only sim racing. But it's nice to know that Ronald Moons and his team here, they weren't taking any of it. You know, they're giving out drive-throughs where necessary. They've completely disqualified the number 900 machine, and that's what you need. It's what you need in sim racing. And even just earlier in the other 24-hour race that I'm commentating on over the course of today and tomorrow, there was a tiny bit of contact, and there was people in the chat screaming out for a penalty when it was just a little bit of an overlap, and you know, two cars were having a battle, and it was a tiny kiss. One of them went off slightly, didn't gain an advantage, and that was it. And it's like, my rant was based on the fact that I think that stewarding in motorsport now, relating to any contact, is getting a bit soft. Motorsport contact is going to happen. Cars are battling for position. It's a competitive sport. Yes, we don't like to see contact that decides the outcome of a battle, but it's going to happen, and sometimes you can't do anything about it. And I mean, I'd be interested in knowing your thoughts, Ed, before this all kicks off again. But do you think that maybe stewarding in a lot of respects has got a bit soft on that in that regard?
I think so, yeah. And then other times I think it's very tricky because it's always about balance, and there's always going to be one person or one group of people that's going to feel hard done by, feel aggrieved by any stewarding decision that's made. So I would definitely not want to be in Ronald Moon's position at all, trying to steward any form of race. I've known people that have been stewarding other races, and it's very difficult and doing a job, and a very thankless job as well, it's got to be said. So we're glad to see that they're getting all the recognition they deserve, and we think they need a bit more because they've been doing an absolutely sterling job, as you've mentioned. But yeah, going back to your point, I do think that sometimes everyone's too quick to think that there's always a driver out that has to be at fault, and there's never ever room really for racing incidents anymore. It's always just about, oh, that driver's at fault, oh, that driver's at fault, and there's never just the time when people could think, oh, that's just a racing incident, and then let's just move on and go away from it. It's always needs to be something that's the last word, and someone has to be penalised, which I personally don't agree with, and I'm sure you're the same.
Yes, totally, mate. Totally. And it can be a shame, because I think sometimes it can detract from the racing a little bit. Got a car in the pit lane there, Rob Tyson, a bit further down in the Porsche Cup class. 4th place for him in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine. But we are going to stick with this battle. Elon Bockhawk, he's just holding that gap slightly over Boudewijn Kuster. But all it's going to take is one mistake from Elon, or even one mistake from Boudewijn, and it's going to blow this wide open. You know, Boudewijn could yet drop off the back of him. Looked like there was fire coming out of the tyres there as it went over the dust. There's a bit of a strange lighting glitch, but that's always fun to see. Like some sort of Hot Wheels thing, that. But the track, I mean, it sneaked up on us how quickly it went dark, but this is proper night racing now, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously being, though, in the, 1st of June, I think we mentioned, just the height of summer, really. So the night is here, but it won't be lasting too long. You can see here, 1st of July.
Yeah.
So the night is here, but it won't be lasting all that long, and we'll eventually be finding ourselves in there. Oh, that was a bit sketchy there, seeing that was one of the, I think that was that the fast racing, or was that the GHK racing? Or no, it might have been the Simracersworld. It was one of the radicals carving its way through. That was a bit sketchy, and as a result, Boudewijn Kuster lost out a lot just trying to be safe. But then you can see the traffic comes back to him, because you saw that the Volante racing car was checked up massively there through the Villeneuve chicane, and now the battle is starting to come back into fruition yet again. So you win some and you lose some.
And that's another thing, it's another phrase that you could use quite often in motorsport. You don't always win them, you do win some and lose some, mate. But at the moment, I think that traffic has maybe helped out slightly when it comes to Elon Bockhawk. He's managed to get away just a tiny bit here. We'll give you the names on the left hand side. 11:30 in the UK now, and the in-sim time, as we will remind you, is 20:01 in the morning, nearly 1:45 in the morning, so it will gradually be getting lighter very soon. And to be honest, I think it's good that they've said it in summer as well, because I mean, there were people that commented on the real life 24 hours of Spa recently, saying about how much of the race was done at night. And I mean, when I commentated at the Nürburgring on the 24-hour race, it felt like it was in nighttime forever. And that was even considering that we had an 8-hour break between when we went off air and back on air again. It's quite mad how quickly it can sort of creep up on you. Suddenly you're racing at night, and it feels like forever before the sun comes up again.
Yeah, it does. That's what happens when you get into this sort of the winter months in the northern hemisphere. It does feel like it goes on forever, but just bear a thought for some of my friends that live up in Finland. They have almost darkness for almost 24 hours at some times in the winter. So it could always be worse, Chaz. It could always be worse.
Yeah, you could live in Swansea. To be honest, the battle here has gone a little bit stalemate, to be honest. You can see now Boudewijn Kuster can't quite close up on him again. I hope that he can, because I think at the end of the day, as Elon Bockhawk's gone in the pits, so now this is important for Boudewijn Kuster. He needs to really crack on now and get this in lap done and dusted. But we've all seen it before, haven't we, Ed? You can push too hard when you've got the pressure on you like this and make a mistake. So we'll go back on board with Boudewijn and see what he does. A little bit hesitant on the apex, but again, he's not got a reference car in front of him now, which is quite an interesting little thing to have taken away. So he has to get all these turn-ins and all the braking zones right, all on his own.
That could also be a benefit, though, because he doesn't need to worry about too much driving and looking at the car in front. He just needs to look for the apex, look for his braking mark, and doesn't need to really have an extra eye focusing on the car in front. He needs to obviously worry about traffic. But he's got, so far, quite clean air, so he's not needing to worry too much. You can see a couple of cars up ahead of him that might throw a spanner in the works, but at the moment he's doing quite a good job. But you hear going into the braking zones, he lifts off the throttle so much earlier before he starts braking, so it seems that he's doing a bit of lifting and coasting, trying to extend this stint, and he's not actually planning on getting the position done now. He's planning on having it by the end of 24 hours, so that could be a big development if Boudewijn Kuster is able to save an extra few laps compared to his rival there of that is Elon Bocor in the other car. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. You can see Bocor now is on pit exit on our screens. That just shows the difference it takes, and I think that was Bocor potentially taking tyres, because I don't think a fuel stop would have taken him that length of time, Chaz.
No, it's definitely a longer stop. We had Boudewijn Kuster's last pit stop was 35.9 seconds, so definitely a bit of a change there. Hendrik de Grave not too happy with his stint, it seems. Coming off what he's saying in the chat, not the best stint, had damage early on, lost a lot of top speed, sitting duck, and he lost a lot of time. As you said before though, Ed, you can't win them all. Sometimes you win some, you lose some, and that damage obviously making quite the difference over the course of the stint. And it's easy for that to happen. We've all had a bit of a moment where you can hit a curb and just damage the car. I mean, we saw it in the radicals earlier with just how sensitive they can be. So I think even in the other classes of cars, even though we said before, didn't we, that they were tanks, but I think, to be honest, it could happen to all of them.
So good, as you just hear the radical just on the right hand side, just sending it on through the nice high-pitched whine of the little dinky little radical. It's a nice little wedge of a car, and it just goes through so quickly. It's already carved its way through the field. You can see at the front of our shot now. Lovely display of that car, and you just see now Boudewijn Kuster getting caught up a little bit in traffic. This is not helping him whatsoever, because this is the bit where he wants to be going as fast as possible. He has there. He's not worrying about any cars in front. He's going to see if he can get the overcut working. Is he going to come into the pits now? No, he isn't. So he's a bit out of sync, as we see one of the TCR cars just sending it on by, going into the pit lane. That was... Who was that going into the pit lane? That was... It was someone.
Yagizoglu. Kemal
Yagizoglu. And then the TCR car was... I'm trying to have a look for that one. I think that might be Renzo Ulenbro. Oh no, it's Martin Krefs in the pits as well. That's in the GT4.
Yeah, it is Renzo. You're right, mate.
Renzo.
Yes, in the TCR
Thank God
car.
I'm not going mad.
Not yet. It's not midnight local time yet. There's plenty of time for that to happen, mate. And you've got the rest of the overnight stint to do as well.
Looking forward to it.
Bet you can't wait. To be honest, I'm getting 3 hours sleep, because we're finishing about 2 a.m. and then at 6 a.m. I'm back on the other 24-hour race, so I've got to catch up and get on with that as well. Starting back at 6 a.m. But luckily I'm only doing 3 hours there, so thank God. I think I'm going to be pretty out of action for the rest of Sunday. But Renzo, you can see he's up in the air now, taking tyres. We need to do a quick recap here. Boudewijn Kuster still going on in that Porsche, still making progress forward. I think it's just going to be very interesting to see the overlap when these two come back out. We'll have a look at the lap times when Elon Bocor finishes their next tour. He's just coming out the final corner now. Again, triggering some sort of flames there on the exit with that dust effect. It was a 132.9 last time round. What's Boudewijn Kuster going to do? He's going to stay out again for another lap, so he's got a 132.9 to beat. Don't forget, Elon's car maybe on cold tyres a little bit more sketchy. Maybe traffic could make a difference here. It was a 132.3 for Boudewijn Kuster, so he's still quicker at the moment, and that's important for when they pit, because if they have a similar pit stop time, at the moment all he's doing is just taking chunks out of them in the long run, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is, as we see him go past the class leader in TCR. That's Ben Thanes around the outside of the G-Drive Racing Xemia car. Doing a good job up in the lead of this race, having let through another GT3 Cup car. I think that was Tim Greven in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports car, GT Cup car. Good job. And then again we have another car going by. That was the number 66. That's Alex Castacow going on by. So all of the cars are going on by at this point. And Alex Castacow is doing a very good job at the moment. But the gaps are just so large at the moment that you can't really be able to see any sight of him making up any on-track positions, because Rudolf Nagel up in front is, I think, 7.5 seconds up the road, who himself is about 5.5 seconds down from our race leader, Fabrice Cornelis.
5.5 minutes, that is, as well.
5.5 minutes, sorry.
To be honest, mate, we don't often, when we're talking about gaps in a race, we don't often talk about it in minutes, do we? But
No.
It'll feel like hours for these guys, because when you are in a race like this and you're constantly just coming across traffic and not really seeing any of your main rivals in the championship, it can be so disheartening
and you can feel like you're just getting nowhere. It's such a tough race, and I remember doing stints in a 24-hour race before where I didn't see at any point any of the cars that we were racing, but as our pit stops were out of sync, every so often we'd gain a place on them when they were in the pits, and then all of a sudden we'd lose a place on them again when we'd come in the pits, and it was like, I haven't even seen them. And often that is it. It's almost like ghost racing. I know it's like an ironic cliche with it being Halloween, but it really is an ironic cliche, and it's a true one. You know, it's the fact that they've got, like, sometimes just racing ghosts, and again, I do say that phrase because you don't see the cars you're racing. I'm sorry, I've completely butchered that explanation, everybody, but it's a good thing we've got Ed here in the box to do it justice, to be honest. But it's not an ideal place to be in, is it? Because a lot of the time when you're racing, you want to be racing cars that you can see and you can get a visual representation for the gap, and I don't really think many of them out there have got that at the minute.
No, not really. I mean, the closest we saw earlier was obviously Adrian Kust and Elon Bork fighting for the class lead in GT Cup. But now that Elon's come into the pits, we don't really have a battle to follow. So we're just kind of sitting out here in no man's land, just watching the cars go about and just keeping our eyes on the gaps for you, or watching the broadcast just to see if there's anything that's going on. We can see Gregory Vanks now, though, in the number 23 Pro Assist Sim Racing car. And Gregory Vanks, as I'm sure, is a name that a lot of you who follow Simracersworld TV will be very familiar with, won't they, Chaz?
They will indeed. Gregory Vanks also raced in the Simracersworld TCR series alongside you as well. He's very, very quick in that too for the Simracersworld team. Now, we've had a couple of cars go off circuits. We'll have a bit of a recap with what's gone on here. This is Marvin Julian Amantz, and he won't like me showing this, but you win some, you lose some. I like that phrase, so I'm going to go over it again. Oh, a bit of a run over the grass there. Got away with it, nice and clean. Tim Greven's gone off circuit for 6 seconds here. This is just going to be a run wide at turn 1, maybe a snatch on the brakes. That's well too hot into there, Tim. Whoa. Enters the Paris-Dakar on the way as well. Thies Vandenberg has also had a little off. Let's have a look what he does. Is he going to do the same thing? Yeah, the back end on that Audi comes around. Oh, it's got this such an annoying slide that this Audi does. Didier Dexter's gone off the track again as well in the 908 machine. Oh, he slowed down to let traffic through, and the BMS car just smacked into the back of him. And through there you go. Thies Vandenberg's had another issue, though. He's had another couple of issues, actually, it seems. This is his incident at the chicane. I think maybe is he going to get a tap? No, he's just gone in too hot. Spins it around. It's the 15 again. That 15 Porsche is going to be sick of that, and he's in the wall. Or he's just out of the wall. Oh, he's going to be fuming. Absolutely fuming. Tim Greven's had another one at the same chicane. Oh, he's bounced it off one curb, bounced it off the other on the throttle. Round it goes. They're doing a good job at keeping these out the wall, to be honest. You have to say, don't you, Ed?
Yeah, definitely, because the walls are close. As we see another replay of us getting a bit of airtime there for Philip Verglein. Oh, just about.
No, you missed it.
Out the wall again.
Let's have ready. We're going to go in slow-mo for this one and everything. Over the curb it goes. Hold on to your hats, because that's a hell of a jump, and then bang, down to earth. And you can just see how that continuous bounce afterwards just unsettles the car. It's a real pain in the backside for him. We'll have another one, because it's quite comical. I'm hoping it hasn't damaged the car, because we're laughing at it. Look at that. Off the ground, bang, and as the rear end compresses, that's some big rebound, that, isn't it?
Yeah, for Vliegen, really just well, he's certainly not done his suspension any good. That's one thing I can say, but he's done a good job to hold it and keep it out of the wall as well. So doing a good job keeping that CCTS Esports Endurance car just about in one piece after that. Currently in class, I think he is, where is he? He is 8th overall in class. Has got to try and focus on getting further up the order, but I think further up the order is Joran Vatlet, Scuderia Sim Racing car, who's I think 6 seconds up the road.
Yeah,
not 6 seconds, 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's quite the distance away. He's only 3 seconds though behind Olivier Van Herk in the Team MRS car. There he is, going down towards the first chicane. This is the Team MRS Porsche. We've not seen much of this car so far, and admittedly, we haven't really shown them on screen much. So apologies to those guys. but still doing a good job and out there at least putting the effort in. And that's the thing. A lot of teams in events like this, they may have an issue and they won't show up, or they'll just think, oh, we're not fighting for anything. But I've got a massive amount of respect for the teams that, even if they're having the worst championship campaign that they could imagine, or they've had a DNF in each round, or that they've not raced up to the point where they're happy with their points finishes. They're still here. Simple as that. They still show up. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you?
Exactly. You've got to show up to get any form of benefit from it. As you see, the flames just absolutely shooting out of the back of the Radicals. That's another little touch that I'm glad iRacing is a little backfire coming out of these dinky little machines, as we see Oliver Van Hoek trying to get on through, trying to keep the gap. But you can see Joran Vattler is really closed up. It's got to be said, the gap now is 2 seconds on my timing screen, so closing down. And I think sooner rather than later, we might be seeing this forming into a battle actually on track.
You never know, mate. All it takes is one unfortunate bit of traffic, one tiny little incident, and we've seen these battles close up very, very quickly. But we do hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. My name is Chaz Draycott, on the cameras and on the comms. Edward May doing a great job here on Simracersworld TV alongside me in the box here at Zolder. And we are 9 hours and 40 minutes into this race. Not even halfway, with 3 hours almost, 2 hours 20 minutes off halfway. In about 20, maybe 18 minutes time, Ed and I will just be taking a couple of minutes break. It will go midnight here in the UK, so we just need to make sure we get a drink, just have a moment, stretch our legs. Us commentators are human as well, no matter what Ed said earlier. But to be honest, it's got, at this point, Ed, I must admit, the 4 hours has flown by for me. What do you think?
It absolutely has, and I'm amazed that I've only got 8 hours to go. It's been absolutely stewing by, and it's boggles the mind that I think, a third of the way done. So this is brilliant so far. This on-track entertainment has certainly been making the time fly, and they do say that time flies when you're having fun, and I'm sure I've been having fun. I definitely know that you've been having fun as well, Chaz, and now you can see as well, gap I think is down to a second between Van Hoek and Vattler. So hold on to your hats, guys, because this is going to get very spicy very shortly.
Apologies for the little Windows noise there. I was trying to do something on the timing screen that it didn't agree with. But yes, this is starting to get more and more spicy as it goes on, mate. And that's what I love about these sorts of races. We've had a few more offs. The event viewer likes to keep surprising me with them. Hans Blankart, he is in there. Look at the brake discs. Oh, the chicane. We saw earlier, didn't we, how quickly that car can spin around when you get on the brakes hard. Casper, the friendly ghost, has had one going into the chicane on the grass. Big drifteroo. Slam your foot on the slam your foot on the accelerator. It's a TCR car. I want to hear this thing on board. Let's have a little listen in. Ready?
Now, save.
I know that this car sounds good from the gearbox. We called it the Chaz Rasp Cam in the Simracersworld TCR series. Here you go. Love it. Love it. Good save indeed. And Philip Vliegen has had another one here, but only 1.7 seconds, so maybe just running slightly wide. Yeah, we've all done that, haven't we? if you've not done that as Zolder, you're lying. And he's now, Casper de Court is in the pits now, so while he's the friendly ghost, he may have scared the life out of himself a little bit with that incident there, or that slide. What's the gap between Bokhork and Kuster? Ow, my ears. Bokhork still, he's 1 minute 17 seconds behind, and we have not had that pit stop from Bingol yet. These guys pitted on lap 361. They're currently on their 372nd lap. So they're almost a lap different, because there is Boudouin Kuster just going into turn 2. So there's not that much between them. The TCR battle is hotting up slightly here. We've got Renzo Ulenbroek and Jochen Lennertz just within a second of each other. This has sort of come out of nowhere as well. Great name as well, Renzo Ulenbroek. This is Radeon Motorsport by QSR into the final chicane. They've got another TCR car in front of them there as well. which is Olivier Peters in the Composer Racing machine. He's just getting out of the way at the moment down the straight and letting these guys crack on with it here, Ed.
I'll tell you what though, Chaz, I've just noticed something, and it's made my heart sink, is the fact that battle between the Scuderia Sim Racing 14 car and the Team MRS car, it's not happened. We've not had the battle because Team MRS came into the pits before we could see any on-track battling, Chaz.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought, is that one of the ones he was mentioning? Because there's so many teams and battles going on, it's easy to lose track. And we actually have a driver in for an interview, by the look of it. Now, I've probably got his name wrong a million times in the past, so I'm just going to say it as is. But Steve Clays, is that correct?
I'd say Steve Clays, but is it? I'm guessing we've pronounced it wrong for a substantial amount of time.
So Steve joins us in the chat. Steve, how are you doing, mate?
Good evening, boys. And yes, you are wrong.
We are wrong. Go on, enlighten us, mate. Enlighten us. What is the correct way of saying your name? Because I've been saying it wrong for probably a good year and a bit now, I think. I'm sorry.
Is it Clays?
Indeed, because the A is pronounced A in Dutch. So
there you go.
say A, you say A, Klaes.
Actually, you know what?
But that's not a problem. I've been hearing it like that for 20 years, so no problem.
It was Annick Van Blair, actually, in chat did tell me that earlier. I couldn't remember which name it was. Obviously, a lot of teams in this race so far not having a straightforward drive, to be honest, are they, mate? And you guys are just out there battling away, aren't you?
Yeah, well, unlucky number 13. But it's my lucky number, like I said. But yeah, we got some issues, but we're here for the fun. Okay, we won a good position. We got put back a few laps, I think 2 laps now. But it's not over, right? It's 24 hours. You never know what happens, and we will be there hopefully till the end.
Well, that's it, mate. It's nice to hear that you're there for the fun, and we do appreciate the fact that, I mean, we were saying earlier on that sim racing is often a hobby for everyone. You know, we do this because we all enjoy racing, and we want to be able to do what we can with it, and to go racing like this in such a long event as well. It's just nice to have it, isn't it? Really.
Yes, it's a great hobby. It takes a lot of time, and I have been away a bit from sim racing for a few months because this is my first Porsche race in, I don't know, 3-4 months or something. So I really had to get ready for this race. I've been busy with other stuff, real racing, business, work, and even it's a small thing, but normally I had a race yesterday, a real race at Spa, but it got cancelled due to the COVID.
Yeah.
I was racing with Dries from Vapor Shop. So
right.
so we were laughing like, okay, we're gonna first do the race together on the same car, and then drive the 24 hours of Zolder online as competitors. And it was a night race. It was starting from Friday evening, just before midnight, until Saturday 1400 or something. I don't know. I was already like, okay, I'm gonna be tired right now. So it got cancelled. So I'm not really mad at it right now.
Yeah, I can imagine, mate. It would have been a very, very long weekend. Just for anybody at home, obviously, that doesn't know, with your real racing ventures, what car would it have been that you would have been driving at Spa?
I'm competing this year. It's in the Citroen C1 Cup. You know, I have a racing school, and I mostly use the Volkswagen Fun Cup for it.
Okay.
But somebody asked me, okay, I want to restart my team. I want to get involved again in the racing. He was racing 10 years ago in Belcar Porsches. He went to America. He dropped racing due to his business. and he came back to Belgium and was like, okay, I want to get back into racing, and I wanted to do it with you, and let's go, low profile, small cars and attract people, and we chose the C1. So it's a pretty good car. It's not a fast car, but it's fun. All the cars are the same, so you're really battling for position. Even if it's a slow car, it doesn't matter. We did one race at Zandvoort. It was a good race. We were, I think, in the top 10 until somebody went into the kiddie litter, and then we had some issues. But okay, it was fun, and we were looking forward to the Spa race. Unfortunately,
Yeah, it's very frustrating, the whole COVID situation. I mean, just back here in the UK, our Prime Minister has just announced that there's going to be another month-long lockdown starting from Thursday, so that's going to be fun. It's going to impact a lot of businesses and things around here, and obviously events as well. I mean, in terms of commentary, I had some real-life stuff lined up over a couple of weekends, and now it seems that that's going to go down the pan, I'm afraid. But just talk to me about the... I just want to sort of confirm that the C1s... I've commentated on a City Car Cup race here in the UK where they use the Citroen C1, the Peugeot 107 and the Toyota Aygo, and it's a fantastic little series because the cars are so much about momentum. You really have to wring the necks of those things, and like you say, they've barely got any power at all, but they certainly do seem a laugh to drive. And I mean, I got pointed in your direction earlier by, it was Thomas Smets earlier, about having a go in a Fun Cup car, because I commentated on the Fun Cup UK at Silverstone not too long ago, and they look like a right good laugh. I mean, what is it like to drive those cars? Because I would really love a go if possible.
You're more than welcome, man. The C1 is really a slow car. It's front-wheel drive, so that's already something else. In Belgium, we only use the C1, but you can use the Peugeot and the Toyota. But you have to change the headlights and stuff, and it needs to have the C1 or this Citroen logo on it. But
Okay.
it's the same.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit different, but it's the same cars. And it's like you say, it's really a momentum car. If you lose a little bit, then you're done. So really keep the power on, man. It's at Zandvoort. It was really crazy. You go to Schijfvlak, and then I saw everybody braking, and I was like, maybe I can take it without braking, just lifting. And I was like, okay, let's do it.
Oh,
And
God.
I just went for it, and it worked perfectly. And everybody was braking. I was like, nah, no braking, man. Just over the hill, release a little bit, floor it. And when you floored it, it really gripped.
Yeah.
You really had to floor it, because if you didn't do that, the grip was not there. So, but yeah, it was fun, man. Really had fun. And we tested it a few weeks ago at Spa, but it was raining a little bit, so it was not that easy. But Dries was also there. We tested the car. And the Fun Cup is totally different. It's rear-wheel drive. It has much more horsepower. Both cars are on, let's say, road tires.
Yeah.
They're not even semi-slicks, but the road tire is, how should I say it? It's a road tire, but you cannot buy it anywhere.
Yeah. It's like a purpose-made. road
Yes. It's a road tire, but it still has a lot of grip. Surely the Fun Cup, it's crazy how much grip it has for such a stupid car. But I really love the Fun Cup. The Fun Cup is really a race car, while the C1 Cup is a street car changed into a car made for the track. But the Fun Cup is really a race car, and the difference is that Fun Cup, it has to slide a bit.
Yeah.
You always have to drive it on a certain slip angle, and well, that's fun, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, that was it. I mean, the racing that I saw when I first commentated on it at Silverstone was just amazing. And I mean, one make championships always get the green light from me because they're always fun to watch because it's more down to the drivers and the teams that run the cars then. But yeah, the racing in that was absolutely amazing. And like you say about driving them with a bit of slip underneath them as well, they were coming out of Luffield at Silverstone, and the commentary box where I was at Silverstone directly faces, so they come directly towards you before they turn right down the straight. And they were all coming into view completely sideways on the exit, but they were all doing it because they were absolutely on the ragged edge. And it was just hilarious. Like you say, they do look a bit stupid because they do look like a cartoon race car. Like, it looks like someone's just drawn a Volkswagen Beetle as a kid and put a wing on it. But they are great, really well-made cars underneath. And to be honest, I'm very jealous that you get to drive them. But anyway, great to speak to you though, Steve. Thank you very much for joining us. Before we let you go, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody on stream while you're here?
Well, first I want to say, if you come to Belgium, we can arrange something.
Oh yeah,
I'll put you in the car. That's not a problem.
Brilliant.
So you can have a go, and then you can not only think what's it to drive, but you will know it. And yeah, it needs to go sideways a little bit. And that's just what it is. Fun cup, it's really fun. But I want to thank my teammates Thomas and Marvin for today, for the race, and you guys for the excellent broadcast, and Andy for organizing the event. And let's hope we are all there tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Nicely said. Well, like I say, great to speak to you, Steve. Absolute pleasure, and hopefully we'll see you guys doing well as the race goes on.
Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Cheers.
I'm going to sleep now.
I don't blame you, mate. Go and have a good kip.
Bye bye.
What a great guy, Steve Clace.
What a lovely man.
What a great lad.
Place.
Oh, love it. Well, that's me driving a fun cup car in Belgium. You trust me, I'm going to try and get a flight there. We all know how well that's going to go. But still, I mean, it's great. It's always good in a sim racing broadcast where we get a chance to speak to a driver that's driven real cars before, and you hear the mentality difference, don't you, in them, where they explain their real ventures and controlling a car in a real on-track scenario.
Yeah, definitely. Just the way we talk about just the different nuances as well between the different cars that he drives. It's just fascinating. I was just listening in intently to I was hanging on almost every single word as he was describing it. It's brilliant to have people like Steve as a part of this series, and also willing to come into this broadcast booth and have a chat with us, because I'll tell you what, it's very, very good to have all of these people come on in there and have a little bit of a talk to little old me and you.
Indeed. It is always nice, and we do encourage it, everybody. I mean, if you do want to come in and have an interview or just have a chat, then let us know, and obviously we'll try and grab you in. Obviously, we can't spend the whole thing interviewing people, but that was Steve Clace from the number 13 G-Drive Racing Exemia car. Just a quick rundown then. Fabrice Cornelis leading the way overall, and in the Radicals class, Boudwin Kuster still leading the way and still has not pitted yet in the Porsche class. I think they're actually on a pit stop strategy where they pit a little bit earlier than the ASK car, so I think this is their relative positions at the moment. Robin DeVille, Cruella's brother, is leading the way in GT4 for Flemish. Again, beautiful livery, we all love it. And Bran Van Putten has now taken over in the G-Drive Racing Exemia Audi. But we're just getting up to 10 hours in this race. It has just gone midnight here in the UK. So what Ed and I are going to do is just going to have a quick little few minutes break here. We just need to, again, to just stretch our legs. It has gone midnight. Just have a little bit of a break. But if you bear with us, guys, we'll be back with you very, very soon. Trust me. Give it about 4 or 5 minutes and we'll be back on air. We're going to continue with pictures, though. We're going to go on board. And I tell you what, let's have a look if we've got any cars close together. Well, Colin Spork in the Edge Esports GT4 car is only 7 seconds ahead of Dan Filtons. So we'll go on board with Dan, who is currently on the chase. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your patience there, everybody. Nice to have a little break here and there, obviously, just stretch our legs a bit and sort out that cake, as we were talking about earlier. But 4 hours gone of this 6-hour stint so far, Ed. And obviously, anyone that's wondering, who the hell's Ed? Edward May joining me in the box here. My name is Chaz Draycott. We hope you have been enjoying this fantastic race so far. But yeah, 4 hours gone, mate, out of the 6 for this part. You've obviously got another, 8 to go, is it?
Yeah, just another 8. Nothing too much, but good question you asked there. Who the hell is Ed? Not even I know that answer to that question, Chaz. So it's all a mystery. We'll never know, but we're getting back into it here. Dan Filton's there on track. The GTE ABK Racing. Lovely, lovely livery there, sitting in 4th place. Closing the gap down. We said it was about 7.5 seconds to Colin Spork up in front. Well, now it's down to 6.6. In fact, 6.66, the mark of the beast. And he's going to see if he can go on a beastly charge here, be the animal he is, and get up to Colin Spork up in front, which I'm certain that he can do, as long as he can just hit his marks that he's been doing while we've been away.
Well, yeah, the progress from a lot of these teams has been very up and down. Someone that's made a bit of an up and down moment of it while we were away was Hans Belcar in this Radical again. Another issue here at this chicane. Oh, that unsettled bounce there for the car. Really not helping it out. And he has to wait to get going again as well. Reverses it. Back on the throttle. And back going again. Bit of a painful moment though, isn't it, when you've got to wait for that long in a car that's that quick. And it'll feel like it takes forever, won't it? As we've had Robin van Gogh. He's had a moment at the chicane as well, and that's in one of the TCRs.
Oh dear, yeah. It's unfortunately going to see exactly what happens here. Robin van Gogh, the BMS Motorsport car. Just, dips the wheel too much onto the curb. The car just spins him around as it bottoms out. The car's still turning left, carries on turning left, but manages to just about avoid the wall. I don't think I hear any horrible mechanical crunching sound, so he seems to have gotten away with it just a little bit as Robin in the BMS Motorsport. The lovely grey, black and green livery, doing a good job there to keep it out of the wall and keep it going in 6th position in class.
Yes, indeed. It's easier said than done. And well, we said earlier, didn't we, that it'd be nice to try and drag in some drivers for an interview. And joining us from the Composer Racing in the Audi RS3 LMS TCR, we have the one and only Verheyen with us at the moment. Of course, Phil Verheyen joining us in the box. Phil, bit of an up and down race for a lot of teams so far. How have you guys found it in the TCR?
Yeah, first of all, good morning, Chase. It was really quite tricky in the beginning because we are the second rookie team in the TCRs. Mm-hmm. So our goal was to keep in front of the circuit Zolder of DD8 Texas. So that was our goal. So it's looking good for us now.
Well, it's certainly been a bit of a wake-up call to some teams that may not have done something like this before. Is this your first experience with an endurance race like this?
Yeah, of course. It was like a week ago we decided to come into the 24 hours of Zolder. So it was really tricky to learn the basics of the circuit. Mm-hmm. But it's looking good now, I think. We are like 3 laps down of the guys in front of us, so maybe there will be some things to happen. We don't know.
Well, hopefully not, because I mean the car is looking quite clean at the moment. Seems like your drivers are doing a good job, obviously, with Olivier out there at the moment. Yeah. Do you have any current highlights from the race or anything you particularly enjoyed about it?
Yeah, in the beginning there was quite a few battles, but the first time we crashed into the wall, so we need to use our fast repair. But now we are keeping steady. 50 incidents, so quite well.
Yeah, that's to be honest. I mean, I'd probably get 50 incidents in an hour, knowing me. I'm nowhere near to the level of some of these drivers out there. Talk to me about Zolder though as well, because we've seen, I've mentioned it a few times, that we've seen a lot of endurance races on longer circuits than this, where you get like Le Mans, Daytona, the Nordschleife as well. It's a very narrow and short circuit here. It's not really where you'd usually, I mean, they do have a real life 24 hours of Zolder obviously, but it's not a real staple on the 24-hour calendar that often, is it?
No, it was in a week. The 12 hours of Zolder will be held, but I don't think it's going to be held because of Corona, but the circuit is really tricky. I know Spa better than Circuit Zolder, but yeah, I enjoy it. Quick hands, yeah, very good.
Well, that's it. It keeps you working hard, doesn't it, this circuit? It's especially with all the chicanes as well and all the curbs. You really have to think about it.
Yeah, and also because we're two drivers, 1 week in iRacing, so it's really tricky. But we're gonna do our best, and we need to keep in front of the D8X, and everything will be okay.
Well, fingers crossed you can manage that, mate. And fair play to you guys for coming along and giving this a go, because it's no easy feat at all, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the race. Before we let you go, though, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody, Phil?
I want to give a shout out to Oliver because he's driving an amazing stint now. So we're gonna see in 2 hours. I'm gonna take over the hardest hours, I think, but it will be okay.
Smashing. Well, very well done so far, mate. It's a great showing from you guys being out there and keeping it as clean as you can, and hopefully we'll see you doing well as the race goes on.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, Phil.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Another great character to speak to, Ed, and it just highlights it, doesn't it, again and again, how great some of the people are that we get in this sim racing paddock. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, lovely, lovely fella, and it's good to see as well that he's not only just bigging himself up, but also his teammate Oliver Peters doing a brilliant job there in 10th position in class, and he did say, yeah, he's ahead of the other sort of, I suppose, independent or extra entrant for this one. The circuit is Zolder by Simtag car, who, as we did see earlier, have their own little incident, own little bit of drama, but it's good to see they're still out on track as well. All of the cars, as we mentioned earlier, and they're still out on track as they are. So the only car that isn't out on track, out on circuit, is the TESS Racing GT4 car that has obviously been DQ'd. And aside from that, the spirit of the race is still going strong because there's everyone else out on track and pounding around, which is what we love to see.
It is indeed, mate. It is indeed. Well, what I'm going to do, other than turning my my ring light off, because I'm getting blinded in this room here, I think I'm going to get some sort of blue light poisoning or something. We've had a few more incidents, unfortunately. Thies Vandenberg has gone off circuit for quite a while. He's gone off at the chicane, and again, it's another Audi having another spin at that chicane. Ooh. Is he going to hit the wall? He is. Little tap there.
Just a kiss.
Yeah, just a little cheeky kiss. Dan Filtons has also gone off at some point on the lap. Just round the end here into the chicane, maybe touches the grass. Yep. And it's not a front-wheel drive car, so you can't just plant it and get on with it. Good avoidance from the radicals behind him there. Thies Vandenberg has also gone off the track again after this. So, oh no, he's just going to be getting going. Is he? Oh, oh my life. Right, Matt Huppatz has had a little bit of an incident somewhere in the 71 car. Oh, straight on at the chicane. Car comes around. Clips the gravel, he floors it to hopefully bring the front around, but that doesn't work in that situation. And the Australian driver from Australia here, showing again why it's such an international series, takes the long way around the chicane there for that little detour, Ed.
Yeah, just a little bit of a detour, but he managed to get back on track eventually, which is all that matters, as long as he can get his car pointing in the right direction. Obviously, he's from down under, so he doesn't want it to be upside down like they do in Australia, but he's got it all right. He's got it normal, and he's got it on the straight and narrow, carrying on as he was doing. But you can see as well, Thies Vandenberg was involved in a little bit of a scuffle, trying to get back into the right shape of things. And I think, was that the car behind him, actually? I think the car behind him was the car we saw earlier, having a bit of a spin around. In fact, is that a fight for position? No, not quite. There is a fight, though. Thies Vandenberg is on the same lap as Pierre Veyes de Sote in the Desopit Racing team. Sorry, there's a few new teams that I haven't quite had a chance to have a look at this race, so I'm trying to get to grips with it all. It's amazing. You can see that's the third place car coming past. That's Kim Behayet in the Flemish Simsport CCR, a car that we did see, I think at one stage was actually leading this race, is now down the order a little bit behind, of course, Attila Sipos and Bram van Putten.
Yeah, it just shows you how quickly it can be turned on its head, really, can't it? And even in an endurance race, you know, in sprint racing it can happen quickly and suddenly you find yourself not at the front of a pack. But even in an endurance race like this, it just happens ever so quickly, and before you know it, you get swallowed up into the field, and that'll be that. But we've got some very, very good talent in these TCR cars, and I just think it's a shame because obviously in this field, some of these drivers don't do these cars justice because they don't look as quick as the others. It's as simple as that. You know what I mean? There's just, if it was just old TCR cars, you could really appreciate the fast drivers in these things. When they're getting overtaken, as we're about to see here, by the Porsche Cup cars and by the Radicals, it just makes them look slow, and it's not fair. Really not a fair representation. Look at that.
Oh, 3 wide. Oh, a bit of a sketchy moment there as we saw them go 3 wide, but they just about gave each other enough room. Good driving from all 3 of them there. But it was a scary heart and nerve moment. Sorry to cut across you there, Shaz, but that was
right.
A bit spooky, a bit terrifying, but they managed to keep it all on and managed to keep their trousers free of any of the brown stuff.
Indeed. Well, that's it. You sometimes have to take those moments. I mean, we've seen it in the past in different endurance races where a driver will maybe try and just make a move, get past a bit of lap traffic, and it'll save them half a second, and that half a second could make all the difference later on in the race against their rivals. So you have to consider every single tenth, every little inch of circuit that you can use, you have to try and use to your advantage. Looking at, well, we're taking a Lukes at Dennis Lukes at the moment into the first chicane. Behind him on track is the number 7 car. Sorry, not the number 7. He is in the number 7. I think that's Hans Blankart in the 907 trying to chase him down. These Radicals, they don't half make a racket though, don't they? They really are noisy little bits of kit.
They're very small, but they do have a big pair of lungs on him, it seems. They do like to scream as you see him going around this double right-hander now. There's 3 of them all on the same bit of tracks. That's probably amplifying the noise even further, but just listen to it. Beautiful sounding cars.
Obviously motorbike engines as well. So they certainly do have the revs for it as well. Nice pop of flame there as well from Dennis Lukes and Matthias Maas in the same class in the pit lane. They really are fire breathers, aren't they? Look at that, the amount of pops and bangs, but they certainly do squeeze the most out of these cars. And Mark Fletcher back in the chat. He's clearly had a drink because he can't type to save his life. I'm joking, Mark. How are you doing, mate? Good to see you. We've got Matthias Maas just, well, he's behind that hill somewhere. He is in the pit lane, believe me. Rob Tyson had a couple of moments. He'd been off the circuit, but not for long. And that number 15 has really been in the wars. It seems like the G-Drive cars are allergic to the dark, doesn't it? They're just having moments all over the place.
Yeah, if there's any car that's going to be afraid of the dark, it will definitely be these 2 G-Drive racing Porsches. They're not really having the best time of things, but they're still soldiering on, which is good to see. And they're still, to be fair to Rob Thiessen, even though he's been in the wars a lot, still sitting in 4th place is no mean feat. And, well, there's a lap in front of him and a lap behind him, so he's kind of in his own little bubble all by himself. And this is the point in the race where, if it was me in the car, one of my teammates would be getting the soundboard out and playing a little bit of all by myself while I was driving around, which I can tell you was certainly not distracting in the least.
Oh, no. I can imagine not, mate. No, I like that. It's that sort of banter, isn't it, that can get you through a race like this. It's a team working together, everyone just trying to help each other out. It's never easy, and if you can all stay in a positive mindset and all help one another, then yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it, really? It's all good. These Porsches, though, I mean, they're hard to drive in a sprint race, and I can imagine they're just as hard to drive in a feature race. The other G-Drive car, Marvin Julio Mamants, is just coming in now in the number 13 machine, and they are going to be the most recent Porsche to pit. This is going to be on lap 384. Their last stop was on, it doesn't say because it just says in when they're pitting, so I'm not sure. Their rivals around them, lap 372 for Alon Day, so 11 laps ago. Now 12 as he crosses the line and takes that position back, as you see. And then the car a couple of positions ahead, lap 358, so it just shows you again how out of sync a lot of them are. Oh, Dries Moesti's had an issue in the Dynamics Racing Optica Porsche. He's got someone very close behind on the brakes. Oh, and into the back of him. And is that the number 14 car? Or is that the number 19 car? Was it 19? No, it wasn't 19. It was, I think. No, it wouldn't have been 14 either. Who was it? Where's the guilty party? Wasn't your own Vatlet? Wasn't Felton? Was it Edge? No? No? We'll try and find out again, shall we? Trying to figure it out. Who do you think it was? I can't put my finger on it.
I can't quite see. No, is that the number 8 Porsche GT4 car? So that was. Let's have a look through here. Where
it was,
on earth was that? That's
Philip Vlagen. Yeah, Vlagen. Yeah, that one. He's the guilty party, I'm afraid. There. Yeah,
it's Phil.
Phil. Oh, he's come in the pits. That's why it confused me. Because I was like, it can't have been him because he's in the pits. It was just after that incident. Here's David Barraclough, second place in this class at the moment. Robin DeVille, 43 seconds ahead. Now David has got back into a bit of a rhythm here, hasn't he? He's just coaxing this car around at the moment, just trying to take chunks out of Robin's lead.
Yeah, he's feeling the rhythm, feeling the ride. Come on, David, it's racing time, and he's certainly putting on a charge because he's catching up. 40 seconds is the gap to the Flemish Simsports GT4 car, but as you mentioned, I think when we last saw that gap, it was well over a minute, I think. So this is the period in the race where they're starting to put in the different drivers, trying and manage who's the best in the night, trying to think who can keep the car safe, who can manage the traffic best, all of these different factors coming in, as well as how they can manage the tyres, how they can manage the strategy of the race. And all of these are coming together, and it's starting to show that potentially now the upper hand is going to this Torque Freak Racing by Carrot entry. We're going to be keeping an eye on this because it's still not a battle that's materialising on track just yet. But we're certain that over the course of the next 2 hours while we're here for part 2 of this Virtual Belcar 24 hours broadcast on Simracersworld TV, hopefully by the end of it we might be able to see them on the same bit of track together in the same camera shot.
I hope so. It'd be good to have any sort of intense battle going on at this point. Obviously it's not been the easiest of races for any of these guys, and at the end of the day they're not all just going, oh yeah, we'll slow down for, you know, just letting these guys close up. Philip Vlagen went into the pit lane, by the way, because he got a drive-through for causing that incident. Gregory Vranks has gone off the circuit at some point here. What's happened to Gregory in the Porsche? Oh, that's over-rotating all day. Good avoidance from the cars around him. But the Process Sim Racing machine now has to claw its way back onto the circuit. And off he goes again, lights up the rears a little bit. Just gets out of the way of the guys around. And that was the number 69 of Alon Day, the Sky Limit race team machine. Just going past him there. Just shows you, though, even in the slow corners, it's easy to do, isn't it?
It certainly is, and that's probably where it's most likely to happen, actually, when the car is not getting all the airflow over it, not using any amount, because all of these cars realistically do get a little bit of downforce, and you need to be going fast to get the grip to go around the corners, but sometimes you do need to be slowing down for the corners, otherwise you won't have enough grip in the tyres. So it's all about getting that balancing act, and that's the beauty of racing, is that all of these drivers have to do that every single time they do a lap. And we've had, how many laps of this race have we had, Chaz? Probably almost 450 probably.
The race leader is on their 436th lap.
Oh, not too far out.
In terms of class leads, actually, that's an interesting statistic to have. So Thomas Stockmans in the Radical for Simtag Racing is currently on lap 436. Robin DeVille is on his 375th lap. Oh, sorry, let's actually mention the Porsches, shall we? This is the 397th lap for Boudrin Kuster, 375 for Robin DeVille, and this is the 366th lap for Bram Van Putten. So it shows you just how close the GT4 and TCR battle is, you know. They're not actually spread out that much, are they?
No, they are. Actually, Bram Van Putten is on the same lap as the last position, or I think on the same lap as potentially the last position GT Cup car, Philip Vliegen, I believe. I'm not entirely sure if that is 100% accurate or not, but it's showing Philip Vliegen on my timing screen with a white name, so that shows that they are on the same lap together. Well, that's brilliant. Shows how close they are.
Yeah, works out for them. So there's 1 minute and 16 seconds. So Bram Van Putten is, well, as we saw, just coming into turn 2, and Philip Vlagen is just coming into the final chicane. So, I mean, to be fair, the pace of that G-Drive Audi all season has been amazing. They have actually finished certain races ahead of GT4 cars just on pure merit. It's been amazing.
That is certainly something, and I'm certain that if I was in a GT4 car, I would be certainly finishing behind these drivers because they are absolutely on it. It has to be said. You can just see them managing the traffic to perfection. Look at their run as well through there. Their run through there was almost better than that GT3 Cup car by the looks of things, and that was Mathieu Soufi in the BMS Motorsport GT3 Cup Belcar entrance. So Van Van Putten putting in a brilliant show.
Putting in a great show.
I tried to stop myself from doing it, but you
No
you came
shame.
through with it. No, I mean that's fine. I was trying my best. I was trying so hard to be good, but no, I can't do it with you here, can I? We're just as bad as each other. There's no point pretending.
Well, it's part of what it is, mate. It's part of what it is. We sometimes have to have a little dabble into the bants box and go through. I wanted to go on board with another radical for a minute, just to wake us up a little bit, because let's face it, it does get a bit fatiguing, even as a commentator here at the 24 hours of Zolder. 10 hours and 25 minutes of racing almost complete here, and wow, that has certainly flown by so far. And Ed, I commend you on the fact that you're going to be continuing through the night as well, as Hassa will be rejoining you in, what, an hour and a half maybe? Let's say an hour and 40,
Yeah,
let's say.
an hour and a half.
So plenty of action still to come though, everybody. This is part 2 of the 24 hours of Zolder. 4 parts in total. And, well, each and every moment of it is bound to be some very exciting racing. But these radicals, they're just... It's mind-numbing, isn't it, how fast they can go, as we've got a car coming into the pits. Boudewijn Kuster. So here we go then, the leader in the Porsche class into the pits. Elon Bockhawk just coming around the final corner now to go and overtake him and take that position back at the front of their class. Or will he be? No, it was 1 minute 39 seconds, I think, the difference. So it's pretty much a lap, isn't it? Bad look of it.
Yeah, it's a lap that the bingo by Simtag EMG car has over the rest of their class field. So it's going to be keeping an eye on Boudewijn Kuster. What is he doing? Is he going to be taking tyres? Is he just taking fuel? Well, he's swatched over driver, and now it's Tommy Rao in that machine behind the wheel of the number 63 car. So by the sounds of things, that also means that they will be taking tyres and fuel, because it makes sense. If you're changing driver, you want to give them a fresh set of boots so they can feel the progression of the tyre grip, feel the progression of the car from the start of their stint right down to the end. That's usually how most teams do it. So we're going to be seeing if Tommy Rao's going to be doing just that. We're going to be following though Elon Bockhawk through the remainder of this lap just to see where he is on track. When Tommy Rao exits the pit lane, he's going to be coming through now towards the hairpin here, and Tommy Rao's still not on pit exit. He's still stationary in the pits. We're going to be coming around now, the end of the hairpin, coming up towards the final chicane, and Tommy Rao is still stationary.
Yeah,
So Chaz, by the looks of things, he's up on the tracks, he's coming back down, and now he is going, but it's going to be a race, I think, on pit exit, just going through the hairpin now, but I don't think Elon's going to be able to get there in time, because you can see already pit exit. That is the number 63 car, and they will be coming out from the pits in the lead of the races. Elon Bockhawk has just come across the line now. So as it stands, what will the gap be? I would say around about 10, maybe 8 seconds, the gap between the pair of them. In fact, I'll have a look at the timing as it just about sorts it out, and I think it's going to settle around about 9 seconds, the gap.
And
so right in the middle of my little estimate.
It's always good, mate. It's a good guess. But we visually saw the gap there as they came around turns 2 and 3. Elon Bockhawk, unfortunately, not able to stabilise that now while the pit stops are out of sequence again. So even with that, it just shows you the speed of that bingo by Simtag EMG car. Tommy not having a row with his teammates about the stints that they're doing, clearly. And they'll be very happy to get back out there and lead the class. Rob Tyson just coming back out of the pit lane. Tim Greven is only halfway around the lap, so he's not going to be making that position up anytime soon. So Rob Tyson holds on to that for G-Drive in the number 15 machine. And we have a little dabble into how the pit stop strategy is going, and then it settles itself down again. I'm just trying to have a look at the closest battle in GT4, which is Colin Spork, who is 23 seconds behind Dan Filton's. And Robin DeVille, second place for Flemish, has just had a bit of an accident here. Matt Huppatz has also had an issue that we'll have a look at as well. But is this same again? More curb and bounce? Yep, sure it is.
Robin DeVille, I could have sworn, was actually leading the race because it was the Flemish SimSports GT4 car that we've been seeing up in front for a substantial amount of time. So I don't know when that changeover has happened.
Maybe pit stops, I think.
Potentially.
Must have been
I think
pit
Dave
stops.
Barraclough is in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, he
I
is.
think.
Yeah, he's just come in. This is Matt Huppatz. Obviously trying to race upside down from Australia must be quite difficult, and he's shown us there that chicane is definitely not his friend. Lighting up the fronts again to try and bring it around. We saw him do this a few laps ago, didn't we? Oh, he's gone for a 3-point turn now.
It's not his friend, is it? He just doesn't seem to be able to get quite to grips with it, but we can still see it's now Georg Gruber in the car, brother of Hans, just getting on through the grid. And if you get that reference, then bonus for you.
I'm proud of you. Proud of you for that one.
Learning from the vest, Jazz. Learning from the vest.
Not at all, mate. Not at all. But to be honest, this little GT4 battle that we've got, Robin DeVille has gone through turn 2 now. So George Gruber is just having to... It's a painful situation, isn't it? You put everything into a stint and you push all the time in that car and try and get the most out of it, while also having to concede and give time away to traffic, not knowing how your rival is getting on in said traffic. All for it just to come to getting back in the pits and losing the place again.
Yeah, it's definitely heartbreaking, but you can see now, what is that gap down to? It's down to 24.5 seconds. Before we saw it was 43, and that little mistake by Robin DeVille on the cold tyres, I'm going to assume, from the pit stop, has put him much closer now. So we're going to see exactly what the pace of Georg Gruber is, or is it George Gruber? I'm not entirely sure because there's no E at the end. It's not the standard English George that I'm familiar with.
I'm going to go with George. Stuff it. It can be George Gruber. And if it's wrong, then Jorg.
Or is it Jorg?
Or
Jorg.
That's a good point. Oh, heck. You've blown my mind, Ed. You've blown my mind. Absolutely. It could be. Anyway, we'll move on. Kimber Haight at the moment. He's going to be being stuck behind some of the lap traffic here. I know. But it is what it is. We've actually got 4 of these cars on the same lap as each other. Attila Sipos is just coming into turn 1. Renzo Eulenbroek is just coming out of the hairpin down towards the chicane. And Jochen Lennertz is 41 seconds back from him going into the first chicane. So we still, after 10.5 hours of racing, 4 cars on the same lap, which doesn't sound as exciting as it is on its own, but when you consider the context, that's pretty amazing going, isn't it?
It certainly is. We're 10 hours 30 minutes into this race. See all of these cars on the same lap is, as mentioned, blooming brilliant.
It is, mate. It is. Well, we've got some great consistency going on, and that's the thing, that the level of driver in this race, the overall performance of them is just fantastic. We've got such a high level of competition in this. I just don't understand how a team as Elon Bockhock's in the pits is going to be a driver change. David Plasman has jumped in, and I don't know if he invented the plasma TV or not, but we'll have to ask him. But he is now going to take over in the 26 and hopefully go after Tommy Rao. But you can just see now that they were already behind before the pit stop. That just shows the difference of that last stint by the Bengal car. But what I was going to say was the SimTag racing machine, with the quality of field we've got, the fact that these guys can be so much quicker, although I say that 126.1 last time round. Oh, there you go, 123.9. Faster
Back
than
to normality.
Yeah. At that point, he was like 1.4 seconds slower than third place on the previous lap, but even still, just the difference in these guys from the cars that are chasing them is just frightening. It's so quick. It's just, to be that much of a step ahead is just unbelievable. Bram Van Putten as well. He's just done their fastest lap of the race, a 1:39.161 in that Audi. So still on their ultimate pace as well, which is just amazing. Really is. I want to see what the best time in class is. That is... It's not actually in that car. It's a 1:38.9. that is the best. That was from the BMS Motorsport Audi as well. From, well, Robin van Gogh is behind the wheel of this car at the moment, but they've done the fastest lap of the race in the Audi TCR class, which is good going. Very good going indeed. But again, there's always been these cars like the Flemish car, the Torque Freak machine in GT4, the Bingol car and the ASK Volanti racing machine. They just all stand out a little bit just in terms of their constant pace, and they're just relentlessly fast at the front, aren't they?
Yeah, and I'm going to go back to what you mentioned about just the quality around the field all throughout it. I've commentated on quite a few different series. I've commentated on Top Split, Nürburgring Endurance Championship rounds that have been broadcast with Alpha Live and you on TV. I've commentated on the Power Max Racing E-Series that have had real-life racing drivers, the likes of Jason Plato and Billy Munger turning up for a few of those rounds over the lockdown period. And this is definitely up there with one of the best fields I've seen in terms of just the quality of sort of drive we've seen on display, the quality of drive from all these guys, especially the ones that are in the top of their class, the likes of the Bingo cars. Tommy Rao putting in a good show so far. He's only just gotten in the car, of course, but still you can just see that he's not been making any mistakes so far whatsoever. Going to be touching wood on that one, of course. And then the likes of Simtag Racing, as you mentioned, the fact that we're in such a strong field, the fact that they're so far ahead of everyone else in their class, the fact that they're just putting on this, well, it's nothing short of a dominant performance, it has to be said, really deserves the world of credit. Just the fact that they're able to really demand all of that and that little bit extra from their Radical without having any mistakes at all. Don't think I've ever seen one incident on track from this car that's been driver caused, really. I think maybe that little bit of snagging the brakes, but I'm not sure. In fact, yeah, that was a snagging of the brakes, but that was that one incident. Then from there on out, they've been absolutely flawless.
And it's having that flawless streak that makes all the difference, isn't it? You know, some of these teams, they'll have a bit of a rough ride all over the place. They'll have their moments where they get caught up in traffic with other teams. They'll have a little spin, just a little off here or there, and it's just it just adds up to a bit of frustration from all the teams, I think, as well, when they have those moments, and it can sort of set the tone as the race develops as well. And I think that, if I'm honest, the consistent teams are always going to be the ones that win. It's just as black and white as that for me. I mean, it may seem like a bit of an obvious comment to some, but you do see other races where it's not always the consistent cars that take the victory in it. But I think in this series, it's all you can have. Philip Vlagan's gone off the circuit again here. Ryan Walker in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're well.
Just noticed him. I was about to say good morning to him as well. Good evening to him. You saw Philip Vlagan again. Is that another incident where you just see him get airborne again over that curb? We've seen that happen to him before, I think.
Do we want another Dukes of Hazzard? Here we go. Here it goes. Ready? He's going to go for a nice big jump over the curb. The lighting does its thing. That's nowhere near as big as the jump earlier, but still, it's enough to... Oh, excuse me. It's enough to unsettle the car. And around it goes. And he only just tapped the wall as well, so he got away with that. Tim Grevin's back in the pits, and that looks like a slightly damaged Porsche. It seems to be leaning down on one side a little bit. Maybe not to the extent where it's badly damaged, but it certainly knows... it certainly knows that it's being driven well, but that looked like a drive-through to me, mate.
Yeah, it seemed like that way as well for me, so I'm not entirely sure if there was maybe the incident limit that caused it, or if they were handed a penalty or whatever, but we can see that they're still within about a minute of the G-Drive Racing Exemia car, number 15. This was the car that, well, we had Tim Grevin in actually for an interview earlier on, who was saying that this was the fight he was looking for to get fourth position, because he knows that at the moment where it stands, he's in a good position to take home third position overall in the championship. He wants to get that extra track position just to make certain. So we've been keeping an eye on it, and while he's been able to have good lap times, it just seems that there's been a few little mistakes that have just started to slowly but surely creep in, and that's not really helped out the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports charge.
No, it can just get to you. I mean, the fatigue and any sort of drop in morale, it just affects your race tenfold over, and you don't really realise it until you start noticing the mistakes just creeping in and the little accidents here or there. I mean, we even saw it before, didn't we, with Fabrice Cornelis, when he put just one wheel, not even two wheels, on the grass on the outside of the right-hander, and it spun the car around really quickly. Ian Roots there, wrong account. Love it, mate. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the stream as well, and congratulations on your anniversary, mate. We hope you're having a fantastic weekend. Don't you worry about us lot. I've got these boys in check. Now, at this point, to be honest, it's more like Ed's got me in check. He's keeping me under control. But as we see Hans Blankart coming back out of the pits, that's another car, isn't it? That's had just a few spins up to now, and not the cleanest of runs so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I don't think anyone could ever get you under control, Chaz. But yeah, we have seen a few spins coming out of this car, but it doesn't really take away from the fact that their race pace hasn't really been that far off of it. They've been putting in good, consistent lap times, and they're lapping on par with, let's have a look, they're lapping on par with the Fast Racing Team, which was a car that we were highlighting a little bit earlier in the fight, potentially for the podium positions. They've sadly dropped a little bit off of the pace themselves, so it seems that barring any incidents with lap traffic, which we can obviously see throughout the race, I think it will be these three, Thomas Stockman's in the Simtag Racing car, then the SimRC Club Sport, and then the GHK E-Racing T2 car that will be taking the top 3 steps to the podium. But it's all a matter of what order that will be in, and I'm sure only time will be able to tell us that.
It will indeed. We've got Ian asking how many runners have we got? Well, 35 cars started this race, Ian, and 34 are still running. The only car that is not running was actually disqualified from the race for causing multiple incidents. So we've had, other than that, I'd say we've had a very clean race so far. We've had a few cars that have been a little bit naughty. One of which was the 902, Philip Vliegen. He got a bit of a slap on the wrists earlier. What was there was one of the Porsches. It was the GTE ABK car? Was it one of this guy's teammates? Senna Lanson's, wasn't it, that had a bit of a slap on the wrist earlier. And then one of the Porsches, the 69 Skylimit Race Team machine. But to be honest, other than that, a couple of incidents and drive-throughs given here and there, it's been phenomenally clean, I'd say. It's been really good.
Yeah, and those are really the only areas of note over the past, 5 and a bit hours almost, or almost 5 hours, yeah. So that just shows how clean all of these drivers have been since we've been on the broadcast, since it's been me and you here, Chaz. Everyone's been seemingly quite well behaved.
You'd hope so. It's clear nobody's had a drink yet, so as the race goes on into the night, the drivers will be getting more and more tired, maybe alcoholically induced, we'll see. But no, I mean, even in the sim racing aspect, I wouldn't condone drinking and driving, guys. It doesn't end well in the real world. It doesn't end well in the sim racing world either. So if you are enjoying the stream and obviously having a drink, then, do enjoy yourselves. But if you are racing, guys, do try and keep it clean. Obviously, even in a sim racing aspect, we don't want people to be ruining other people's races. And with the class leaders, Ian, they're at the top of your screen if you don't want to be lazy, but if you're watching on a phone and you can't read it, Thomas Stockman's leads for the Simtag Racing Team. We'll even put it on the left for you, mate. Simtag Racing once again leading in the Radicals. We've got Tommy Rao in the Bingle by Simtag EMG car. They've been swapping places with the ASK Volante Racing Porsche, second in their class. Robin DeVille in third class there in the GT4s. He's leading that class, sorry. Badly worded by Chaz. Bad Chaz. Bram Van Putten, as you can expect, the G-Drive Audi TCR leading the way there as well. They've got a 4 minute and 37 second lead. It's just another performance worthy of a championship from them, isn't it, mate?
It certainly is, and I'm on my favourite livery watch, and it is the GT ABK race, and they're in a podium position. The Dan Filson's in the number 19, up into the podium place, just ahead of Colin Spork in the Edge Esports car, but that's probably down to the pit stops being a bit out of sync. So now we're going to be seeing that stopping around, and Colin Spork should be taking back his podium position, taking back third place, as we see them now switch over to Maxime van der Hove in that car. So that's a change of driver as they change the tyres and get ready to go out for the stint, and that should be, I think, Maxime van der Hove taking them through for the rest of the night potentially.
Yeah, you never know. Some of these drivers have been doing quite short stints as well. It's very interesting to see the difference in stint length, but still, Maxime van der Hove, quick driver, quite consistent as well from what we've seen before. But this team, like you say, been doing a good job in that very pretty livery. Again, 4 cars on the same lap in the GT4 class here. Talk Freak Racing, Edge Esports, GTE, ABK Racing and Track Velocity Racing. all on the same lap. And that makes it even more spicy if anything does happen to them as well. And it's James Harvey in the track velocity racing. I've commentated on James in different series across iRacing, most notably in a NASCAR league that I was the commentator for with him and his teammate Brian Crowles. James Harvey does race in real life for Student Motorsport. You can see the sponsor on the rear of the car actually for Student Motorsport. He races in the Citroen C1, and he's a great lad. He's actually streaming at the moment. I did get the notification on my phone from Twitch saying that he was streaming. It's Bang Average Sim Racer. If you did want to have him on Twitch at the same time as our stream, don't you dare leave our stream. But
yeah.
But to be honest,
Not allowed.
He's a top bloke, and Student Motorsport are great as well. They really are fantastic. They're so supportive of what he does. I don't expect them to be up at this time of night commenting on the stream, but they really are a great bunch, and they do a lot to obviously help him out, and they're his main sponsor. So nice to see him part of that team as well, because obviously I mentioned Brian Crowles earlier. A big fan of mine, good friend of mine as well. He's actually on the spanners in real life in the Euro NASCAR Championship, and it turns out that he's very handy on iRacing in the Xfinity cars. So a multi-talented man, it seems, and again an absolutely top bloke. So that's one of my favourite teams out there for sure. I've got a bit of a personal bias there, I'd say.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to see him making it 3 wide. No, they're going to make it 2 wide, but it's going to be just Harvey having to get. He's going to have to get onto the brakes a bit earlier than that. Just about managed to let him through, but because he didn't let him through earlier, that compromised his line. So poor James kind of got hung out to dry a little bit there when the Porsche GT3 Cup car sent right around by him, and now you can see as well the TCRs are getting a little bit close for comfort there in the background, making their way through the Villeneuve chicane, and that is the Flemish SimSports TCR car, the second place car, trying to get past. I think that's one of the Dynamics cars. Yes, it is. Which car is that? I can't quite see. That's the car in 5th position. That is Dynamics Belcar green. So they're going to be trying to keep on track where they are, but also be conscious of the fact that they've got second in class right behind them.
Now, indeed, one of my favourite cameras in all of iRacing, what I call the rasp cam, the very raspy.
As we go now on to the rear camera now. What was you call it? The Chaz.
The rasp cam.
Rasp cam. That was it. Go right in the back. You can hear a bit of a flash of the lights as well. So he is not happy behind him there. Kim Verheyet making his feelings known, and as a result, you can see that Jesse Hendricks gets out of the way nice and cleanly and facilitates that move. So good job from the pair of them there, signaling their intentions and making that pass much cleaner than it could have possibly have gone.
As on his way in there goes the other Dynamic Simulators machine. Apologies everyone there, I think I may have had a little drop out of the stream for just a moment. I've noticed the drop frames has got up to 419, which isn't good. That's a couple of seconds of it. Not sure if I dropped out to you there as well, Ed, but Discord potentially doing its wonderful thing. But yes, Ian loves the pop and bang camera on the Audi. I'm a humongous fan of it. Here we go again with our class leaders. It just sounds great. I think what we're going to have to do as well, if we do actually we're not going to get a chance for another little immersion break. We've only got an hour left, and an hour and 13 minutes. But I'd love for us to have a break where this camera gets used for the duration, because just listen to it, it's great. On the change downs as well, pop and bang. Love the sound of a TCR car. I actually went to Monza early in 2019. I was just on holiday in Italy. We were staying in Lake Garda. It was absolutely wonderful, and then we were looking for something to do on the Saturday, and the missus did the very silly thing of checking Google Maps, and it turned out that Monza was barely an hour's drive away. So I went, stuff it, we're going to Monza. So we drove over there in our stereotypical little Fiat 500, and well, all I can say is that I was very pleasantly surprised to find that there was a testing day on for Blancpain GT3, LMP3 and World TCR, which just happened to be free to get in. So I went to Monza and saw some of the best race cars in the world, and one of them was of course the Hyundai i30N TCR car, which just sounded like this Audi does. It's raspy as hell and it pops and bangs all over the place, and it made me fall in love even further with TCR cars. Someone that's not going to fall in love with me for showing their
wrongdoings is David Plasman, who's had an issue here. This is going to be down into turn 1, I believe. See what goes wrong here. Or could it be something to do with my connection earlier, maybe? Round turn 1 he goes. Yeah, all seems fine. Yeah, I think it's just because my connection dropped out for a second, it thought that some people had crashed. Yeah, Marvin Amance as well, it thought had an issue, but no. Tim Greven, he's gone off the circuit for a second. Oh, that was out of shape, wasn't it, Ed? That was all
just
sorts of
snagged
dodgy.
the brakes, I think. Yeah, just had a bit of a snag on the brakes. Did well to, though, hold it. Could have gone much nastier than it did, so good credit to his car control there. As we see, oh, that's live. That's a close incident there. Between the number 13 G-Drive car that's not having the luck at all. It's Marvin Julian Amance in that car now, behind the wheel of the 13 G-Drive car. And it's never going well. It's not gone right at all. Everything that these drivers seem to do in this car throughout this night has just never gone right for them. And luckily, I think that was the only good bit of luck they've had this race, because they were just fortunate enough to avoid any contact.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful, haven't you? And we've seen a lot of lockups coming in as well, which is just showing you how this sort of cooling circuit has affected these drivers. Talking of the cooling circuit, it has actually only gone down to 19 degrees Celsius, but even still, that's very cold for track temperature. So obviously without the daylight, without the sunlight on it, the track is only going to get worse again as it gets hotter. It's still 18 degrees in the evening though. Obviously we are simulating it being a summertime evening, with it being the 1st of July, so they do still get some slightly toasty temperatures. So I think they've got probably what is an optimum circuit here. I mean, we've had drivers putting in their personal bests over the last couple of laps, and don't forget, that fastest lap of the race from Simtag Racing at the very front, that was during this stint as well, as it went dark, so we've definitely seen the track get into its best condition here, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have. As we see Edge Esports, that's in the GT4 class, coming out of the pit. So now that third place has gone back into the hands of Maxime van den Hove. So that's a change in class podium position there in the GT4. GTE ABK Racing, the number 19 car. As you see now, Laurent Kiersmakers, or Kiersmakers, whichever way you'd pronounce that, one of those was probably right, even though they were almost certainly both wrong. I like to lie to myself, so there we go there. But GTE ABK Racing back up into the podium positions, and that nice lovely livery is in the spot to be sitting pretty on the podium come the end of this race, as long as they can keep up their pace.
Well, they're doing a beautiful job of it now, and this is the thing, this is where it makes all the difference. And I want to apologise to Carter McColeman, because I mentioned that there might have been an issue for one of his drivers and there wasn't, so I'm sorry. Fabrice Cornelis saying this is probably the most difficult time of the race, where you're part way through the night and the track is possibly its coolest as well. It's not easy at all, to be honest, is it? Tim Greven back in the pits again. Seems like he's in a little bit more often than he should have been, to me. Don't see any issues with him going off circuit or anything like that. Or did he come through last time? No, he didn't. He did stop last time, didn't he?
I think was it a drive-through or was it a stop last time? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if you know either, Charles. I don't know if your SDK shows up or not for what that is. But Tim Greven is now coming out of the pits and staying where it is. But we can see again the number 13. Absolute calamities for them here in the night. And we're going to see exactly what happens. And it's just a moment there. I just managed to have a snap on him. Managed to get on the brakes, though, and stay out of the wall. So the only thing he lost out on was time. Didn't pick up any more damage. But that's not done his race any good at all, really. And you can just see Marvin Amance there. Well, it's... You're going to keep saying you win some, you lose some, but they seem to be losing a lot more than they win at the moment.
Yeah, they're just not having the easiest of runs, do they? That number 13 car, you know, they're not helping themselves with the unlucky 13. Steve Kleiss said that it was his lucky number, so Marvin's just got to deal with it. Tim Jacobs saying that this was the pit stop, this one, and before it was a drive-through because the Radical made contact. So there you go. Ed was right, I was not. We've had the race leader go off track for a moment, and this is very busy, isn't it? What's happened here? There's a lot going on. Oh, when he's got to just adjust his line. Catches him out a little bit there with Thomas Stockmans, but it's easy to do. Let's have another look at it.
We'll go on the chopper just so we can see it from above. Does the Audi or the Porsche come across? He does, yeah.
Ooh.
Great avoidance. Great avoidance, that. Fair play to Thomas Stockmans. Not quite sure how he managed that, because he must be racing on triples for sure to be able to see that far around. Either that or VR. But still, that was mighty impressive. That was from your race leader. And that's the reason that they're in the lead, you know, staying out of trouble like that.
Yeah, the foresight to notice that gap was closing and the ability just to back out of it was absolutely brilliant. And as you mentioned, yeah, that's why the Simtag Racing car is leading, and that's then coming into the pits now. So Thomas Stockmans will be coming into the pits. I'm not sure if we'll be seeing a driver change or a tyre change, but I do think that these radicals do change the tyres relatively quickly. So I think they, just like the GT4 cars, can get away with doing the tyre changes and the fuel, so they don't need to worry about double stinting tyres. But I'm sure you'll know more than I do on that matter, Chaz.
I'd like to pretend that I do. To be honest, though, a lot of the radicals are pitted between lap 416 and 422, and this is now lap 459. But I was initially thinking that he may have picked up an incident point by going off the circuit, and that would have put them in for a drive-through. So he loses a bit of time there to René Osterkamp. Well, that made me jump. In the Sim RC Club Sport machine. But that's a real shame, that, for the race leader. You can tell exactly where that radical is by the glowing brake discs. Absolutely love it. But still, that was quite a frightening moment there for them. But luckily, all they had to do was go for the drive-through, and they've got no damage on the car because, well, let's face it, it could have ended up a bit worse, that one, couldn't it?
It certainly could have done. René Osterkamp, though, coming through as we see Kevin De Winter is now getting behind the wheel of the 907, the Stage 1 Racing Belcar entry. We've seen Kevin De Winter before. We know how good his pace is, how consistent he is. But he's got a little bit of a job to do, because I've noticed the gap now between Matthias Maas and himself is, I think, about 7 minutes. Yeah, so the gap is 7 minutes. That's Matthias Maas coming on through now. So the gap between 6th and 5th is rather large. But then you can see that all throughout the radicals, that the gaps between the cars are rather large, Chaz.
Yeah, the cars are small, but the gaps are massive. And to be honest, I mean, if anybody saw the race that we had at Le Mans, for the first, I think, half an hour, maybe 20 minutes, all of the radicals down all of the straights were just 3 wide, 4 wide, all over each other. It was one of the greatest races I've seen in a long time at Le Mans. It was hilarious. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And here, it's been a bit of the opposite. Because of how narrow and windy the circuit is, the traffic has had more influence here. It's split them up a lot more, and it's made them really work for every inch of circuit that they want to take up. So I'm not surprised to see the spread, but at the same time, I think that it could take one tiny thing to just close it all back up again. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I do think, as you said, it's just one little moment, one little mistake from any of the drivers in this grid. Any little misjudgment of traffic, they find themselves in the pits, they find themselves with hefty repairs, and they're put right back into the clutches of all of the drivers behind. So that's all that these cars can do, is just keep consistent lap times and keep going and hope. I know it's a bit bad to hope, but you need to hope, really, that your rivals around you get involved in a bit of strife, as we see the number 3 car going by. That's the Simrc Club Sport entrant, the nice, lovely yellow and black radical car in the 2nd place. Doing a good job. You can see it now. Lovely, lovely livery there. You can see the nice little red trim on the front little bit of the car, the front splitter, little, I don't know what you call them, little, I don't know, what are the little things underneath the headlights?
The canards.
Canards, that was it, the little canards. Lovely, nice little highlight of those. You can see them, though, just carving their way through the traffic. And we know that, obviously, René Osterkamp is no slouch in this car. We know that the Simrc Club Sport car is a very, very quick car. But the fact that Simtag Racing, have got 5.5 minutes clear of them, it just boggles the mind, Chaz.
It really does. And like I said before, just to have that difference in pace when the field is as high quality as this, it just shows how good they are. I love how much of a fire breather these radicals are. I mean, I may have picked up on it earlier in the season, but especially here at night, is Matthias Maas having a bit of a scary moment there. It's nice to see the custom helmet as well with his name on that. I really do like that extra little touch. It's great to see drivers have their own helmets. I mean, I know drivers sometimes use other helmets, which does bother me a bit, but as long as they choose a pretty one like one of Lando Norris's helmets, as we've seen in this race, then that is good by me. We're almost up to 11 hours in this race here, Ed, and to be honest, mate, 1 hour to go, and then we're at the halfway mark, and I will unfortunately be saying goodbye to you at that point, but you'll be continuing on with our very own resident Dane, Haas Aroma, jumping on the comms and on the broadcast duties. With 1 hour left before this night stint comes to an end, for me anyway, is there anything that you think we can expect to see over the next hour or so?
Well, we've seen a bit of close fighting. We've seen that, well, keep an eye on that gap in the GT4 class because, George Gruber, or Jörg Gruber, we still haven't quite figured out which way that would be pronounced, but I'm sure Hasse will be able to enlighten us when he appears in about an hour's time. Mr. Gruber in the 31 car has been closing slowly, surely, on Cruella's brother, Robin DeVille, in the Flemish Sports GT4 car. And I think we could expect to see that gap slowly but surely starting to sort of shrink down a little bit because Robin DeVille's been putting in some rather strong lap times at the moment, just in amongst the traffic.
Yeah, I think that every team and every driver has a different approach to getting through traffic. Some of them will take every single risk they can. A lot of others will probably just take it a little bit too easy, maybe. And I said before, didn't I, that it can just change a couple of tenths here or there with the outcome of a race. I mean, we've seen races before that could be maybe 6 hours long that can be decided by a couple of tenths of a second. And those couple of tenths could be based on how you cut through traffic. It's pretty bonkers, isn't it?
It certainly is, and it's just that one little bit of race, sort of in your driving arsenal, that matters so much in endurance racing. It's all about the consistency you have over a lap. Obviously, your equipment can sometimes help you with that consistency, but usually it's just about how much you're willing to fight into the corners, the way you brake, consistently using the same braking markers, consistently treating every piece of traffic the same. It's all about just getting through nice and cleanly. As I mentioned earlier, you usually tend to see the cars winning the class field without any damage on their car. Usually their cars are near enough spotless. You never see a car winning a race with the rear wing missing or bits of it hanging off. You always see the cars a little bit like Rob Cheeson's, actually looking rather spotless, finishing quite high up the order. So Rob's going on for a good charge at the moment, but we have seen a few little moments plaguing both the G-Drive Racing Xenia cars, maybe a bit more the 13 than the 15, but the 15 has certainly had its own fair share of trials and tribulations this race, Chaz.
Yeah, there's differing fortunes all up and down the order, as we usually see here. And I think at the moment, it's the teams that have stayed out of trouble that have probably got the highest morale in this. And to be honest, I mean, the Simtag Racing team, again, we come back to them with the glowing brake discs on the front of that Radical. They've actually not had the cleanest of runs themselves. You know, we saw them have that little moment just before, just trying to get through the traffic and getting stuck with other people moving around in different racing lines. And as a stark contrast, they go past Marvin Julian Mamantz in the number 13 machine. They've also had quite a lot of issues in this race, little incidents here and there, the odd spin, the odd sort of check-up when they've come up to traffic. And it's not really something that a lot of these drivers prepare for as much as you'd expect, really, because with the amount of traffic that you're going to come across in this race, there's not really any sort of black and white controlled environment to test that in, is there?
No, there isn't really. It's all just going in with feeling, and you never really know what's going to happen until you're out on track. As you mentioned, there's no controlled environment to test all this. You just need to kind of go out and get a feel for it as quickly as you can, as we see the Sky Limit race team coming into the pits now. I think there's a driver change because that's Pepijn Krajeveld going into the car now in the number 69 car. We can also see Martin Kerfs as well in the pits, though, Chaz. You can see that the 109 car is into the pits. They have come down from...
I got there in the end.
They were further up. They were in fifth place. Well, you got there in the end. Now in the car, that lovely sort of liveried car, the nice black green and yellow going quite nicely in that car. It's just a shame I don't think they have the spec map working on that machine. I don't know if they have one. It's not been uploaded or whatever, but it does still look like a very nice car nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a nice sort of bright and in-your-face livery, especially from the back as well, the Sky Limit Race team. But yeah, interesting name to try and pronounce. Another challenge for us commentators, which we never back down from. So here we go. I'd probably say Pepijn, if my voice doesn't break. Pepijn Kruijsveld, maybe? The double A is what's throwing me off there. I think AIJ, I'd probably go with Cry, but I'm thinking Kruijsveld. I'm
is
not
it
sure.
Cray because of the extra A, or Cry?
I think Steve Kleiss said it's an A rather than an A, isn't it? So
Kruijsveld.
yeah, we'll go with that, and we'll go and look at another car for a minute just before. Now here's an example of a GT4 car that is for position behind a TCR car. Lawrence Klutz at the moment probably doesn't have a clue that he's behind a TCR car in the overall positions. You can see just how dented and scraped and battered the side of that GT4 Porsche is. And the CCTS Esports Endurance team still plugging away in the 902 car, but Bram van Putten is 41 seconds up the road. And again, it just highlights the pace of this TCR, this G-Drive machine. They're almost unstoppable, aren't they? 5
minutes is the gap between themselves and second place in TCR class. I've just had a look. That is astonishing.
They could probably have a commentary break and go for a drink and stretch their legs, come back and be fine. It's just bonkers. Really is bonkers. I don't understand how a team can have that difference. And I've said it a couple of times in the last sort of half hour, but just with the difference in the quality of these drivers and these teams that we have on this grid, to be able to pull that out as an advantage is just... It frightens me. It genuinely does. To have that difference and to have that in your back pocket and consistently be able to put those sorts of laps in while dealing with traffic, hats off. And obviously they're on the brink of winning the championship. I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point, but the fact that they're going to do that, it just shows how deserving of it they are, doesn't it?
Yeah, and don't forget, points are awarded at the 6-hour mark, at the 12-hour mark, and at the 24-hour mark of this race. So we are closing in on that time where we do notice the points being awarded here at the halfway point. So it's good to keep an eye on the battles as it stands. So you can see the top 5 or the top classes on your screen now, the team names. And that's going to be having big ramifications potentially for the championship. It is, as you mentioned, I think all but confirmed that G-Drive Racing Xemia 17 will be taking top honours in TCR, and what a deserved championship victory it will have been for them as well when they can get it across the line. Bram van Putten so far has been faultless this stint, and well, so have his teammates in their stints.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I do mention Bram van Putten quite a lot more than the others, but you know, they have the likes of Ben Thanes in that car as well. Ben, another driver from the Simracersworld TCR series that you raced in, and you see the sort of level of driver you're up against now. I suppose it's nails it home a little bit further, doesn't it? Still up and down the order, though. We've still got these battles going on. We've had a change around just ahead there, by the look of it. I think... I'm just trying to figure out. This is O'Neill Muth in the BMS GT3 Cup car. He was moving around on the timing screen. Stephen Maris, yeah, because he's unlapped himself from Stephen Maris, but now they're on to the same lap as each other. There has also been Martin Curves. Oh no, sorry, it was Martin Curves passing Jeroen Vatler. Apologies for P19. It was in a similar place on the timing screen just as I was scrolling up. So where is Jeroen Vatler? Ah, it's just as he was in the pits. So Jeroen Vatler's Scuderia Sim Racing number 14 car losing that position in the pits, and there is the Circuit Zolder by SimTag machine. Didier Dexter's just wrangling that car around. Oh, Rob Tyson's had another issue here, mate. Endless issues as around it goes.
That corner again.
It doesn't like Porsches, does it? Really
doesn't like any car, really.
Yeah, true. Kevin De Winter, he's hating the fact that the race is set in summer. Oh heck, that's a very late dive, to be fair. That was very, very late. I know that there's a big speed difference between the Radical and the Audi, but wow, you can't expect a car to jump out of the way like that. It was as if he was coming all the way back from winter, wasn't it, to try and get back into summer. He's then done a 90-point turn. He's Austin powered the life out of it as he gets going again. But he does a good job. Taylor Lane in the YouTube chat. Good to see you, mate. And with the pure flattery as well. Honestly, mate, take me out to dinner first. Cheers, mate. Much appreciated, though, on the F3 series. That was a phenomenal final round. That I really enjoyed that, and I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the broadcast as well. It was a lot of fun to bring that one to you. Robin Van Gogh as Robin Van Gone off the circuit. See what he does here. Again, is it just the back end of this Audi? It's unsettled. Oh, he's on the gravel and sends it into a bad Paris-Dakar machine. But again, it's one of those corners, isn't it? There's such a long wait before you get into the long left-hander at turn 1 and the apex. It just seems to take forever to get there, and it's easy to get it wrong, isn't it? Especially in the dark when you can't see said apex.
Yeah, you always feel, at least I always feel, when coming into that corner that the apex just seems to be so late on, and then oftentimes I think it's much later than it actually is, and I end up missing it, just like we saw Robin Van Gogh do just there. So it's all about getting it in, and then other times when you do that instant, then you think, oh, I'm going to apex early, then you get off onto the curb a bit too quickly, and your line throughout the corner is massively compromised, and then that kind of sets you up for failure for the next turn 2, because you just don't quite have the line right, you don't quite get the speed right going into it, so it all kind of just compounds on. And then by that point, you might as well just write off the whole lap and just go again.
Yeah, rather write off a lap than write off the whole race. It's not the simplest of things to just say, yeah, just try again. You know, so much effort goes into this race, and obviously this is the sort of furthest away from any other races that we've had this season. Obviously, we do have the 24 hours of Zolder happening right now. The previous race in this championship, he says as he scrolls back up his calendar, was flipping heck, how long ago was it?
Daytona, I think.
I think it was Daytona, you know, and was it back in May?
It was a while ago.
Belcar eSeries Spa 6 hour was the 28th of June. I think I've scrolled back a bit too far here. Or was it Spa? Oh, I'm scared. I'm getting my dates wrong here, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find out. Daytona 3 hour was the 14th of June. Spa 6 hour was 2 hours after that. 2 hours? Flipping heck, that would be a long day, wouldn't it? 2 weeks after that. And then we had the Zolder 3 hour at the end of May. And so yeah, it was every 2 weeks. So we went from 2 3-hour races to a 6-hour race. And then we had this final round. Surely this wasn't the final round, though. Oh no, we had another race at Zolder before that, didn't we? Or have oh, I'm lost. Help. Right. Anyway,
I've got look. Where's the standings? Where's the standings? They'll tell us what it was.
Yes. Wasn't there a race at Bathurst? No, there wouldn't have been a race at Bathurst. I'm thinking of a different championship now. Oh heck. Help,
I'm
Ian.
just as confused as you are. Let's carry on. Go back to the car, back to the racing. Here we go. We can see Johan Valt there.
Ronald Moons has sent me
side by side because they're actually racing on track. We've been a bit distracted by this, and you can see them side by side. Oh, they got a touch. They just about, but you can see how close they are on track. The Scooters rear sim racing car trying to go around the outside. That's Johan Vatlet there. Sends it around the outside now, but that was a good defense there from the Edge Esports car, the number 25. Look at how close they were there. Now you can see the Porsche Cup car getting itself into the mix. Chaz, we were a little bit distracted there, but we just about caught a brilliant on-track fight.
Indeed. Having a nice little ding-dong now. This is what we love to see, isn't it? This is what we're after. And I do apologise. There was a Spa 3-hour, and then we had the 3 hours of Zolder, then it was the 3 hours of Le Mans, then it was the 6 hours of Daytona, and then this. So it was the 3 hours of Spa that I got confused with. But there we go. We got there in the end. Sorry, everyone. I probably went on too much of a tangent for that. But still.
Got there in the end.
Yes, we did. We did indeed. At the moment, though, Scuderia Sim Racing really need to be very careful about this. Otherwise, if you lose too much time, you're going to lose another position, and then it's all going to go to pot. And we both know, especially from first-hand experience, Ed, how quickly that can happen, eh?
Oh god, yeah, it can happen in an instant, really. So you can see that he's just trying to get through the track, trying to get through cleanly. After that little bit of a scary, hairy moment, keeping it just about on the straight and narrow there. But that was brilliant on-track fighting between Scooter Rear Sim Racing and Track Velocity. Progress a great performance. We see now the Radicals putting itself in the picture and then immediately putting itself out of the picture because it's so fast. It appears and then disappears. The Simracersworld Club Spot car that was just blitzing on by. As we see further back, bit of closeness there with several Porsches all fighting for the same bit of real estate on track.
And this is for position as well. This is the Sky Limit race team with G-Drive Racing Exemia right with them now. And they are stuck together trying to sort this out. And this is Marvin Julien Mamantz trying to get past the Sky Limit race team Porsche. So we'll go on board with my mate Marv. Onto the brakes we go into the first chicane. And it's so scary, isn't it, going into there? Because you want to push the car to the limit. You want to try and gain as much time as possible. If you get that corner maybe an inch or two wrong, you're going to end up in the sky, as we saw that GT4 Porsche before.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that as they come out of the Gilles Villeneuve chicane through this double right-hander now. Brilliant bit of the track, but you can see that he has to get out of the way because that's coming through. Sudden appearance of a Radical sending its way through there, putting its nose in this little fight, upsetting now the Sky Limit race team car. That means it has to get the Apex, but Apex is a little bit later, so it can carry a bit more speed on exit, on that throttle a little bit earlier. So it swings and roundabouts all around wherever you deal with a bit of traffic, as we see now Marvin Julien Amantz having to get out of the way of this Radical, the 907, and that's the Stage 1 Racing Belcar that we saw get involved in a little bit of strife with some TCRs, I think, earlier on. Managing, though, just about to keep it clean this time around. But now, look at this traffic. The traffic's playing its own part because now the gap has increased a little bit more. I think you can see G-Drive Racing Exemia was about a second slower than Sky Limit that last lap round, just thanks to that traffic, a little bit of traffic throwing itself in the mix.
Yeah, it's easy to get involved. There's a bit of traffic, isn't it? Just trying to keep the tents off your own lap times, you know, trim it down a bit. But at this point of the race, if you've got a massive gap around you, you can easily gain that back by having a lap with no traffic where your rivals do get it. Pierre-Yves de Soto has had an issue, I'm afraid, partway around in the 209 Audi. Looks like a bit of a slow run through the chicane. Oh, he's just trying to get out of the way of the traffic. He's gone off on his own there. That's the Desopit team. And then they get joined by more TCRs. There seems to be a herd of them. That's the P2 car in class there. Attila Sipos for Simtag Racing just going past, but that was again just all best intentions of trying to get out of the way for other people, and just goes to pot a little bit, and it just shows how being too nice can harm your races. That was a sketchy moment there for Marvin. Oh, and again
Sketchy again. It's just not going right for him. This 13 car is again getting really unlucky tonight. It's just not going his way. And you would have thought on all nights for the 13s to be a bit fortunate. It would be on Halloween night, but it's not going his way at all. The dice just aren't rolling in his favour. And yet again, coming into the braking zone, going onto the Apex, he's being held up yet again by another car, this time the GT4 car, the Student Motorsport, as you were mentioning. Just getting a little bit in the way, obviously through no fault of his own. And now he's seeing that the car in front of him, the Sky Limit race team, is now a smaller spec in front of him and needs to just try and get back to focusing, trying to get back to hitting his marks. And you see that as soon as he's in clear air, as soon as he doesn't have traffic, Marvin Julien Amantz closes right back out. The gap now down to 1.2 seconds, but that's also down to the fact that now this Sky Limit race team, this is Krajeveld's time to just get involved in a little bit of traffic and get held up.
I think there might have been a bit of contact there with the 014 Porsche. Seemed like a bit of a kiss from the very get-go. Sven Calbert in the chat, who's still going from the start. Well, I can't hold my hand up for that one, mate. Hasse Roma and Jack Werrell did a wonderful job on the first part of the race. Now it's me, Chaz Draycott, and Edward May on the comms, and Edward's going to be with you with Hasse in the next 6 hours after this stint as well. We've still got about 40 minutes of this one to go before we switch over again. get our wonderful local Dane back on the comms. But we're going to stay on board with Marvin, just see what he can do over the course of this one. As you can hear again, radicals going through. They just appear out of nowhere, don't they?
They appear and then quite quickly disappear. It seems to be their favourite thing to do, is just blitz on through as you see them now. Look how they just easily just breeze around the outside, breeze clear of these Porsche Cup cars, which themselves are fairly damn rapid. They're, you know, down a straight line, they're quicker than the likes of a GT3 cars I've seen in Simracersworld World Endurance, than getting involved in a few tussles. We're coming now down, though, looking at Rudolf Nagel in the pit lane now, the Sim RC Club Sport car.
Oh, sorry, mate.
A fresh... We're coming back now down to this battle here. Marvin Julian Amants closing in, getting the fight on, trying to see if he can get this car in front of the Sky Limit race team. And this is a battle that's closing down. As soon as they're in clear air, you do get the picture that Marvin is quicker than Pepe in ahead. It's just not been getting the luck in the traffic, as we keep mentioning. It's just a matter of getting it done, getting the luck in traffic, and then trying to get clear. But it's also another thing to think about, is what exactly their pit strategy could be.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, their previous pit stops, the 69 car in front, they're on their 423rd lap. They pitted on lap 412, and Marvin pitted on lap 384. We got Robin DeVille, GT4 leader, off the circuit. The Flemish car having a moment in the chicane. Let's have a look at what's happened here. Oh, he's got an Audi in there with him. Audi loses it on the brakes, tips him into the wall, and oh, he's rolled it. He's rolled it multiple times. There's going to be big damage to that car, and that's going to have massive implications here, Ed.
Absolutely huge implications. That's going to be crucial. I'm not entirely sure where the Top Freak Racing by Carrot car is. We're going to try and see when we can go live to them. Where exactly on track are, but I'm going to be seeing that they're going to be really close now.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm going to stay with it because he's had incidents after this as well. He's gone off for 7 seconds of the circuit again, straight on at the chicane. I'll see if we can see the steering.
Is the steering out?
Yeah, it's completely out. And he's gone off again after this. I think he's just going off just to stay out of the way. We'll have another look at that incident, though. But this is what I mean. This is what can happen in these events. You know, the car behind, it's one of the Audis. Which one was it? It was the number 906, is that? The 905. Is that the Composer car? It is. It is. Wow, they have a massive moment of their own, bouncing over the curbs. But there goes DeVille going over, as we see it from a much further away camera angle for some reason this time. Let's see if we can get it again. Yeah, there you go. And look at that. Bang, that hit into the wall. It just pitches the car up and over, and then it rolls, what, 1, 2, it's going to go over 3 times minimum, isn't it? That's a big, big roll. It's going to go over 4 times. It's a massive hit, that really is. It takes out the rear window of the car as well. Back down to earth with a bounce. Gets it going again, but yeah, it's a very, very damaged machine. And that also means now that on track as well, the 31 car, as we go back to full speed, has gone through and taken the lead on track. And that's how fickle endurance racing is, everybody.
I'm sure that's not the way that your Gruber would have wanted that to have happened, but unfortunately, that's just the way that the cookie crumbled. That's just the way that the GT4 rolls around, I suppose. It's not really gone his way, but Robin DeVille, I think, is going to be coming out on track now. I think they've just swapped driver in the out. You can see him on pit exit, so he's managed to get that car fixed, got the fast repair gone, and sorted out. And we've been saying that Flemish Sim Sports GT4, they're a very quick team. We would say that they've kind of had a bit of a stranglehold on this race, but slowly but surely the pressure has been applied by the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot car, and I think that, well, it wasn't really through any fault of their own did the Flemish Sim Sport car roll over, but now this has really, as you mentioned, changed the entire complexion of this GT4 battle.
It has indeed. There's now 1 minute and 3 seconds between Robin and class leader George Gruber in the Talk Freak Racing by Carrot car. Marvin Julian Mamantz has had another issue. And he's passed, okay, I was going to say he's passed Kreinfeld, but he's gone into the pits, so we'll see what happens here. Oh!
Wow. Wow, oh wow. Marvin, you know how to scare us here at Simracersworld TV, don't you? Oh, the car in front had a moment on the brakes as well, so that doesn't help things, but jeez Louise, that was scary stuff there. Marvin, well, to be fair, he won't just want a driver change, he'll want an overalls change after that one. Fabrice Cornelis, race leader, is also in the pits. So 2 of the big players so far in this race. Kevin De Winter's still out there, by the way, 6th place in the Radicals at the moment. Matthias Mas, car 5, P5. Yannick Lemons is on the same lap as him, 1 minute and 11 seconds ahead though. And then Steph Delnews, been a great driver to watch this season, is 3rd. Rudolf Nagel is in 2nd place still for SimRC Club Sport. And I must say, these are some of the unsung heroes of this series in this SimRC team, because they've been so fast. And Rudolf at Le Mans was unbelievable. He was so exciting to watch, was Rudolf. He was absolutely flying. He did make a mistake at a different round of the season, so we called him Rudolf the red-faced racing driver, but he took that in his stride and then proved to us why he is one of the quickest on the grid and one of the most renowned. And he's got 4,950 I rating. We've got Fabrice Cornelis with 7,634. Pepin Kriveld has just had his own little issue here, actually, mate. Let's have a little look what's gone on here. Oh. Oh. Oh, heck.
I mean, he could have played that off like he was going into the pits, but that was very, very scary for Pepe in there. But did well to keep a hold of it. But go back to that moment from, was it Marvin that we saw going into the pits? So I want to see if we can get a replay of that, because that save, the way he was able to avoid that was out of this world. I think we need to be calling him Marvin the Martian for that one.
This is the moment. We'll see it again, but you can see now they got on the brakes. It's in the normal time. He's on the brakes himself, but there's that little twitch there from the car in front, and Marvin just quickly gets over to the right, and he doesn't hit the grass hard enough, or he doesn't go on enough of the grass for it to pitch the car around. He knows that he needs to just let it coast, because if you get on the brakes at that point, that car's going to go around, isn't it? You're going to completely lose it, and that'll be the end of it. Or you could do an overloop.
Oh, come on. Chaz, it's too late. You're getting it's getting too late for that.
I'm sorry.
I've lost my words now. You've gone and broke me, Chaz. Are you happy?
Well, let's not have a row on air, shall we? Because I don't think that would go down well. We'd be here till winter. So at the moment, though, it's George Gruber who has taken the lead. That was Ed signing out forever. George Gruber leading at the GT4 class at the moment, and he'll be very happy about that. But as Ed mentioned before, it won't be the circumstances in which they would have wanted to take the lead. At the end of the day, you want to have a good fight with your rivals when you're out on track, don't you? You don't want to be sort of taking it from them just because they've gone off or had an incident.
Yeah, and we know that the Top Freak Racing drivers are very quick. We've seen them time and time again taking race victory in class. I think a few times actually. Yeah, in fact, I'm having a look at the standings, and yeah, they've won the first 3 races, and then came second, I think, at Daytona. So they've had a brilliant performance, and they're very much clear of Flemish Sim Sports coming into this. I think they were 100 points. They had a tally of 100 points, and just behind them, Flemish Sim Sports with 66, which just shows how dominant they are in the GT4 field. And now they've had a bit of a struggle earlier on, but they've managed to get back into their into their winning ways, and now leading by, as you mentioned, a margin of 1.5 seconds. Not the way they would have wanted it to have gone, but nonetheless, that's how it's happened. As we see Kevin De Winter here, I think, Chaz, has there been a moment for him?
Has there been a moment? He's trying to enter a drifting competition by the look of it. Wait till he comes into this camera shot here. Round the right-hander he goes, on the throttle, bit of curb, and yeet. Bit of sideways action there on the grass. There it goes, completely horizontal. Nice save, though, I must say. Very nice save. And we'll go on board and have a look just how sketchy that was. It's just, again, these cars, they're so fragile, aren't they? You go over the curb, and look at that. Constantly sideways, 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 sideways. And then as soon as it hits the tarmac as well, most drivers there, when that happened, would have hit that tarmac and spun completely, but Kevin, he knows this car well enough by now, does a good job, and keeps it pointing the right way, because he was ready for it to snap that way.
Brilliant. car control there, as we see now. David Plasman, as you mentioned, the man who potentially invented the plasma TV, doing a good job as it stands.
It's a big claim,
second place. Big claim, but I'm sure I'll be happy to take that with him. A great invention is the plasma TV. But you can see him now closing in. Is he on Tommy Rao? Let's have a look at his lap times. No, they're just about, I think, the same. In fact, no, he has closed in.
It's a second,
on Tommy Rao. It's a second lap, so he's putting on a good charge. We're not entirely sure if that's been consistent or not, but still, to be able to close a second, that has been an absolute rapid up. And I think, I'm having a look around, yes, he's just about the fastest man on track in this GT3 Cup car, so doing a good job is David, and we're going to be keeping an eye because it just seems that Tommy Rao's come across the line, done a 31.8, but Plasman has answered back with a 31.5, so you can just see that he's able to close in slowly but surely, and if this Ask Volante racing car can keep up this pace with all of its drivers, then maybe by the end of this race, there could be a change in the lead in the GT3 Cup class.
You never know, mate. You never know. They've got Ruben van Buell hanging back a little bit from these guys. He's 3 minutes back from the ASK car. And I mean, this Pro Assist sim racing team, they are very quick anyway, but again, just shows you the class of the field, really. We've got Rob Tyson back in the pit lane in the G-Drive car. Tim Greven on the same lap, or will be on the same lap. He's in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine. 5th in class at the moment in the Porsche Cup cars. But I'd say probably, other than the, I don't know, it probably defeats the point mentioning it, but I was going to say, other than the radicals, these guys probably have the hardest job, because those Porsches, they are not friendly when it comes to adjusting your line partway around a corner. There's an Audi going for, oh, that's going to be a big hit into the wall, actually, for De Soto. Go on board with him again and just see what the bounce is like over these curbs. And this is the thing, I mean, you mentioned the old glitch where they hit a wall, but wow, sort the rebound out, mate. You're going to need a new bonnet after that, if anything. That's I'm surprised we didn't see the shocks come through the windscreen there. That was a big bounce, wasn't it?
Absolutely hefty bounce, but iRacing has these cars modelled like tanks. I'm fairly certain their bodywork is made out of, you know, those old Nokias that were virtually indestructible. So done a good job there to keep it going. And we're going to wonder, though, is that cause any damage to the radiator? Is that going to cause what we saw earlier with the Circuit Zolder by Simtag car and their engine just blowing up as they were coming out of this chicane and going over the crest? So that could be something to keep an eye out for, depending on how hefty that contact was going into the walls. We see now Ruben van Buell going through turn 1. Are we going to see what's happened before? Yep, just goes off into the kitty litter, only for a short excursion though, just dipping his toes into the sand and then thinking, nah, not really where I want to be, comes back onto the circuit.
I absolutely hate sand, I do.
It's horrible.
It just gets everywhere. Like, people are like, oh, let's go to the beach. Like, I've got a little one. I've got a 6-year-old, and he's, you know, he loves the idea of going to the beach. Obviously, not the best idea at the moment, obviously with the time of year and lockdown and all that, but I just hate sand. Like, why?
Not the beach. Don't like the beach.
Why would I love the idea of going to the beach. It's a nice place to be, but it's windy, it's cold, it's wet. Sand gets
Especially
everywhere. Oh god, yeah, this time of year it's awful.
I mean, not for what you're off a tangent, but donkey rides. I cannot stand donkey rides. I don't know why. Like, I never liked them as a kid, and I don't like them now.
I've never had one, I won't lie, but you've put me off. But George Gruber, making a few friends there as they went round turn 3. Let's have a little look here. Just turns in, and the 19 runs a little bit wide, and now Keith. There you go. Gives him a little bit of a tap. Has to make a bit of a save, but he won't be too worried about that. That won't completely ruin their race. But yeah, sand, nah. Especially if it gets wet and it sticks to your legs and it falls off later and it's all in your car and everything. No, I'm not going to be able to get to sleep when I go off stream. Speaking of, you've only got about 27 minutes left of putting up with me and my terrible voice, so you can start the countdown. To be fair. I'd probably go to the point of saying, having a wave goodbye to Chaz countdown, to be honest. We've had De Soto have an issue again. Let's have a look what happens here, Ed. Final chicane again. Or is it? No, it's first chicane again.
First chicane.
Oh, not again, mate. Oh.
Keeps out of the wall this time.
Very true. Very true. That's an improvement on last time. He's actually had an issue after this, though, so I want to watch again. There's a rejoin.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Oh,
Oh.
he does hit. He did hit. That was Cedric Wouters in the number 5 car, who's gone off again after this. Oh, the car's broken.
Rear of the car is just, yeah, that's not... That is
Oh.
horrible damage on that car. It's complete rear suspension damage by the looks of things. It's a really, really nasty incident, and I think there's no way he can bring it back to the pits safely. So I think he's probably going to be trying to do the smart thing of just pull it in. But no, you can see he knows that it's quicker just to bring it back in. Is he going to still keep going?
I'm just going to
He's
go
gotten
back.
back out now.
No, I'm just. This is
He's-
just going back to the
he's-
start of the incident. Sorry, mate. Just to have a look over it, and you just see how it wasn't even a big tap, was it? But it's just enough to maybe
Just from one
break
spot.
a toe link, and that's it. There's the out. I mean, that's scary enough. Never mind Halloween, but that just. Why does he keep turning right? That's. I'm really sorry, and again, I don't often say it, but that was very poor in terms of rejoin. And look at the steering. And the thing is, it's really sensitive as well, because as soon as you let go of it, it's just going back the other way. It's nightmare stuff. Really nightmare stuff. And it highlights again, doesn't it? We were saying about how fragile these little radicals are. And, oh, let's have a look. There's a message in the chat, the Belcar 24 chat in the Discord. Oh, the 905's got a drive-through. Oh, the 905's got a drive-through. Sorry, a stop and go. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting out of all of them. I was expecting it to say 209 drive-through. Oh, there you go. 209 stop and go for an unsafe rejoin. And no offence, boys, but rightly so. You don't want to see that, do we, Ed?
You really don't. It's unfortunate, but that's just... We keep saying that it's part of endurance racing, but it really shouldn't be. There should be a lot more discipline, I think, with rejoins and a lot more just awareness from some of the drivers. And I'm sure that sometimes they have limited hardware. Obviously, if they, like me, running on a G29 with only a single monitor,
Yeah.
it's not going to be the easiest, but you usually want to have a spotter with you. So it's definitely not what you want to be having, but we're going to try and move past that now and just try and focus on the good as we come into the last sort of 20 or so minutes of this part 2 of our virtual Belcar broadcast here for the 24 hours of Zolder. Trying to get my words out. Don't judge me, but it's getting late. I'm gonna have my energy drink and then I'll be all ready for the next 6 hours. You might be getting rid of Chaz in about half an hour, but you're going to be stuck with me for the next 6, and I'm sure you'll be absolutely loving it.
Welcome to the Virtual Belcar eSeries. We're here for found Rive of the Zenti 4 hours of Zolder. And it's a fantastic event so far. Let's not get moody about it, shall we? I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm
never moody. No.
I'm a
It's
father.
funny.
I'm a father. I'm a dad. I'm allowed to make dad jokes. So I'm afraid you've got to deal with it. Maxim van den Hove has realised that there's a dip in the humour. Maxim van den Hove has decided to... Whoa! Hello! That wall gets very close very quickly, doesn't it, Maxim? Let's have a look again. Runs wide. The car just gets dragged wide by the grass. Get away. Get away. Oh... Just keep swimming, mate. Just keep swimming. He's only 5 seconds off Robin DeVille as well now. So he could potentially entice him with some Dalmatians in the boot of that Porsche, but I don't think that's a necessary tactic around here. But it's still, again, it's opened up this battle because the 2nd, 3rd and 4th in GT4 have only got 40 seconds between the 3 of them after nearly half of this race. It's amazing.
It's absolutely brilliant, and we're going to be coming into, well, the pit stop phase now, and this is, well, I think we're coming into the pit stop phase at least. Well, this is going to be absolutely brilliant. We see now Maxime van der Hove sitting in 3rd place in that lovely, lovely GTE ABK racing machine. I'm going to say it right now that it is my favourite livery we've seen on track, and there's been some very stiff competition out there, Chaz, for that title. And I'm sure you've got your own opinions on what you think is probably going to be taking that title for the best livery this evening, I'm certain.
Oh, don't put that pressure on me now. But yes, I do agree that there are some stunning looking cars out there, to be honest with you. I think we've
we've been truly spoiled by what we've had so far. And if I'm quite honest, I think you're spoiled with the fact that you get to do 6 more hours beyond this as well. It's certainly a nice situation to be in, isn't it, mate?
Really is, and the racing up to this point has been brilliant, and it seems that there's no signs of it slowing down. There's going to be another 6 entertaining hours that me and Hassa will be able to bring you here on Simracersworld TV. So if you are up and awake enough and you feel like you can stick it out for the next 6 hours, sure to do so, because you'll have obviously my lovely, lovely voice, and of course our resident Dane Hassa Roma to talk you through all of the action in about 20 minutes time. But we're not going to go away from that too much, because we've still got you here, Chaz. And lovely as you are, we're going to have you for another 20 minutes, and then we can say goodbye. We can get you off, and you can have, not get you off, we can get you away and let you have a nice let you have a nice 3-hour nap.
And I know I've had a drink, Ed, and it's been a long, nice night together, but it's a bit forward for on air, mate. We'll have to.
It's our first broadcast together. We need to consummate it somehow. Oh, dear.
Welcome to the Virtual Belcar. Oh, God. Anyway, to be fair, in all honesty, mate, it's been great so far. Really enjoyed this. We've been spoilt with the racing. A lot of people will say, yeah, but it's endurance racing. They're just racing against the clock and they're not fighting. But we've seen some great battles on track. You know, we've seen drama in traffic. We've seen incidents. We've seen the class leader in GT4 get rolled over 5 times by getting hit by a backmarker. It's just not stuff you can write, is it?
It's definitely not something you'd be expecting to see in your likes of Formula 1 or whatever else. So this is why I love endurance racing, because it throws up so many surprises, so many moments where you think, okay, the race has got into its rhythm now, and then the racing gods roll their dice, look down at the cars on track and decide, right, you're getting stuffed for the next 2 hours or forever how long the race is, because we're going to decide, here we go, backmarker's going to hit you off and have fun trying to get your way through the field, which Senna Hulsmans has now been entrusted to do in the Flemish Simsports GT4 car. So it's going to be him taking over the reins and trying to carve his way up through the field. But that, just due to that little incident, it has really closed down the field. You can see, at least on the, at least we can see on our timing screens, and if you get up the live timing, I think is in the video description, is it?
It's just about to be in the YouTube chat, so there you go.
Just about to be in the YouTube chat, thanks, courtesy of Chaz, who's going to be putting that in. You can just see how close the battles are on track. You can see that Laurent Keersmakers isn't too far in front of Senna Hulsmans, about 15 seconds the gap, who himself has got 40 seconds to Maxime van der Hove, and you can there's 4 cars all on the same lap. Maxime van der Hove, Laurent Keersmakers, Senna Hulsmans, and Martin Kerfs.
Yeah, we've got still a lot developing here. We've got O'Neill Muth having a bit of a moment here in the BMS GT3 Cup car. I tell you what, if someone made a highlights reel or maybe a bit of a bloopers reel for that Porsche, they'd have quite a bit of footage to go through. But I'm sure it'd be entertaining. All the same, they've had a wild ride this race. They're gradually now making their way through the TCR cars. When we first went live with them nearly 6 hours ago, they were, I think, 3rd to last in the TCRs. So they've done a really good job, to be fair, to make all those places back. And considering the little bits of strife they've had here and there, I think they've done a grand job of it, to be honest, mate.
They certainly have, and obviously the Edge Esports car was another livery we shone a little bit of a light on earlier on. It's a lovely, lovely little colour scheme they've got. The white and then the nice sort of palish yellow and the nice dark sort of navy blue all come together lovely. And you can just see the way that it uses the shape of the car, which is, it's what you want to do with the livery, but it's very difficult to get right. And the Simtech boys have done that, and they've also, not only they got the livery right, but they've been getting the racing right as well, finding themselves up into the podium positions. But they need to defend now, because you've got the Flemish Simsports GT4 car about 15 seconds back, and we know that they have got a lot of pace in their back pocket, and it's, I think, going to be up to Senna Hulsmans to catch up and try and get back into the groove following their little calamity earlier on, through no fault of their own, of course, Chaz. They just got a bit unlucky with the back marker messing up his braking, and now it's up to them to get back up where they feel like they should belong.
comes back to something I said at the very start of this stint, really, that nobody is immune. You could be leading the race, you could be last in the race. Nobody is immune to an incident, especially when it's out of their hands as well and another car is involved. It's a very scary time to be on a racetrack, to be honest. And I think that despite that issue, obviously they've made the most of recovering because of the fast repair, which, to be honest, has been an absolute godsend for them, hasn't it? I mean, if they didn't have to have that, the car didn't look too badly damaged when it landed, but you can imagine that in terms of the running gear underneath it and the suspension and even just the aero, it would have been a bit of a mess, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but then without the fast repair, I don't know if there'd be any cars that would realistically be finishing this race. It certainly has been one of attrition here at the circuit Zolder, but it's good to have it, I think, as part of the rule set, because it just allows that drivers, especially over the course of 24 hours, when they get involved in a little bit of scuffles, especially ones that haven't been their fault, that means the race is not ruined. But that was a little bit sketchy moment there. I thought for a moment we were going to see Hulsman's collecting one of the radicals. I'm not sure who that was. Was that our class leaders potentially that were going past? That would have been very upsetting if it was for Reese Cornelis, and it was. So the Simtag Racing cars still got their 5-minute gap to Rudolf Nagel behind, but we're going to see what's happening here to Didier Dexter's. The circuit's Zolder by Simrig car here, just getting a little bit out onto the grass, but rejoining safely enough on the inside line and keeping out of the way of one of the cars that was coming close behind, quick and fast. Back though with, speaking of quick and fast, Reese Cornelis with his 5-minute gap. I still can't get over that, Chaz, that he's 5 minutes clear of his closest competitor, Rudolf Nagel, in the SimRC Club Sport car.
Yeah, and Rudolf's not slow either. Rudolf is pushing hard. He is flying. Muscular's Kingdom asks, what game? This isn't a game, mate. This is a simulator. No, I'm joking. This is iRacing. It's phenomenal, to be honest. We are running the Virtual Belcar eSeries 24 hours of Zolder, the 5th round of this championship, and the final race of the season. Nearly halfway through at the moment, nearly 12 hours in. And obviously I will be just relinquishing my spot in the commentary box to Hassa in the next sort of 15 minutes or so, and then we will be moving on to the third part of the stream. So there is another stream which will be going up very, very soon, which you should keep an eye out for. I will get you a link for it as well, just so you can all get that one ready and get it lined up. And it's not, it doesn't seem to have loaded the thumbnail at the moment, but still, you can jump over to that one. And then for the second half of the race, well, for the first part of it, you will of course have Edward May and Hassa Roma. And then after that one, I believe it's a Mr. Werrell, isn't it, that's doing the final part, I think.
Yes, indeed. I believe it is Mr. Jack Werrell taking it through to the end, and I believe it is also going to be, I think, Peter Mackay.
Yes.
Bringing it home
I will,
till the end of the race.
As everyone can probably imagine, we've had a lot of change arounds and a lot of planning gone involved in doing that. So I'll just have a quick check now. It is, yes, it's Jack Werrell and Peter Mackay, one of the absolute dream teams here at Simracersworld TV. And another dream team is on screen right now, really, isn't it? Fabrice Cornelis in this radical at Zolder at night in traffic. He is just on a mission, and it's a joy, a real joy to stay on board with him at this point.
It is. You can just see every single corner. He seems to hook up the apex for us. When watching this, I don't think I've seen a single corner that he's gotten out of shape or gotten wrong at. You can see that he manages the traffic perfectly. Doesn't quite go hell for leather through that corner because he knows he's got a TCR right in front of him. Then gets onto the loud pedal and just sends it through again. Look at this bit. Look how he manages just to get the car pitched in perfectly to that corner, especially when you're in these radicals. As we mentioned earlier, if you just get a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a bottoming out in that car, you can find yourself spinning around facing the wrong direction. Look how late he's getting on the brakes as well. This absolutely sends it in using the lightweight nature of his radical just to brake as late as he dare, get his intentions known and get clear through down the inside. And again, he's just showing how to drive a radical in a multi-class race because he picks up every single apex, his moment to pass beautifully, then clears on by.
It just makes it look effortless. Like I say, it's just beautiful driving. It really is beautiful driving. And it's just the pace of this car as well makes it all the more exciting to watch. It won't be 15 minutes, by the way, everybody. Obviously, we do require a little bit of setup time to make sure that the next stream gets ready to go. So my colleague Hasa will be taking over very, very soon. Obviously, on the new stream, there is another link that I've put in the chat for everybody. And if not, make sure you are subscribed to Simracersworld TV. And just have a look in our upcoming streams, and you will see part 3 ready to go with a picture of the rather beautiful Bingo by Simtag EMG Porsche, this machine, which obviously you can definitely see in the dark on the thumbnail. There you go. Thank you to that GT4 car there for lighting it up. Beautiful stuff. But yeah, to be fair, Ed, I mean it's been great, hasn't it? We've had a good old stint in this commentary box here, and not long left to go now until we get into the second half of the race. It's unbelievable.
It hasn't. It's absolutely flown by, if I'm honest with you, Chaz. You've been great company up to this point, and you've been great company, I'm sure, for the next 5 or so minutes we will be live for. It's been absolutely brilliant, and there's been definite thrills, definite spills, and I'm definitely glad to see a little bit of on-track action as well. We saw those GT4s having a decent fight. Let's try and find out which one it was. I think it was the Scuderia Sim Racing car coming together with, who was it? I think it was Track Velocity, I think, that were getting a little bit close for comfort. Managed to put on a brilliant performance for us.
Whoa, Vapor Shop.
A bit close though.
Vapor Shop car just having a little bit of a poke down the inside. That's Tim Greven in the number 12 machine. But we'll do a quick rundown then of your class orders at the moment then. So Fabrice Cornelis leading the way for Simtag Racing, ahead of SimRC Club Sport in second. Third place GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. In the Porsche Cup class, Tommy Rao is on track in first for Bingo by Simtag EMG. David Plasman, the man that invented the Plasma TV, according to me, in the ASK Volanti racing car. Ruben van Buell, not really having a duel with anybody, in Pro Assist Sim Racing in third place in class. Then it's George Gruber for Talk Freak Racing by Carrot, looking like they're on their way to the championship, with GTE ABK Racing having Maxime van den Hove at the wheel. Laurent Kirschmakers in third place for Edge Esports, and Bram van Putten, unsurprisingly, at the front once again in the G-Drive Audi. Attila Sipos second place, another great drive from that Simtag Racing team, and Kimber Hitt in third place, 1 minute and 47 seconds back, and oh, Marvin's gone off again. He's making a habit of this, isn't he, Ed?
It really is. This 13 car has just not been able to get the drive it wants to. The G-Drive car not performing up to where it should be realistically. We do know, of course, that the G-Drive have been very, very quick, but they just haven't had the luck. And you can see that this 13 car, again, falling a little bit by the wayside now, and again dropping back. They did manage to get ahead of the Skylimit race team, but since then they've just been a little bit unfortunate and dropped back now.
Yeah, it's not been it's not been a smooth stint, and hopefully it continues for them. Obviously they have got just over 12 hours of racing to go, but for now, everybody, thank you very much for joining us here in the 24 hours of Zolder. This has been part 2. My name is Chaz Draycott. Ed, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you very much once again for joining me here. And what we'll be doing now, guys, is handing over in just a moment to our wonderful Hasa Roma, who will be taking on part 3 with Edward May joining him in the box for that one as well. But for now, have yourselves a fantastic evening, everybody, and we will see you again very, very shortly.